We are live at Coletco for Tuesday nights. Live Facebook record sale. And of course, I love to see Mike Massey as the first commenter. He's quick. He even beats me, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Mike's fast. Mike's really fast. All right. Whew. Well, it's like this. It's a new day, a new sale. Paul threw all of his sticky notes on the floor Saturday. Nothing's changed. What does this one say? Dead Travis. Oh, that's every 3 weeks. Okay. I got you. My bad, I forgot about that. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's see all the new. Laura's actually marking it right now. There's 3 crates worth. 2 pre-orders take up about a crate and a half, so probably a crate and a half of new stuff. Gerald says, Chad, finally listened to the Cow Palace boot. They do mention Elvis Presley, dedicated to rock and roll all night king. There you go. And you want to be my latex salesman. That's right. It is kind of a Pink Floyd Tuesday. I just scarfed down some food. I was worried he wasn't going to get here on time. They kept delaying it. They said they picked it up, and I'm pretty sure they sat in the Demas's parking lot for 15 minutes. Which is not good for me. So they was like, yeah, we'll mark it picked up, and then we'll sit here for a few minutes and scroll on TikTok. It's kind of crazy they let you see where your DoorDasher is. Like you can get a, like you have their location. I'm like, you're just sitting there. All right. I'm working on getting all the streams shared. Kind of didn't see Otis when I came in here today, but I think they're on their way. And oh man, great neck adjustment. Getting everything shared. $2 tip. Now I left them a $4 tip. It's getting kind of like you'll order if you order a $20 meal, the minimum suggested a tip now is $40 or $4, which I'm like, okay. I mean, you can technically do 0, but obviously I'm not going to do that. I was like, it still saves me a ton of time. A lot of Pink Floyd. Rhino Hi-Fi getting positive reviews. Patrick Lear giving it a positive review. They're shipping out most of Monday, so most people should have be getting it this week. Black Sabbath sign, the Black Sabbath sign pre-orders up in a whole lot of records. We've already sold about another 10, I think, counting the waiting list. So I gotta get those ordered. Ramstein box set, that's not new to me. Singles, sounds like something we'll need to get going. I made a tire list. I ordered a ton of vinyl last night, and I have a lot of open tabs. My laptop is full of open tabs, and I think since what I'm going to do, I'm probably not going to order anything hardly tonight. And in that time, those 2 or 3 hours I usually use to order vinyl, I'm going to schedule pre-orders. So my hands are sore. That's where I worked out last night. Oh man, yeah, my grip is off. Okay, and if you went to bed early, we had a heck of a CD blitz last night. We went through a whole tub of CDs, and this is the only thing left, and I'm about to show those. That's the only thing left, is that little thing right there. Tonight, I tell you what, if I do order vinyl tonight, it's going to be from the distributor that does next day shipping, and I'm going to order just for metal, and then I'm going to order rap, and I'm going to try to order some. I already ordered jazz from one place, but I need to do a rap order and a jazz order. I've been meaning to do that, but it's just the matter of scheduling it so it doesn't show up on, like Thursday night. But, if I could let everybody know, hey, there's all kinds of stuff in the bins Thursday night, but the stuff I ordered last night, it could be here tomorrow, could some of it be Thursday, and then, of course, I'm not here Friday, so it's like we got to make sure we get it here. I got to have everything priced out for Paul. We got to do waiting list. Okay. And I know last night we sold one of these Grand Funks. I think it was Matt Nichols, if you're watching. I remember Todd Saw bought one, and Todd was like, well, if Matt wants it, he can have mine. And I was like, I know we have another one. And actually, when I was making a flip crate last night, I found this. So it's very shiny. I'm going to put it right back there where everybody can see it. And I'm going to go ahead and plug up my phone. I need to ask Tanner about something. He's on his way here. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. So I'm going to show you the CDs that didn't sell last night in 1 second. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to put those right over here. And then we're going to, let's see, as far as auctions, we're going to get into our bonus stuff over here. Let me try to pick out everything that's not metal. Metal or not Kiss, which is going to be hard to do. About everything we have in our auction crates over here. My bonus stuff is metal, or we do have some classic rock like AC/DC. I don't consider that truly metal. But I'm going to get some of these out so I have some stuff to throw at y'all early tonight. There's a Queen album in here. There's AC/DC. And then let me see what's all this other stuff Seth brought. He has brought Megadeth, Anthrax, Megadeth, Motley Crue, Ozzy, Faster Pussycat, Van Halen, Star Wars, I'll take that. Star Wars, I'll take that. Kiss, Beatles, I'll take that. Dokken, Megadeth, Pink Floyd, I'll take Pink Floyd. I'll take Led Zeppelin. Let's see here. Star Wars, I'll take that. And then we got Kiss. We got more Beatles, I'll take that. We have Accept, Stones, I'll take that. Accept, Metallica, Doors, I'll take that. More Doors, I'll take that. Beatles, I'll take that. Beatles, I'll take that. Judas Priest, I'll leave that in there for right now. The Doors, I'll take that. Van Halen, I'll take that. Axe, David Lee Roth, Priest, Beatles. Okay, that's a lot. There's a lot in there. I got a pretty good handful going. We'll just put those in there for right now. And got a Japanese pressing over here. Craig says I can hear lower pricing vinyl in the background. That's the chick-chick sound of the pricing gun you're hearing. Chick-chick. And here's our first Japanese pressing. All right. We got Nina, 99 red balloons, 99 Luft balloons, Nina. This is a Japanese pressing. It's really nice, as you would expect. It has a Japanese insert. It has the cover still in partial shrink wrap. That's really protected it. And, of course, it has the Obi. Nina's a $35 start. Y'all can't see them, but there's green lines all over my monitor up here, like rendering lines. There we go. All right, got all that cleared off. That was distracting. There's Nina. And then, what else can I get in tonight? Cassettes over here. I got just a handful of Japanese. I do have 45s right here. I guess we can run some of these. Let me take a peek in them. Let's see what we got here. We got Paul McCartney. We got Roy Orbison. We got Poison. Michael Jackson. Yeah, let's run some of these. Here's Michael Jackson, Dirty Diana. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. And that's in the original picture sleeve. Michael Jackson, Dirty Diana. We'll put that up for a $7 start. Let me get these picture sleeves, whole crate of picture sleeves here next to me. And let's go to the crate of new vinyl I posted this morning. This was leftover half off stuff. Yeah, this was leftover half off stuff. Believe it or not, there was that much. I was using some of it for the video last night or for this morning. And I'm going to pick more stuff out of there later till it's all sold. And then we got sealed. We got a whole stack of sealed stuff here John brought me. That's always good. So what do we have here for sealed stuff? Sealed, here's a little bit tougher one to get. Bad Company, Fame and Fortune. That's definitely a later one. Bad Company is a 1986 club copy sealed. $15 start for Bad Company. Okay, there's that. We're going to go through quickly the two crates that was posted this morning. One crate was the stuff that came in yesterday. And then one crate was like just a random crate. You know, I try to go through stuff and find stuff maybe y'all hadn't seen in a while. So there's that. And here it is. 7 comments on the post. And that was Weezer, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Albert King, Black Crowes, Albert King, Urge Overkill, and Dropkick Murphys. Okay, so we're going to get started with Hannah Montana. That's Hannah Montana 3. Disney, 14 tracks from Hannah Montana 3, blue and pink splatter. I still have both of those. I would really love to sell at least one, $36.99, and I still have both copies that I originally ordered of Disturbed, The Sickness on green vinyl. I'd really love to sell one of those. That's $33.99. Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle, that's $34.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. We got the Black Crowes, and this is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That is sold to you. That is Shake Your Moneymaker. I have one copy left, the 30th anniversary pressing remastered. Nina has one bid for $35 of Aaron Andrews, going once, going twice. Michael Jackson has bids for $7, $12, and $20. X-Wing, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Bad Company has bids of $15, $15, $20. Brad Waits, Jerry Stone, Thomas Baumhart. So Jerry and Brad, you've been outbid. Rancid is a limited edition anniversary colored vinyl pressing, $29.99 on that. We have Urge Overkill. This is officially sold to Tom Harris. Thank you, Tom Harris. That's sold to you. Now Bad Company. It's a sealed Columbia Club copy. We also have Dropkick Murphys. That's sold to Chad Schneider. Thank you, Chad Schneider. That's sold to you. And we have Wasp, Headless Children. Wasp is $33.99 for Headless Children. Also, Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death, which is the double LP. Iron Maiden is $54.99 on that one. And we have Striper, When We Were Kings, on purple vinyl, $38.99. Michael Jackson is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik for $20. First auction of the night is done. Let's go over here. I think I've seen a few more MJ singles, at least one or two, but let's go ahead and run a classic one here from Phil Collins, Another Day in Paradise. Oh, man, that's a good one. Another Day in Paradise, Phil Collins in the original picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. You never know what I'm going to have when we get these shows rolling. Jerry had Bad Company at 23. Thomas came back in at 25. Buddy Cordova wants a Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. And then we have 2 copies of Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. Finally back in print after all these years, $38.99. Aaron Andrus, you're going to get Nina for a $35 winning bid. Thank you on that one. Nina, 99, Red Balloons. I like the song, Let Me Be Your Pirate. You got to go check that one out if you've never heard it. David Gilmour, this is called On an Island, $33.99. Thank you, Tony. We have David Gilmour, $33.99. We have Rammstein, Herzeld, Rammstein, $49.99. And Peter Murphy, Silver Shade. Peter Murphy is $39.99. Mr. Tony heading out for the day. Doing great in the shipping department. Whole shipping department's doing great. They're staying on top of it. I think my sister Jill's still right around the corner. She's working on some stuff. Ed was here today. Jake, Tanner, Ed, Jack, Jill. I mean, you name them. We got them. We have Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. $114.99 for that 4 LP box. Now, just to give you an idea, I should have brought this out the other night when we sold these. So we sold an original pressing. We had a real original pressing of this last week. We sold it for $850. So every time I bring this out, I'm like, if you're holding out for original, you're going to be holding out for a lot more money. So if you want the classic Melancholy album, Smashing Pumpkins, one of the biggest of the 90s, this is the only way it's in print, $114.99. We had an original last week for $850, and it just got one bid. It could have sold for $1,000. It could have sold for $2,000, and I wouldn't have been surprised. So just FYI, anytime you see me have Melancholy. Rattle That Lock has been back ordered for a long time. I think we got a restock of it last year, Patrick, but it's been a long time. Michelle Clements says, I want a Disturbed, sold to Michelle Clements. Phil Collins is sold to X-Wing for $7. And Jerry Stone has Bad Company at $37. Very nice, sealed, original club copy. He has that for $37, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, so keep that in mind. Real OG pressings of Melancholy can get that expensive, okay? Like I said, it got one bid. I was thinking it would sell for well over $1,000. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, a Japanese pressing. Vinyl is superb. It has the insert, cover, and obi. Duran Duran's $25. I think Bad Company's a final call to Jerry because Thomas Baumhart's out. Let's grab another single over here. We have The Dukes of Hazzard, Just Them Good Old Boys. It's the official theme song by Waylon Jennings in the picture sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's always popular. We got Between the Baird and Me's newest album, and that's called The Blue Nowhere. That's on blue and translucent orange vinyl, $39.99, okay? So there you have it. That was crate number 1 of the quick new vinyl recap for this morning. Between the Baird and Me, Smashing Pumpkins, the official box set, just $114. Fraction of what an original would cost. Peter Murphy, Rammstein, Herzeld, $49. David Gilmour is $33. Billy Joel, Stryper, Iron Maiden, Wasp, Rancid, Black Crowes, Gary Newman, and Hannah Montana. We did sell out Disturbed. Thank you on that. Jerry Stone gets the Bad Company for $37. Waylon Jennings, The Dukes of Hazzard, the Good Old Boys theme song. That's a $7 start. And then the other auction is Duran Duran, a Japanese pressing for a $25 start, okay? All right, next thing we have is that other crate. Now, the crate I'm about to go through next was all the newest stuff from yesterday, and we've sold several things out of there, like Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, Weezer, and Albert King, and I'm going to pull those as soon as I bring over that crate, and then we're going to go ahead and get into some of the newest stuff for tonight. We got Laura and John here today. Paul was off yesterday. He's typically here on Mondays. He was off yesterday because he's doing the sale for me Friday and Saturday this week. So he had to swap around some days. So we'll have him back tomorrow marking stuff along with Laura as well. And so they'll both be here marking stuff so we can have plenty of new arrivals marked. And don't forget Thursday night, Metal Night. Wednesday night, we're going to have tomorrow night some great stuff. And tonight, looks like we kind of have a big night for Pink Floyd. I'm kind of excited. We don't get a lot of Pink Floyd stuff in this kind of quantities. All right, and then here's another great box set. David Gilmour Live at Pompeii, also $114.99. It's like 2 gatefold jackets in a slipcase, so 4 LPs. We're automatically going to have a wait list for Albert King. This one goes to Scott Beebe, and we're going to have to put Blaine Zapnick on a waiting list. So I only had 1 copy. So this one sold to Scott Beebe. Blaine Zapnick on an Albert King, Born Under a Bad Side waiting list. Tool Lateralis, a double LP, foil cover, $59.99 on that. Dukes of Hazzard. I'm about to sneeze. Whew, excuse me. All right, Dukes of Hazzard's at 10, which means Jeremy and X-Wing, you're both out. Duran Duran is sold to Brad Waits for $25. Thank you, Brad. That's so to you. That was a good sneeze. I feel refreshed. I feel refreshed. That's sold. Let's put this right over here. And then let's go ahead and grab another sealed LP. I've got a whole little stack here of sealed LPs. Let me see if I have anything that's kind of like out of print, kind of like that Bad Company. Let's see. I got a lot of older original stuff here. Let's see here. This one's pretty cool. This is, well, it's technically not in print, but it's a sealed brand new copy here of an OG. And that is, let me try to get this old retail sticker off. This is Supertramp Paris. It is sealed. It has a hop sticker. The 2-record set recorded at Paris Pavilion. This is a original retail copy. It's got a couple breaches in the shrink, which I kind of like to see. That tells me it really hadn't been resealed. You kind of know it's the real deal. $15 start on that. So that's sealed Supertramp. We got Waylon Jennings at $10 of Autumn Bets. Those are final calls. And we have Rob Halford Crucible. That's on ghostly purple vinyl at $44.99. Pearl Jam 10. We did sell that to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is so to you. Also, Chris Stapleton Traveler. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. Weezer, the Blue Album, was sold to Scott Dwallow. And we have 1 left. Weezer is $33.99. System of a Down was $24. Toxicity. Prince Purple Rain is $29.99. Purple Rain. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Deja Vu Gold Vinyl, a Record Store Day essential. 33. Also 33 is Korn Issues, which is a double LP. Temple the Dog, self-titled, which is really the only thing they ever had out, which is Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder. Say Hello to Heaven, Hunger Strike, $44.99. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. This is sold to Paul Peterson, and we have 1 copy left of Bad Motorfinger for $33. We got Tool Undertow for $33, which is a Gatefold 2 LP. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced is $24. We have Michael Jackson Off the Wall for $24, and Korn Untouchables is $33. All right. Well, Autumn, you get Dukes of Hazzard for $10. Unfortunately, I lost Jeremy and X-Wing on that one, so that's sold to you for $10. Nobody has bid yet on Supertramp. It's a sealed copy with hop sticker. Uh-oh, here comes Otis. I heard him. I heard the door buzzer, and here he comes. He's a sniffing, and he's a wagging, and Otis is in the building, everybody. He's just a sniffing and a wagging. We got another Duran Duran Golden Up. I accidentally put this last week in the sold crate, and I didn't know. I don't think I either ran it or I never did even. It never did maybe sell. But either way, here is Duran Duran. It's a $25 start. It's a Japanese pressing with book, and it's a gatefold with Obi. Duran Duran's a $25 start. Lonnie Jolly on Michael Jackson Off the Wall. How much new vinyl came in? 3 crates. We got Korn Untouchables for $33.99. So everybody on the video got what they wanted this morning. Weezer, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Albert King, Black Crowes, Albert King, Urge Overkill, and Dropkick Murphys. And this is everything literally from yesterday that's still left, which is Korn, Jimi Hendrix, Tool, Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, Korn, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Prince, System of a Down, Weezer, Chris Stapleton, Rob Halford, Tool, and David Gilmour, okay? We're about to sell Supertramp for $15. Duran Duran's a $25 start. And now we have another single going up, and that is Every Breath You Take, Every Move You Make, Everything. Okay, I'm going to be doing a lot of singing tonight if we're going to be doing hit singles all night. Every Breath You Take, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Kenny wants Korn Untouchables, okay? You get this one right here. This copy has torn shrink wrap, unfortunately, so I'm going to try to tear this off so it doesn't get any worse. It's actually sometimes tearing it helps it from peeling even more so it don't get hung up on anything. I'm going to leave that little strip. Let me try to peel it right there. There we go. That way. So this one has torn shrink wrap, but that's the last one there. Okay. Supertramp has a new bid for 20, and Bill Samus wants a David Gilmour, okay? And you want a David Gilmour, you want On an Island, right? And Otis like, yes, Chaz, that's right. He wants a David Gilmour on an island. I don't know where he is. Where did you go, Otis? That was him talking, but I don't know. He's got a mic hooked to his collar. He's got a mic hooked to his collar, so... Oh, he wants Pompeii Live. There we go. He wants Pompeii Live. Okay, I'll go put back this then. I got Bill Samus down for Pompeii Live. I'll put back even better. Thank you. Yeah, we clip him. That's Otis. When you hear that voice, that's him talking. He's got a mic around his collar, so. Okay. All right, Duran Duran. Supertramp still getting bids. Guy Shard, it's now at 25. And the Police is a $7 start. Every breath you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's go grab one of the first grades. Let's go. Bob Reiger wants corn issues. You got it. Let's go grab a crate of new stuff. We got the Frog Stomp pre-order in. That's so to Bob Reiger. We got the Frog Stomp pre-order in, and we also got Robert Plant's new album in. So shout out to Laura. She's already marked all these for me. Usually I have it for Ed. Last night a thunderstorm was coming in, and I literally could not connect the Wi-Fi. Our Wi-Fi was down, so I couldn't connect to our printer. I didn't want to try to troubleshoot it for an hour. I was trying to get out of here at a reasonable time so I could go home and order vinyl, because I usually fall asleep ordering vinyl, and I have literally fell asleep on the counter here at the store. Like, I'll be getting drowsy, and I'll put my head down, and I'll wake up, and it's 5:30 or 6:30 in the morning. So if I'm going to fall asleep, I'd rather be somewhere comfortable. Right, Tanner? Over here is corn. Kenny Case Jr. also gets issues, okay? Thank you on that. Sean Bailey, you get the Police for $8. Thank you, Sean Bailey. Got a whole box of like 80s hit song picture sleeves over here we're going to be auctioning. Some of them might bring 7 and 8. Some of them might bring 20 or 25. Who knows? But Duran Duran for sure is sold for 25 to Kathy Hodges. She gets that for 25. And Guy Shard, you get Supertramp for $30. Yep, $30. He went out, so that's sold to Guy Shard for 30. Sealed Supertramp. So logical, magical, wonderful. Awesome. Let's put that away. Kenny, I got you down for both corn, so we're sold out of corn issues. And let's pull up this Supertramp or this Frog Stomp pre-order. And next thing we're going to do is read this off. And then we're going to put up some new auctions right now is the first thing we're going to do. All right, this is due out this week. Here it is. And I think I've got it exactly on the number, okay? Literally, I think I've got this exactly on the number for the pre-order. So I'll tell you this, if you want one, it's probably going to be a wait list after I count all these out. It looks like I hit it exactly on the number. I guessed it exactly when I ordered these. So we'll see, though. I'm about to start counting them out. Not before we go ahead and get into some of our first other auctions over here. Y'all probably heard me pull out some pretty cool stuff earlier, like the Doors' Greatest Hits. This is really cool. Great track listing on this one, of course. It's a Columbia Club edition. It's EX Plus. It has the original inner sleeve with it, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. Grand Funk. Last night, we sold one of these, and I think that Todd saw another customer, Matt Nichols, said, he kind of wanted it, or he was second. Todd said, well, he can have it. And I was like, well, I have another one. And I was waiting for Matt to watch, but it is available. It's $44.99. We sold the other one last night for $39.99. It didn't have stickers with it. Well, it did, but somebody had put them inside of the jacket. So it's $44.99. It is OG. It is gold vinyl, and it's complete with the sticker insert. $44.99. And if Matt's watching, Matt, that's pulled for you. If you want it, But if not, it's available right now. All right, so Frog Stomp, big album from the 90s, 30th anniversary edition, 7,500 were made on yellow and green marbled. And this is $54.99. John LeBeatty was the first pre-order 2 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago, and he wanted 2. So give the first 2 copies to John LeBeatty, okay? First 2 copies to John LeBeatty. And what did he say here? The sides are split. Oh, the inner sleeves are split, not the jackets. Okay, we'll give those out last then. And this is the gold or orange vinyl. Gold or orange vinyl. Yeah, that's what that is, okay? So John LeBeatty with 2. Let me pause there before I get into the rhythm of calling out these pre-orders. I literally can get into a rhythm where I don't mess up, and it's a lot easier for my head to manage. Michael Jackson, Bad. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Matt Nichols on Grand Funk. Let me make sure Carol doesn't want it. I mean, technically he asked first, but Carol, if you're passing, it's sold to Matt Nichols, okay? Okay, next is Scott Dwallow and Wes Wilt. Scott Dwallow and Wes Wilt. Scott Smith and Joseph Ellis. Scott Smith and Joseph Ellis. Stephen Parton and Derek Zazzaro. Stephen Parton and Derek Zazzaro. Joy Fino and Jeremy Todd. Joy Fino and Jeremy Todd. And then we had Daryl Johnson and Jim Sedal. Daryl Johnson and Jim Sedal. Hannah Reeder and Scott Beebe. Hannah Reeder and Scott Beebe. Mark Hudzinski and Justin Deckelman. Mark Hudzinski and Justin Deckelman. Ben Dygert and Brandon Lack. Ben Dygert and Brandon Lack. And then we had Jake Perganson, Scott Ranneton, and Adam Bullock. Okay? That was the last 3. Now, next is Paul Catrich, Rob Fordwin, and Chad Thomas. The problem is these here, I've got, what exactly is wrong with these? It looks like the inner sleeves. It looks like the inner sleeves are busted. You see that? Ed noticed it on the edge. It looks like the inner sleeves are busted. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I guess the best thing I can do is go ahead and tag them to Paul Catrich, Rob Fordham, and Chad Thompson. Maybe those guys are watching. But when I went to order more, because I knew I was only going to have 1 or 0 left, there was none available. So, I hope that I can get more, but if that's a big problem, this kind of stuff absolutely just sucks because it's such an expensive record and everything we have to do to try to replace it, if we can even replace it. And it's a limited edition type deal, so it sucks for everybody, really. So I'll snap a picture of this over here, and we'll make sure we ask Paul, Rob, and Chad about it. Hopefully they're watching right now to give me an answer live. But especially on limited edition stuff, because on limited edition stuff, you never know if you can even get it back in. It's just like, well, they might not even make them again. So it looks like I'm going to have 3 here sold to Paul, Rob, and Chad Thompson. And I usually snap pictures like this so Ed can share it. And that's pretty much the pre-order. And I have one left on hand. And I have 1 left on hand, and then we'll start a waiting list. And we sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, I had 25. All right, so it should be 24. John LeBeatty got 2. So John LeBeatty with 2. Scott Dwallow, Wes Wilt, Scott Smith, Joseph Ellis, Stephen Parton, Derek Zazzaro, Joy Fino, Jeremy Todd, Daryl Johnson, Jim Sedal, Hannah Reeder, Scott Beebe, Mark Hudzinski, Justin Deckelman, Ben Dygert, Brandon Lack, Corey Fager, Jake Perganson, Scott Ranneton, Adam Bullock, Paul Catrich, Rob Fordham. So that's everybody that's got one. The next one here, the next person live who claimed one of these is Shannon Lee. So Shannon Lee gets that one, and then Buddy Cordova and Matt Nichols on a waiting list, okay? All right. Yeah, it's just a paper inner sleeve that's gotten split. All right, Michael Jackson is Kelly Vlodarchek's at 15, final call, and the Doors has a high bid with Mark Pierce at 25. Mitch T, let me know if you want back in. And we have, with that, pretty much already filled up a whole crate. Those double LP gatefolds for Music on Vinyl take up a lot of space. So crate number 1's already full tonight. It's going to be that way with these pre-orders whenever they come in. And Mike Pierce, okay? Mike Pierce. And the next thing here was Killer Be Killed, which I think was a special request for Scott Arnold. Yeah, Scott Arnold wanted one. It's a picture disc, and we got 4 extra copies of Killer Be Killed picture disc, limited to 1,800. It is Reluctant Hero, and I think we went ahead and ordered a few more. Laura went ahead and ordered a few more. Scott Arnold got one. We've already got you tagged, Scott, and there's 4 extras if anybody else wants one. Kelly Vladarchek's going to get the MJ for 15. She said, bill that and send it to Donna. So they want to pay for it and send it to Donna, okay? And there's that. And then next here was a request for Justin Deckelman, Behemoth. Behemoth is called Pandemonic Incarnations. Of course, very metal. They bring out their dictionaries and their thesauruses when they name their albums. Pandemonic Incarnations. So that's a special request for Justin Deckelman. If anybody else wants one, they're $59.99. Killer Be Killed is $38.99. It's a double picture disc. Max Cavera, Greg Pucciatto, Troy Sanders, and Ben Collar, if those names ring a bell. So we only got, that's the only thing left in there is those 4. I would love to sell all 4 and say we started the night selling out the first entire crate. Mike Pierce has the doors for $28. Let's put up some other auctions. Let's go ahead and get up some of our first things that were advertised for tonight. I hope you're all ready. And one of the first things right here is Scorpions, and this is called Comeback or Come Black. Scorpions Come Black. It looks like the Scorpions is a it's a Taylor's version. Okay, Laura said Taylor's version. It's their classic hits re-recorded, a 2011. $15 start on that. And let's get into another crate, okay? If anybody else decides you want Killer Be Killed, we have them in stock. They're $38.99. It's a double picture. I remember selling a ton of those at one point. That's pretty cool back to see. John is delivering his nightly loot. There it is. Next auction is Bon Jovi. John's like a miner back there. He's like, he digs them out and he's like, here's the gold I found today, sir. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer, $7 start. Whoa, we're halfway there. I'll let y'all sing the rest. Or I'll let Bon Jovi sing the rest. All right. Where's that Robert Plant pre-order? Here it is. All right, let's knock these out. So we got 2 people on the silver chair waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to make sure Mitch T is done on the doors. He is. That's so to Mike Pierce. Whoever tags these sales, if I ever say Mark Pierce, I mean Mike Pierce, okay? It's Mike Pierce 56. I got a really, really bad habit about saying Mark, though. All right, there's that. And now we got another new release. Hey, I know this guy. His name's Robert Plant. He's got a new album out called Saving Grace. And this is on colored vinyl, which is an indie exclusive. They are $33.99. And guess what? We have them in, and they are officially available for sale. Bon Jovi's the final call for 7. Scorpions Details. Scorpions Come Black. A 2011 Euro OG. Near mint minus, near mint minus. It has a 1 bid for $15, and we're about to sell it. Robert Plant is sold to George Jones, Kevin Voitosh, and Patrick Lear. George Jones, Kevin Voitosh, and Patrick Lear. Autumn Betts, Chris Kirkley. Autumn Betts, Chris Kirkley. Scott Reimer wants 2. There's 2 for Scott Reimer, R-I-M-E-R. If you know for sure you wasn't on the Robert Plant pre-order and you want one, let me know. He was in a band called Led Zeppelin. You may have heard of that. We have Craig Ruth and Scott Smith. Craig Ruth and Scott Smith. We got Scott Beebe and Cindy Yarborough. Scott Beebe and Cindy Yarborough. Marsha French and Tony Murphy. Marsha French and Tony Murphy. Nick Bargeron. I got lots of extras. I've got a lot of extras there because I skipped over 2 people and 2 people canceled. Okay, so I was supposed to at least sell 4 more, 2, 4, 6, 7. That sounds about right. So instead of about 7 extras, I've ended up with 11 extras. New album from Robert Plant. Let me make sure Bon Jovi didn't get another bid. It didn't. Bon Jovi is sold for $7 to X-Wing 81. Next is Scorpion 16. Chad Snyder wants a Robert Plant. And we got Scorpion 16 2021. Paul Brothers wants a Robert Plant. And we have Stephen A. Young on a Robert Plant. Sean says his favorite Robert Plant song is Addicted to Love. Wrong guy. Wrong guy. I like that shirt. We have, I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. Now, Cutting Crew is weird because they have no albums in print. Cutting Crew, I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. That's a $7 star. Bill Samus gets Robert Plant. And now I have that many extras left. I have a lot of special requests. Troy Robinson, he's the king of special requests, $34.99. This is Mariah Carey, Here for It All. Mariah Carey, Here for It All. This is special request for Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That's so to you. And she's got a new, is that the new one that comes out? If this is the new one that comes out Friday, I just ordered a bunch more. Okay? Scorpions at 35. Gerald Whitworth on a Robert Plant. And I know Master Ma, he tries to get at me any way he can when we're talking about Led Zeppelin. He doesn't like Led Zeppelin. He tries to belittle them. He tries to get underneath my skin. We have Robert Plant. Last one is Gerald Whitworth, Scorpions 36, Cutting Crew. About what I was saying, the whole Robert Plant fandango really messed with my brain there. They have nothing in print. It's one of those 80s groups you just can't order their stuff. So there's that. Yeah, so I ordered more Mariah Carey's. So Troy special order this. This is number 2 of the best-selling new LPs. So like that means she's up there on the top of the list this week. So there's that. And then Troy Robinson with another special request, Cher, the Farewell Tour. That's $44.99. If anybody else wants a Mariah Carey, if anybody else wants a Cher, let me know. Angela Leckington, and this is $38.99. And thank you, John, as always. This is Meat Puppets, Too High to Die. Now, Laura says, I believe Ed special ordered this copy, but our pre-order should be in this week. So, yeah, this is Meat Puppets. And Laura posted a pre-order. The rest of them should be in. And if you want to go ahead and say, yeah, I need one of those when the rest come in, go ahead and let us know right now. But this is sold to Angela Leckington. All right. What's the next press? Boy, this rest of this crate's just all special orders. You can message Ed or Laura, message the page, or you can sometimes ask Laura during the sale. We'll order anything you want, okay? Suicidal Tendencies, sold to Justin Deckelman. That's on colored vinyl, $39.99. That was a special order. Here's another special order for Justin Deckelman. Revocation, All Seeing, New Gods, New Masters. That's also sold to Justin Deckelman, $39.99. This is something I ordered. They're available right now. Prince for You. Prince is $29.99. $29.99. The debut album by Prince, $29.99, which we obviously very not often get on that. David, there's about 2 Japanese pressings left, and then they're done for the night. I actually saved this one because I figured you would bid on it when I put it up. And you better bid on it or I'm going to keep it. Al Stewart, Past, Present, and Future, which I think is a compilation. It does have Roads to Moscow on it. I would love to listen to that on this Japanese pressing, but this is Al Stewart, Past, Present, and Future. No insert. I don't know if it came with one, but there's not one. It has an Obi Al Stewart $35 start. Okay, Cutting Crew is at 13 with Autumn, and the Scorpions is a final call with Nick Bargeron for $38. There's Prince, and then Jethro Tull Aqua Lung, which I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for. Let me get my laptop open. So there's at least 1 copy left. 2 short dogs in the house. I saw 2 short, and I think that's on red vinyl. It should be on red vinyl, too. 2 short, 33. And then Art Blakey, top 5 jazz album for me. Moaning on orange vinyl. Art Blakey's $24.99. All righty. If I really got to get focused on something, I'll listen to some jazz. It's like, okay, I got to get focused here. Because if I'm listening to like something else, I'll get distracted. Like You put on like Yes, and I'm wanting to sing and listen to it, and it's like, okay, I got to put on something that's got to get my brain working. Waiting list for Jethro Tull is what I'm looking up right now. I am looking up a waiting list for Jethro Tull. Carl Berger. We got Carl Berger and we got Michael Hamburger in our system. This is sold to Carl Berger, and that is sold to Carl Berger. There's one extra copy of that. What's up with the Grand Funk? Okay, so Carol, this is the story. This is already sold. I mean, it was laying back here. I pulled this for a guy named Matt Nichols, but you asked about it, and it is actually sold to him, but by definition, you were slightly ahead. He already is watching and said he wanted it, but it's on gold vinyl, $44.99 with stickers. And I actually just asked a couple times if you wanted it. If not, it goes to him. But I'm pretty sure I have another one around here somewhere. It's $44.99, gold vinyl, stickers, etc. Okay, that's why I hadn't put it away yet. Al Stewart's at 40. Cutting Crews at 17, Al Stewart's at 45. Did I sell anything else? There's Time Passages, and let's do a quick recap here. Okay, first thing we have is the newest album by Robert Plant. I still have a few left in stock. Saving Grace, it's on colored vinyl, $33.99. We're down to 2, 4, 6 copies of the new Robert Plant. I probably need to set one myself. Did I pull one for Tony Murphy? Okay, so Tony that works here, his is in the crate. Whoever's watching, we probably can go pull that out, put his name on, and leave it on the shipping desk for him. I got Prince for $29.99. And we got Jethro Tull Aqua Lung. It's on clear vinyl, $29.99, sitting on the park bench. Also over here is Too Short for $33.99. And then Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers moaning, $24.99. Okay. Carol Puckett says, good deal. So sell that to Matt Nichols. Matt, you do get that. Nick Bargeron, you get the Scorpions for $38. Cutting Crews at $20, and Al Stewart's at $45. Thomas is out. That's a final call. Any silver at arm's reach tonight? No, I probably need to, honestly, I had all those quarters, those proof set quarters. Oh, my gosh. I looked at it this morning when I was falling asleep. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's just insane. The market's doing that with that stuff. So yes, about everything we have in inventory has went up about, 20% in the last 60 days, maybe 30 days. Prince is sold to Greg Preston. I did sell 2 10th-ounce gold pieces last night. We've got a few left, and I have a couple 1-ounce if anybody's still buying. Of course, it's climbing right now. It depends on when you prefer to buy. I don't have any handy. I was talking to a dealer that I get stuff from, and I'm about to just send him about everything we have in stock, because at this point we would get more for it than any price I've been trying to get for the last year right now. Just sending it all to him to literally melt, just to melt. So we have Star Wars Rebel Mission to Ord Mantell. Star Wars Rebel Mission to Ord Mantell, a story from the Star Wars saga. This is sealed, a $35 start, an 83 USOG sealed Star Wars record that honestly I've never seen before. Star Wars Rebel Mission to Ord Mantell. That's a $35 start. $35 start. All right, we pulled Greg Preston a Prince, right? Cutting Crew is sold to Kathy Hodges for $20, and Al Stewart is sold for $45 to David Johnson. Thank you on that one. All right, yeah, gold and silver continues to climb, which is, I've always told customers I've sold to over the years, I'm like, well, it's good if you had bought it, but right now, if you want like silver bullion, a common silver bullion round is like $55, and which, I mean, if you're a collector, one of our mint distributors says he's getting more orders than ever before. I was like, wow. I mean, that's what another dealer told me. He's like, I'm getting more orders now that it's at all-time high prices than ever before. So, all right. That's, but I do have some stuff in stock right now if anybody's interested in gold. I don't have much bullion. I've got silver-proof quarters, and that's about it. Which we'd have to break them up out of sets. Or, I mean, I'd sell them as a set, but they're basically melt, Okay, we have a 1985. This is a Mega Vault compilation a Mega Vault compilation. This is from the Mega Vault, an 85 USOG compilation, Anthrax, Overkill, and more. With insert, EX edition, that's going to go up for a $35 start. I'm kind of curious, Michael. I'm going to look at what those quarters are now. Let's see, Washington quarter. Yeah, a silver quarter is $7.97 right now. Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's the precious metal value in it. From the Mega Vault, this is Anthrax, Overkill, and more. It's a Mega Force Silver Label compilation. $35 start on that. Star Wars is $75. Okay, thank you, David. And let's go ahead and bring over the other crate. Here we go. Let's do this right here. Anybody else? I lost my train of thought. Now my train of thought's back. I'm good. I'm in good shape. We have not sold anything by George Strait yet. Let's go ahead and knock out the third and final crate of new vinyl tonight. Here is the third and final crate of new vinyl tonight. Let's do it. And then we'll go into all of our pre-owned, vintage, discount crates, etc. I have no Kennedy's half dollars. No, I sold all those last several Sundays I've been live. Yeah. Kennedy half dollars are about 20 bucks a piece now. That's what's crazy. They used to be about half that much. So, all right, let me pull out these Buckingham Nick. I got to figure out Buckingham Nicks, and I'll do that one last. So let me set this one over here. We'll do that the last thing. And let's go ahead and put up another single. I wear my sunglasses at night. Corey Hart, sunglasses at night. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, here we go. I got a restock of the Firehouse album, which was long out of print, and I think y'all remember when this was a crazy deal when this got reissued. Smoke and fire colored vinyl, $39.99 on that. The last bid on Star Wars is $75 with Aaron Andrus. Matt Nichols, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. The Megaforce compilation doesn't have a bid yet. $35 start on that. Next is the Nashville Cats coming back in stock. First time on green and white vinyl. The old Nashville P there. The Nashville. They're back in, folks, and there was a waiting list. Paul Brothers and Amanda Davis. Finally. You just never know about some of this stuff when it's going to come back in. That's from about a month ago, 2 months ago. Nashville, Paul Brothers and Amanda Davis. Those are sold and sold. I have 3 extras. Chad Schneider wants one. Gerald Whitworth wants one. There's one left there. Star Wars is officially sold to Aaron Andrus for $75. Corey Hart has one bid for $7. Mega Vault has one bid for $35. And I have 4 Royal Crown bags full of silver dollars. You need to send them to me, Carol. So prices are at all-time highs right now, which is, you know, when you're a coin collector, you know, that's sometimes a good thing. Like, prices are at an all-time high, I guess. If you're wanting to sell poison, I guess if you're collecting anything, it's good if it's at an all-time high. If you've been collecting for a long time, that's probably a good thing. Poison, Talk Dirty to Me, that's a $7 start. Firehouse is $39, Nashville's $29, and we did get a restock of the Led Zeppelin EP. Led Zeppelin EP, $24.99. I think since I told everybody last night, there has been some people reach out saying they're going to send us some gold to sell, jewelry and stuff like that. So just let me know if, let Ed know that you're mailing that in. And I've told some people, you mail in a couple things right now, it's probably going to be couple $1,000s, you know, you'd be really surprised. Eddie Pasir was on a waiting list for this Led Zeppelin EP. This is sold to Eddie Pasir. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I have them. $24.99. $24.99, okay? So Mega Vault 35, we sold 2 copies of Nashville P, and we have Corey Hart at 8, Corey Hart at 9, Poison 7. Brandon Johnson wants the last Nashville Cats. Thank you, we're sold out of that. Chad Schneider gets a Zeppelin, and Poison's a 7. I'm sending my gold tooth. I will buy it. Dental Gold is 18 karat. I bought a big molar one time, a molar cap. and that's when it was like $1,200 an ounce, and it was like $200. So you'd be surprised. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. Bat Out of Hell 2 is $39.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. And the waiting list for Meatloaf over here was the following: Rebecca Barber. Thank you, Rebecca, on Meatloaf. That's sold to Rebecca Barber. I have one extra copy of that. And we have Mega Vault sold to Brad Waits for $35. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Corey Hart is at 11 and Poison's at 9. Yeah, dental gold is real gold. It's 18 karat, so it can get really expensive. They don't use that anymore, so... yeah, I have bought gold teeth before. True stories. All right, we have U2, the Joshua Tree. I have bought gold teeth. I've bought gold. Well, we'll just stop at teeth. We have U2, a 1987 Specialty OG. This is an 87 US Specialty OG with poster. EX condition, a $30 start. It does have the inner sleeve. It does have the 2-page flip, and that's a $30 start, okay? Now, what about over here? It said sold to who? Brandon said sold to who? Brandon Jones got a Nashville Cats. I'm not for sure if that's what you're talking about. And then Poison over here is a final call for 9, and Corey Hart's at 11. Next is one copy left of the Meatloaf, and we have Teddy Swims. I've tried everything but therapy, part 1. So Teddy Swims over here is a waiting list. Let's look that up. Teddy, and part 1 is Nick Bargeron, Courtney Duncan, and Justin Garrett. Nick Bargeron, Courtney Duncan, and Justin Garrett, okay? So these are 1, 2, 3 sold, and we got 2 extra copies, all right? Corey Hart's at 12. That's up to X-Wing 81. Poison is sold to X-Wing for $9, and right now, U2's up for bid. This is U2, the Joshua Tree. It is an 87 OG pressing. Patrick Johnson has it for $30 right now. I have 2 extra copies of Teddy Swims, and then here's that new Led Zeppelin EP. So after that first shipment, they were out of stock. Come out, I guess now 2 weeks ago. We have them back in. Led Zeppelin, the 4-track EP, that new release. I've been having people, I only had one person on the waiting list, Eddie Passir. So Eddie, if you're watching, you got one. Teddy Swims sold to Natasha Pickett. I said Brandon Johnson. Okay, Brandon Jones on the that last copy of the Nashville P, the Nashville Poo-Tang, okay? Next auction over here is this. We're going to put up Joe Henderson, Kenny Dorham, Richard Davis, Elvin Jones. A jazz album here. Joe Henderson is an 83 French reissue from Blue Note, an 83 French copy, near mint, a $25 start. Corey Hart is sold to Brandon Jones. Corey Hart is sold to George Jones. Golly, a lot of Joneses. What's up with y'all Joneses? $12. That's sold to George Jones. $12 on that. And then here is the other Teddy Swims. I've tried everything but therapy part 2. Everything but therapy part 2. And there was a waiting list for this one. There should be like 2 extra copies when I'm done. Lonnie Jolly, Courtney Duncan, and Justin Garrett. Lonnie Jolly, Courtney Duncan, and Justin Garrett. So 3 more on this next Teddy Swims. This is 1, 2, 3, and now there's 2 extra copies there, okay? U2 32, U2 35, U2 35, Joe Henderson 25, and next thing is our next single, and this is Cinderella, Nobody's Fool. Cinderella is going to go up for a $7 start. Nobody's Fool. Retro Class, Teddy Swims. Do you want part 1 or part 2 or both? Natasha already got a part 1, so I know she wants a part 2. That's so to Natasha. We have a waiting list for Steel Panther. Boy, we got all these nasty records tonight. Steel Panther balls out all these raunchy covers and raunchy names. Steel Panther was sold to Tom Harris. I only had one person on the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's Steel Panther. Retro Class, let me know if you want Teddy 1 or 2. And then I have Christopher Cross Christmas album on white vinyl, record store day. Christopher Cross is $29.99. Troy Robinson on a waiting list. Guy Shard on a waiting list. Troy Robinson gets one. Guy Shard gets one. There's 2 extras, and I think I pulled 1 too many last week. So actually, I think we have 3 on hand right now. Retro Class wants both Teddy Swims, so those are officially sold out. Somebody asked if Meatloaf was a 2 LP. Meatloaf is, in fact, a 2 LP, yes. 2 LP. Yes, that is in fact correct. Sorry, whoever asked about that. Jeff Hallsworth, I was not ignoring you. I just hadn't got it down to my brain yet to look at it. Joe Henderson, no bid yet, $25 start. U2 had got up to 38 with Patrick Johnson. Cinderella 7, Cinderella 8, Cinderella 8, Cinderella 9, U2 40. We got 3 copies of Foster the People torches. This was something Laura had ordered. We'd sold out and had a waiting list. And now we have more in stock. We have 1 in stock. Eric Fisher and Vladarchek's was on a waiting list. So Eric Fisher and Vladarchek. So there's 1 Foster the People left if anybody wants that. Those are sold. That's sold. Meatloaf is sold to Jeff Hallsworth. That's sold. So those are all gone. And now we have 3 copies here of Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, which there was a waiting list for. Sometimes I'll have these for a month. Sometimes they'll sell out instantly. And Black Label Society was sold to Connor Dwyer, which I think was a new buyer from last week. I hope he got registered. This is sold to Connor, purple vinyl. I have 2 extra copies left if anybody wants that. And I have, this is really cool, a big sci-fi movie from the 50s. Forbidden Planet soundtrack. Very cool. Forbidden Planet soundtrack. $36.99. I've got 2. And the Rock and Roots of Metallica. Now, only 1 showed up. I'm pretty sure we have a wait list. Yep, Sean Fairweather. And then next in line is Tom Harris. And if anybody else wants on that list, let me know. This is the Rock and Roots of Metallica, okay? And we have already filled up a full crate again, so let's swap these out. It looks like both Forbidden Planets just got claimed. Let me run down the lineup here and see what else is sold. We'll do a quick recap of all the newest vinyl that has come in, and then we'll get started with our pre-owned crates immediately, okay? First thing is this. We got Michael Rudolph on Forbidden Planet, Kelly Vladarchek on Forbidden Planet. Autumn Betts will be first on the waiting list. Nobody bid on Joe Henderson to my knowledge, so you can pick that up for $25, that 83 French reissue. The last bid on U2 was James McGuire at $40. Just FYI, everybody else is out. I'm showing James McGuire on that one. And we have Cinderella, Nobody's Fool. That's at $12. Donna says, bill me for the Forbidden Planet and send it to Kelly Vladarchek. So earlier, Kelly Vladarchek bought a Michael Jackson single and wants to send it to Donna. Now Donna wants to purchase that Forbidden Planet and send it to Kelly Vladarchek, okay? Joe Henderson is sold to Donna for $25 as a buy it now. We're about to sell U2 and Cinderella. The only Japanese pressing I have left, David, is Bananarama. Jay Giles freeze frame. That's the only 2 I have left. And I hadn't put them up because I didn't think they were to your liking. But if you do want me to run them, I will. An 88 USOG Club copy of George Strait. If you ain't loving, you ain't living. George Strait is a $35 start. $35 start, okay? Cinderella's about to sell for 12. No, Jerry Torres has it for 15 over on Twitch. Jerry Torres has it for 15 over on Twitch. And then U2 is about to sell to James McGuire for 40. Make sure we're all done. Let me get all the new vinyl together that came in tonight. Oh, let's go ahead and knock out Buckingham Nicks. All right, so let's go ahead and knock this out, Buckingham Nicks. And I should have 2 more over here. Yeah, all right, I should have 2 more over here. So here's what we're going to do. Buckingham Nicks, let me pull up my post because I replied to a bunch of people, Buckingham, and I replied to several people about if they wanted blue or not, okay? So first was Fred Cardinale, and he says, pass if I was able to get Rhino Hi-Fi, otherwise I'll take whatever I get. Okay, so I need to check into that one. Next, Brent passed on blue. Darren Wallace says he'll take blue, but I've already liked his comment. Cheryl Polis says she'll pass. Stacy Brown blue, I've already liked her comment. Okay, so the only Buckingham Nicks, if you know for sure you want one, you've been waiting for me to say, yes, these are in stock, you can get them. The only people right now that needs one is Wayne Carr. That's it. Wayne Carr. So all these Buckingham Nicks are available. Blue vinyl, the legendary debut studio album from Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham, available for the first time in over 40 years, remastered on blue vinyl, $29.99. Okay? Buckingham Nicks, $29.99. I have them in stock right now. If you hadn't got one yet, Stevie Nicks, Lindsey Buckingham, it's been out of print. I've got a bunch of them if anybody wants them. $29.99. This is the first time I can say confidently I have them, and if you see one right now and you want to grab it, let me know. Kelly McCauley gets one. Over here we got Cinderella sold to Jerry Torres for $15. U2 is sold to James McGuire. He got that for $40, and George Strait has one bid for $35. That's a final call to Alicia. And let's go ahead and put up our first Pink Floyd auction of the night. Our first Pink Floyd of the auction, our first Pink Floyd auction of the night is right here. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG. It has the second cover with the black border that was added around the image. It is super clean, though, a $35 start, okay? Hi there from a new guy, Buckingham Nicks. David Doyle, new buyer, David Doyle. He says he'll take one. David, thank you and welcome to CollectCo. Make sure you message our page. I need your email address and mailing address, okay? Send that in the form of a Facebook message. Kevin, we ran out of Rhino Hi-Fis. They're due back in November, okay? They're due back in sometime in November. So we have 55 people on a waiting list for the Hi-Fi. I've got 100. I went ahead and ordered 100 of them between two distributors, or actually 55. So I've got whatever place comes in first, I'm hopefully can cancel the other one so I don't end up with so many, but I think I won't have any problem selling them due to high demand. But yeah, there is a big waiting list on those, okay? You have my info. Okay, thank you and welcome. Let's put up another single. Everybody that's been bidding on these, we got some cool stuff here. We got a Bon Jovi, You Give Love a Bad Name. Here's our next big 80s hit single, Picture Sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? And Kevin Willis, make sure he's on the waiting list for Hi-Fi, right? For the Hi-Fi. So I've got those in stock right there. I went ahead and ordered 10 of them. Let's condense all the new vinyl that came in for tonight. And we had 3 crates, and everything left is going to be right here. Let's get it all in one crate, and let me show y'all everything that's left right here. All the new stuff. All the new stuff. I have a feeling we are done on George Strait. We are. There was only one bid to Alicia S. She got that for $35. Pink Floyd has one bid for $35 of Jeremy. Bon Jovi's a $7 start. And let's put up another auction. And there was a lot of interest earlier in Star Wars. So how about we put up another one? And this is also sealed. Wow. The Story of Star Wars. Dialogue and music from the motion picture. It does have a little bit of a crease that runs up here, but it is a sealed original from 1983. $35 start on that one. Pink Floyd, the jacket's VG+. The vinyl is near mint minus. Near mint minus on that one, okay? So let's go back up, and here's everything new that came in for tonight. We'll start with this most recent crate. We have Firehouse, Smoke and Fire, colored vinyl. Firehouse is $39.99. Got 2 copies of that. OGs are extremely scarce. Big album whenever we get them in. This is a new release from Led Zeppelin, the 4-track live EP. I had one person on a waiting list. I still got those in stock. Led Zeppelin's $24.99. We have Steel Panther, Balls Out. We already sold one tonight from a wait list. That is available at 2 LP Music on Vinyl, $54 on waiting list for Buckingham Nicks, but I'd like the Rhino Hi-Fi. You're probably on a waiting list for the Hi-Fi version. So yeah, those are hopefully due back in November, right, Tanner? Are we moving Dollar Records out? Ah. That is all that kind of stuff. Yeah. That's all. I've purged it. Really good stuff.
All right there.
Yep. Every bit of that from that one collection. Yes.
Box sets.
There's some in that tower. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Steel Panther, also over here. We got Christopher Cross, a Christmas album, white vinyl. I think Laura ordered some Halloween stuff. I've ordered some Halloween stuff. And we'll probably do waiting list, and then we'll do another big order. Halloween stuff starting to come in. It's that time of the year. And then right around that time, we start doing Christmas stuff too. John keeps a stash all year. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of OG Christmas albums. It's a little bit too early right now, but we'll start slipping them in sometime probably after Halloween. I know somebody asked earlier. That's why I'm bringing it up. Foster the People's 24. Black Label Society on purple vinyls 34. There's the Buckingham Nicks. This one has a crease to it, by the way. That sucks. Getting a lot of damaged stuff here lately. Over the last 6 months, it's gotten really bad. We get a lot of damaged stuff. It costs, if I can't like return it quick enough, which they allow us, man, I've probably lost thousands of dollars on damaged records we've gotten in. Robert Plant is $33.99. That's his new album that comes in. Prince is $29.99 for you. Jethro Tull Aqualung is $29.99. Also Too Short, $33. Art Blakey Moanin' on orange looking vinyl, $24. And then Killer Be Killed, Reluctant Hero, double LP picture disc, $38.99. Nobody bid on Bon Jovi. That's a $7 buy it now. Pink Floyd got one bid for $35 of Jeremy Rourke. Jeremy, first Pink Floyd auction sold to you for minimum bid. And then nobody bid on Star Wars. I'm going to give that one more chance. $35 start on the sealed Star Wars. Bon Jovi sold to Jerry Torres for $7. And that is all of tonight's newest new vinyl. We're about to get into John's newest crates, which is going to be check condition, non-check condition, and then I'm sure Laura is working on marking stuff right now. But before I do that, I have compiled all of the leftover flip crate stuff from all of last week and the first couple from this week. And I need to go ahead and put those up right now. So let's do that. I'm going to show you all leftover flip crate stuff, and that should be exciting. Should be very exciting. We should have some great stuff to show from this week and last week. I've got everything kind of compiled here. Let's just go ahead and do this short crate, and then I'll be able to knock out the rest, all right? Here we go. Yeah, Laura's finishing up auctions. She's still doing that. Chad, what is the name of the Too Short? It's called Short Dogs in the House. Short Dogs in the House. Michael has Star Wars at 35. And let's put this crate over here. You'll see those in the morning at 6 a.m. All right, so here I think is the leftovers of today's crate, yesterday's crate, and maybe the one from Sunday too. Yeah. So here is all on sale discount vintage stuff. All on sale discount vintage stuff. Let's go ahead and knock it out. Last night there was only 3 auctions that didn't sell. We normally don't have any. We had an Eric Clapton tour program from 1998, $15. We had one Kiss auction called The Archive of Kiss, legendary songs from the early days. Kiss bootleg is $35. And then this big Kiss bootleg here, Fast and Furious, Independence Hall, Louisiana, 1974, it was $150. So that was the only 3 auctions from last night that did not sell. I actually have one more thing we have a waiting list for, and let's knock those out. I did end up finding 3 more Garth Brooks box sets, which are $49.99. Garth Brooks, and there's actually 2 people on a waiting list, so I've got 1 extra. And John told me that there are more somewhere back there that are just kind of buried. But the waiting list for Garth Brooks was, let me see if I have it on here. I know Sherry Darnell was one of them. Sherry, let me see if I can find you on here. It might be in my backpack. I bet it's an old list. I bet I never did key it in. Give me 1 second on that, and I'll find those. I might have to step up front to get that. Let me grab another single. How about Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror? Another Michael Jackson single. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Autumn, you're out on Star Wars. Michael bid first. Now, Michael said out, but Autumn tied you. If Autumn bids $36, then it's hers, it looks like. And there's Michael Jackson, $7 start on that, Man in the Mirror. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is going to be a Doors, and this is the very best of the Doors, an 85 US German club. It's made in Germany, VG++ EX, a 2 LP Doors, $25 start on that. Okay, and what did I just say I needed? A waiting list, which I think is up front. Hopefully I can find those. I know for sure, just from memory, Sherry Darnell was on a waiting list. Let me go see if there's more up here. And we're going to find that right there. Hey, there's Otis. Hey, Otis. Hey, Otis. There's my baked potato for after the sale. I look forward to that. Here's my catch-all waiting list. Buckingham Nicks, William Lee Murray, Kathy Webb, Lorna Shore, Mary Miles, Black Sabbath, Orbit Culture, AC/DC Nashville, Iron Maiden, Earth, Cliff Burton, Slash, Testament, Garth Brooks. There they are. I knew I had it somewhere. Here's all my stuff that we took waiting lists for and we can't order anymore. It's like note to-dos and waiting lists that are not available anymore. And I usually give them to Ed and say, email all these people and say that these are no longer, they're no longer on a wait list because we can't get them. So I'm going to have one Garth Brooks left. There's one Garth Brooks for Sherry Darnell, one for Stephen Parton, and now there's one left if anybody wants one, okay? One left if anybody wants one, $49.99. I'm actually going to just put it right in here, okay? Okay, so finally I can get to this crate now. Well, Autumn is going to get Star Wars for $36. MJ is at $20 with Kelly Vlodarchek, Final Call, and The Doors is a $25 start. The Chris Gaines album, I don't think has ever been pressed to vinyl. That's just like a CD-only thing. All right, and then let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction I have is Wow, Wendy O. Williams. Wendy O. Williams is an 84 USOG, EX condition, a $30 start. So these are sorted by different prices, no more, no less. This was marked down to $19.99. It's a nice, clean, OG copy of Rumors. Vinyl's EX. It is in a MoFi inner sleeve, or it's in a anti-static inner sleeve, a rice paper sleeve, whichever you want to call it. It does have the insert, and it's in shrink, $19.99. $19.99. We take $140 on the second non-bid Kiss auction from last night. You're talking about Fast and Furious. Sold. All right. That's sold for $140 to Brad Waits. You got it. I'll just restart this one here in a minute really low, and that way we know we're going to sell it. Aaron Andrews gets Rumors. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. The only $14.99 record left was The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. It is on a reissue label. It's still a vintage press from the 70s with an amazing track listing. $10 off. I Can't Explain, I Can See for Miles, My Generation, Pinball Wizard, Boris the Spider, Magic Bus, The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. $14.99 on that. That's available. And we have Bruce Springsteen. I marked this down to $9.99. There's nothing wrong with it. It's clean. It's got both LPs, and I think it has the lyric insert with it. Yeah, it's complete. $9.99 for The Boss. This is the kind of stuff left over from our 9 a.m. vintage flip crate, so make sure you're watching those in the morning. And then over here, we got Kiss. This is sold to somebody just made an offer, Gerald Whitworth, $25. You got it. All right, so all the auctions except for the Eric Clapton sold. Brandon, Buckingham Nicks put me on the wait list for the Rhino. Okay, so we got a Buckingham Nicks sold to, I missed that completely. Star Wars Al, I missed that completely, Brandon. Thank you for the reminder. Buckingham Nicks sold to Brandon Jones. That's the blue vinyl. It looks like the pink was limited edition and done, but you can still order them. So that's proposes a question mark. You can take out these if you need to. I don't know where to put them. Here's an empty crate. We can put them right here in front of them if we need to. There's those. All right, Buckingham Nicks. This is sold to Brandon Jones. And see, MJ 20. We sold Star Wars. We sold Kiss. Wow has a bid for $35. We sold Rumors. We sold the other Kiss. We sold The Who to Rydell Martin for $14.99. Sean Bailey got Bruce for $9.99. We still got 2 copies of Too Short. Yes. Okay, The Who's already sold. These are all the $6.99 leftovers. So the rest of the crate is all $6.99 leftovers. The Firesign Theater predicts in the next world, You're on Your own. Also $6.99 is ELO 2, Electrolyte Orchestra 2. There is some cover wear. There is some writing on the cover. Just $6.99 though. Also $6.99 is Stephen Stills 2. No condition notes on that. and $6.99 for Jay and the Americans. This is all leftover flip crate stuff, which are, some of these are really big markdowns. Bernadette Peters and Chris Christopherson. Jesus was a Capricorn. So the last bid on Wendy O. Williams is a final call for $35 to Matt Nichols. Kelly Vladicek got Michael Jackson for $20. And the Doors actually did not get a bid. Is that right? The Doors is a buy it now for $25, okay? $25 on the very best of the Doors. That's pretty crazy, honestly. David Jennings on ELO for $6.99. That's sold to David Jennings for $6.99. And Sean Druin wants a 2 short. There's 1 2 short left. 1 2 short left. Y'all better get that 2 short. Wow, Otis coming in. He was up front. He's telling everybody right now, you better get it. There's 1 left, $33.99. The Doors is sold for $25 to Reveille. And the last $6.99 in here was Tom Jones, Green Grass of Home, Tom Jones, a UK copy, $6.99 on that. All right. That's all $6.99 stuff. Our next auction, Laura has officially delivered all of our bids. We have Europe, and this is out of this world. Europe is an 88 USOG with the original inner sleeve EX edition, $15 start on Europe. And the $6.99 stuff is this: Tom Jones, Chris Christopherson, Bernadette Peters, Jay and the American, Stephen Stills, and the Firesign Theater. Okay, now these were left over in the $14.99 section. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, no condition notes, just $14.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. James Taylor's Greatest Hits, only $14.99, no condition notes. And Fleetwood Mac Tusk, those are all $14.99. Fleetwood Mac, James Taylor, and Bob Dylan. These were leftovers from this morning. Original prices on these, $39, $34, and $39. So more than half off on those. Over here, we have this, which is Wow, sold to Matt Nichols for $35. That is sold. And there is Europe. And let's move that right over here. Let's also go ahead and put up another single, and that is Sade, Smooth Operator. Sade, Smooth Operator, that's going to go up for a $7 start. And we got a ton of cool Pink Floyd stuff tonight. So let's go ahead and do this right here. Barrett. Sid Barrett's a 71 UK repress. It has a textured non-flip back jacket, EX condition, an $85 start on Barrett. Textured non-flip back. This is a 71 UK repress. That's still pretty cool though. A 1971 Sid Barrett, $85 start on that. David Doyle wants Tusk, $14.99 on that, okay? And evidently we have a Japanese Pink Floyd tonight. I'll try to find it. The only $9.99 records that were left was Long John Silver, which is Jefferson Airplane with the cigar humidor cover. And also $9.99 was the Best of Wes Montgomery, a 67 US stereo, VG Plus, black label, $9.99. The high bid on Europe is $0. We're looking for a $15 start. Sade's at $15 and Sid Barrett. These Sid Barrett, just like UK albums or regular UK albums, they demand pretty dang good money as UK copies. So that's a $15 start. Europe has a bid for $15. The $9.99 records left was Wes Montgomery and Jefferson Airplane, and the rest of these are all $6.99. $6.99, we got the Hollies, Music and Words by Bob Dylan. That was in VG condition for $6.99. Also $6.99 is John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, VG Plus condition. The Secret Value of Daydreaming, Julian Lennon, that's $6.99, no condition notes on that. Elton John, A Single Man, that's $6.99. Split Ends is $6.99 for Conflicting Emotions. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 3. And the baggie is sealed, so the record has never been opened. This didn't come shrink wrap back in the day, so that's never been opened. $6.99. Sid Barrett does have a bid for $85, so it's going to sell. Sade is about to sell to Courtney Duncan for $15, and Europe is now at $20 with Cindy Yarborough. Now at $20 with Cindy Yarborough. Also, Frank Sinatra, I Remember Tommy. That's $6.99. Gerald Whitworth wants Julian Lennon for $6.99. Tony Lewis gets Tony Bennett for $6.99. And then we have the Days of Wine and Vinyl, which is one of those Warner Brothers sampler compilations. Y'all see this about every night. Some people's trying to buy them all at some point. And then we have the Osmond Brothers, Yesterday and Today, with good old Rocky Top on it. $6.99. Rocky Top, a bluegrass standard, $6.99 for the Osborne brothers. All right, and Osborne condition notes, none. Disc is EX Plus or better. Chris Martin gets John Cougar, and that is $6.99 right here. And this was already all discounted stuff. Mando Jeff on the Osborne brothers. Shaw Day is sold to Courtney Duncan for $15. We're about to sell Sid Barrett for $85. Got a great looking crate of 80s picture sleeves over here. We've been knocking out one at a time. I think we've already sold one Dirty Diana. We did. So if you were back up on the other one, here's another chance. Dirty Diana, Michael Jackson, $7 start on that. So what's left? Actually, I have another crate over here. Let me do some sorting, though. Let's see. Those were 6. Those were 9, 14. These were 6. Yeah, all right. There's those. Still can't believe Taylor and Dylan hadn't been claimed. But, you know, some people may just not have good taste in music. Okay, and then here was pretty much everything left from last week, which, let me get all these together. Let me go. I'm going to bring these back in a second, hopefully to try to do a bundle. But first, let me show you this crate because it's already kind of sorted. And here it comes, okay? And let's see what was left in here. A lot of $6.99, which is good. I'm sure y'all like $7 records. John Kaiser, good job on the Barrett here for $85, just minimum bid. I figured that would sell for well over $100. Sid Barrett sold for $85. Michael Jackson's at $20 and Europe's at $30. Let's grab something else over here. Next thing we have is The Doors. And this is a 67 OG pressing. It is in stereo. If this was a mono pressing in this condition, it would probably be well over a 3-digit start. This is a 67 Abbey OG pressing with the original Electra inner sleeve. EX, we love the OG pressings of The Doors. $35 start on that. This first little batch right here is all $6.99. John Mayall, The Turning Point. You heard me correctly. $6.99. Yeah, $6.99 on that. Utopia is $6.99 with Todd Rundgren. Also $6.99 is 10 Years After. This is in VG condition. Rock and roll music to the world. $6.99 on that. Same price for another Tony Bennett. A Time for Love. Tony Bennett, Columbia 2i in mono. Tony is $6.99. Same price for Nielsen, Schmilson, a little touch of Schmilson in the night, VG, and this is Todd Rundgren, the ever-popular Tortured Artist Effect, $6.99. All right, Europe has a high bid of $35. Donna gets MJ for $20. The Doors is an Abbey press, A-B-B-E-Y, an Abbey press, and it already has a bid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction I have, without further ado, is going to go up right now, and this is it. I hope you're ready. I don't even know what I'm pulling, but I'm looking. What could I possibly put up for auction? I don't know. Here we go. Don't you forget about me. Here we go. Breakfast Club. This is a $7 star, Simple Minds. Kelly Vladerchek says, Chad, please bill us for Donna's Michael Jackson. Kelly Vladerchek wants to pay for the Michael Jackson record that Donna just bought. They're having a war of how many records they could pay for from the other person. It's like, if you buy me a record, I'm going to buy you a record. Okay. Well, how about this? Every time you buy a record, I'm going to pay for it. All right. Well, how about every time you buy a record, then I'll pay for it? Awesome. Sold to Donna, but Kelly Vladerchek wants to pay for it. Over here, they're going to have a war. Every time they buy something, they're going to buy something. We have Tony Lewis on Tony Lewis once again on Tony Bennett. We got Simple Minds at 7. Retro Class on BC. BC was for Breakfast Club. That's up for auction. Simple Minds 787. And the last couple $6.99ers was Sean and Hammer. That's $6.99 for Here to Stay. And the best of Michael Martin Murphy with Wildfire, $6.99 for that. The best, Otis, of Michael Martin Murphy. That song, Wildfire, is a good one. That's about that horse. I knew him. Wow. Otis hanging out with some horses.
He has a fork. Yeah, he likes horses.
You like horses, Otis?
He really does.
Come here. Oh, man. Look at this big, fluffy dog.
You want one of these?
Otis?
No.
Oh. No, I'm still got some stuff here. I'll take Otis if you're giving them away. All right. We got Scott Arnold, Michael Martin Murphy, $6.99. That is sold $6.99. Thank you. And the last $6.99 was this. This was not. We're in a new section. Okay. This is. Heck, I'll do it for $14.99. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. We're in a new section. We're starting the leftovers of another crate that got condensed. Rolling Stones $14.99, and then these were $9.99. Okay, these were $9.99. Neil Diamond Classics, the early years, $9.99 for Neil Diamond, $9.99 for Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. Chicago was $9.99, and that is $6.99 stuff. Okay, so let me pause there for a second. Let's update these auctions. The Doors is at $40. Simple Minds is at $11. And the last bid on Europe was Cindy Yarborough at $35, and Travis Woods went out. So Europe's about to sell for $35. And the $9.99 records that was left was Chicago, Joe Walsh, Neil Diamond, and $14.99 for the Rolling Stones. Now these are $6.99. We had Carly Simon, Another Passenger, $6.99. Louisiana Woman, Mississippi Man, Conway and Loretta, that was $6.99. Chet Atkins and Hank Snow, that was $6.99. Antonio Carlos Jobim, VG Plus, that's $6.99. And Jermaine Jackson was $6.99. Tony Lewis Wants to Joe Walsh, that was $9.99. $9.99 on that. Okay, so 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and then 9, 9. And then all these were 6. So let me combine all this together. Trying to keep all these separated a little bit better. 9, 9, 14. There we go. And then I had 3 1999ers. The first 1999er was Led Zeppelin Coda. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, a near mint copy. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, a really clean copy. 4-digit OG with lyric poster. David Doyle on Carly Simon for $6.99. That's sold to David for $6.99. And Michelle Clements on the Conway and Loretta for $6.99. Okay, James McGuire got Chicago. That one was $9.99. And now let's end some auctions. Europe is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $35. And Simple Minds is still getting bids, and so is The Doors. So these were 1999ers. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Eagles, and Led Zeppelin. Okay? Those are still available if you want those. And then next filter here. These were $9.99. The Notorious Byrds Brothers. The Notorious Byrds Brothers. This is on Columbia Records. It was $9.99. Super clean. And also Elvis, Moody Blue. Elvis was blue vinyl. That was $9.99. Okay? There's that and there's that. And then the rest of these should be all $6.99. They were. The rest of these are $6.99. And that is Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, $6.99 on Elvis. The Red Rubber Ball by The Circle. Ray Charles Invites You to Listen. The Louisiana Hayride, original historic performance of Levi Rockats, Lynn's Foreign Live, Fresh Air 3. Those are all $6.99. Scott Arnold got the Eagles for $19.99. Jeff Hansen on Joe. And Joe, if that's for Joe Walsh, it's already sold. And Simple Minds is at $13 with Aaron Andrews. Ryan Eaton, You've Been Outbid. The Doors is at $45. It's an original Abbey pressing. And tracks on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I probably could tell you from memory. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, 49 bye-byes. But I'll read you the track listing. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, Marrakesh Express, Guinevere, You Don't Have to Cry, Pre-Road Downs, Wooden Ships, Lady of the Island, Helplessly Hoping, Long Time Gone, and 49 bye-byes. If you don't have it, you need it. So that was the leftovers of about 7 flip crates from last week. Now that they're all sorted, we'll do one more big breeze. Then I'm going to condense the other stuff, show that one more time. And then we're going to try to do a bundle deal on everything. Simple Minds is sold to Aaron Andrews for $13. Have not heard back. Actually, I haven't heard back. He hadn't said anything, though. George Jones bid $45 first. So we've been tied for the last 3 minutes. I was about to call this sold to Aaron Andrews. Then George probably would have said, wait a minute, I had it for $45. And then we would have had to redone the whole thing. So actually, George Jones already has this for $45. Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid, okay? So it's actually up to you. Next auction is Pink Floyd, a Japanese pressing, a 1983 Japanese pressing of their debut album, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $55 start. George Jones, you've been outbid on the doors. The new high bid is $47. Next auction going up right now is Michael Jackson. I had it right here in my view. What happened to it? Here it is. This is wanna be starting something. Michael Jackson's going to go up for a $7 start. So leftovers in this crate for $6.99, Elvis Presley, Red Rubber Ball, Ray Charles, Louisiana Hayride, Lynn Farn, Fresh Air, Sean and Hammer, Todd Rundgren, Harry Nilsson, 10 Years After, Utopia, John Mayall, Jermaine Jackson, Antonio Carlos Jobim, Chet Atkins, and Hank Snow. For $9.99, Neil Diamond, Elvis Presley, The Byrds. For $14.99, The Rolling Stones. For $19.99, Led Zeppelin and Crosby, Stills and Nash. That's all that's left in that crate, okay? Also, for $6.99, if you missed the first few from that crate a moment ago, these are all $6.99. Tom Jones, Greengrass at Home, Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, Bernadette Peters, Jay and the Americans, Stephen Stills 2, Firesign Theater, The Days of Wine and Vinyl, Frank Sinatra, Split Ends, Elton John, and The Hollies. We have Condition of Harry Nilsson, VG on A Little Touch of Smilson. The Doors is sold to George Jones for $50. Pink Floyd has a bid for $55 with David Johnson, an 83 Japanese pressing of The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. MJ's at $21. There are two $9.99 records left from this other crate. The Best of Wes Montgomery, VG Plus Condition, and Lon John Silver by Jefferson Airplane. And there was two $14.99 records left. James Taylor's Greatest Hits and Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Great titles. Okay. And I'm going to make sure the lag doesn't hit anybody before they claim something. I'm going to count those, and then we're going to try to sell everything that's left in a bundle deal. Pink Floyd 60, Pink Floyd 61. MJ's at $21. Final call on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is going to be Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. An 85 USOG pressing, $25 start on that. Over here, we have Rolling Stones, $14.99. No condition notes on the Rolling Stones, Mitch T. Zero condition notes. It's very clean. All right, looks like we're done with MJ, so before I start counting those, let's do that, and then we're about to get into brand new ones. And it'd be a pretty good feat if we can bundle all these with somebody, because that's like the leftovers of 9 flip crates right there. That's it. We sold one of these earlier. Here's another one. Another Day in Paradise by Phil Collins. In the picture sleeve, a $7 start. MJ is sold for $21 to Donna Turner. They're having a little bit of a battle on Pink Floyd. John Kaiser has it for $65. Mitch T gets the Rolling Stones, okay? So here's the quantity count. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So there was 26 of the $6.99 stuff left. I'm going to get those down to $3 a piece. And then these $10 records, we're going to say $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, $5 a piece. And then we're going to do the $14.99ers at 10 and 10. So that's another $20. And then the two $20 ones at 15 and 15, which is 30. So $155 for everything that's left. Bundle deal on the crate, $155. You just seen what I did. I took another half off of the $7 records, which was already majorly discounted. I made the $10 stuff $5, The $15 stuff 10 and the $20 one's 15. $155, everything in here. All we got to do is get somebody to say, bundle sold, sold on the bundle. That's a lot of great titles. Though most of those are ones I hand-picked for the discount. Pink Floyd is at 66 with David Johnson. John Kaiser's out. Stevie Ray Vaughan has one bid for $25, and Phil Collins is a $7 start. Thomas Baumhart said he would do $150 for him. Sold. Thomas Baumhart. That means I got to crate all these up, and let's bring over some new stuff, shall we? Let me grab this crate of sticky notes here. Sticky notes. All righty. So thank you, Thomas Baumhart. I just shot myself over $5 because, look, Aaron Andrus was going to pay full price. And then so was Kathy. That's okay. Thomas is going to buy... Thomas, you've got to buy another bundle later tonight. Thomas has got to buy another bundle later tonight to make up for that $5 I just shot myself in the foot over. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Big shot right in the foot. All right, I'm going to fill up these. And now I'm going to start a new crate. So whoever's tagging, the sticky note means where the bundle started. And then we're going to get a new empty crate here. And the new empty crate is going to be where the bundle finishes. And wow, so over about, I guess every 9 a.m. video I've made, that was, I think, the last 9 crates worth. That's everything left right there, including yesterday and today's. And it's all gone. That's pretty amazing. Every time I think about this, every time we do that right there, I think about how much vinyl we sell on a weekly basis. It's pretty wild. That's all gone, okay? They're still bidding on Pink Floyd. Looks like Stevie's going to slip through with just minimum bid. And let's grab our first crate. I usually do check condition stuff first. I think that's what he got. He has me here right here. We got our first crate of truly new arrivals, stuff never shown before. And this is check condition, and these are sticker price. Laura's working on marking some stuff right now. And what Phil Collins album's up? It's a 7-inch single of Another Day in Paradise. It was about to be a $7 buy it now. And tonight, I'm going to get blue tape, Tanner, and I'm going to rope off where stuff cannot be stored, like right here. John's already... Yeah, I know. We got to get them outside. Caden's got to get to work in the morning. But then this table got pushed over here, so I can't walk through here. It's kind of frustrating, especially after spending 7 hours Sunday making sure everybody could walk through here. And now you can't walk through here anymore. So I'm about to set up tape, and I'm going to be like, if anything ends up in this alley, then Chad is going to get very upset. If you have a free space in this store, it will get crowded quickly. So I'm literally going to put up caution tape and be like, nothing goes here ever. No carts, no empty tubs. If you have to, just go set it outside in the parking lot. I'm okay with that. I'd rather have stuff out in the parking lot than here inside of the building. Phil Collins sold to Ryan Eaton for $7. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Jeff Hansen for $25. Pink Floyd's at $71. Next auction's going up right now. Next auction is Pharoah Sanders. I don't know how to say it. Tawhid. Pharoah Sanders is a 68 US Van Gelder in the dead wax VG plus. So lower graded at VG, almost VG plus. Pharoah Sanders is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on Pharoah Sanders. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Some regard as one of the best movies of all time. This is a VG Plus copy with about a VG cover with some ring wear, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. This does have the Imperial March on it. It also has the Star Wars main title. It is The Empire Strikes Back. It does have a little bit of ring wear. It does have the booklet inside of the gatefold, which has become detached. So because of that reason, a VG cover, $25 start on Star Wars. Two ways to solve that: sell more and bigger building. Or we can just get rid of a lot and use the space we have better. That's my goal. Use the space we have here better. I see stuff over here in a corner, thousands of records that we hadn't even touched in 2 years. No one even knows what's over there. We can't get to them. Tubs full of records. I have no idea what's in that corner. I don't have any idea what's back here in this corner. Neither does Paul, John, or Laura, or me, or Tanner. We're going to figure it out, though, here in the next 2 weeks. Baby Come Back, the equals, VG $12.99. I will say this. We're going to have a dollar sale for any locals or people that come into town. In a week or two, we're going to have a dollar sale, and we're trying to get rid of so much stuff. There are records going into the dollar bins that typically we wouldn't put in the dollar bins. We're literally just trying to get rid of stuff. We're literally just trying to get rid of stuff. So the next dollar sale, it's probably going to be the biggest one ever. Baby Come Back, the equals, that's VG $12.99. J. Giles Band Freeze Frame, VG Plus $14.99 for J. Giles Freeze Frame. Right now, Pharoah Sanders has one bid for $30. Star Wars has a bid for $25. Star Wars has a bid for $27. And we got Pink Floyd at $80. Joe, and for anybody else watching, these are all new arrival check condition, which are sticker price. Sticker price. 1 second, please. Next, we have Steve Perry Street Talk VG Plus $14.99. Go-Go's in Shrink and Hop, we got the Beat EX $22.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is VG Plus $24.99. No problem, Joe. And the best of the Guess Who, VG Plus $14.99. Original orange label, the best of the Guess Who. Pink Floyd is a final call to John Kaiser for $80. Pharoah Sanders has a new bid for $32, another bid for $32. Star Wars is at $30. Do you have a Voodoo Lounge lithograph? I'm pretty sure. Has Waters Chaos gone up yet? No. David Johnson out on Pink Floyd. Pharoah Sanders $35. Steve Riley on the Go-Go's. Pharoah Sanders $38. Next is The Who, Meaty Beady Big and Bouncy. VG condition, $9.99. Do you still have Kiss Greatest Kiss LP available? That sold last night. Every Kiss auction sold last night. We'll have another run next Monday night. Kiss auctions are sold. The premium big Kiss stuff is sold on Monday nights. Fleetwood Mac sold to Kathy Hodges. Pharoah Sanders is at $40. Star Wars is in VG vinyl. Vinyl's VG, covers in VG, maybe even less because of the ring wear. So buy it as if you're buying a VG copy. Fame is VG. That's $9.99. The soundtrack to the motion picture Fame. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. That's VG, $9.99. These are all new arrival check condition records. We got Journey Frontiers with hop sticker, gold stamp promo, $17.99. John, Brent, Beal, what is your first name? John Kaiser gets Pink Floyd for $80. Pharoah Sanders is now at $40 with Chris Bachek. And Star Wars is moving to a final call. Matt Nichols has it for $30. We're about to sell it. Todd Emick on Journey. That's sold to Todd Emick. Next auction, we're going to keep Pink Floyd stuff rolling one after another now. Take a look at this. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. A bootleg unofficial on yellow vinyl from 1995. Probably an era where it was being bootlegged in 95 when pretty much it wasn't being made on vinyl and somebody wanted it on vinyl. Yellow vinyl bootleg for Pink Floyd, a $35 start. The Blues Brothers album, VG Plus $17.99. The Blues Brothers, VG Plus $17.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits is VG $14.99. Pharoah Sanders is a 1968 US Van Gelder and the Dead Wax, VG, almost VG Plus. The high bid's $43. I'm assuming Reverly is done on the Star Wars. I'm about to sell it. And we have Leonard Skinner, Gold and Platinum. This is in VG condition, $14.99. Skinner's Gold and Platinum. It's a 2 LP compilation. Pink Floyd has a bid for $35, and we have Focus in and out of focus, VG Plus $9.99. John McPatriot on Leonard Skinner, and we have the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the movie with Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper. That's VG $9.99. Matt Nichols does get the Star Wars soundtrack for $30. That is so to Matt Nichols. We're in a new arrival check condition crate. These are all first come, first serve, sticker price, no more, no less. Then we're about to get right into a best offer crate. Pharoah Sanders getting bids, no surprise. Pink Floyd getting bids, no surprise. And we have Blues Brothers, so to David Hughes. Sgt. Pepper, so to Matt Nichols. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $40. And our next auction is AC/DC, Who Made Who. This is an 86 US specialty, OG pressing, EX condition, a $25 start. Also, Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. I don't know why John didn't put this in a new sleeve. VG Plus, $14.99 for Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. VG Plus, $14.99. Let me put that in a new sleeve. VG Plus, $14.99, Billy Squier. Okay, AC/DC already has a bid for $30. John Cos, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd. We have a crazy lot of Pink Floyd stuff tonight. Big night to be watching if you're a Pink Floyd fan. Pharoah Sanders is at $48. James McGuire on Jay Viles. I bet he meant Jay Giles, right? Freeze frame. This is so to James McGuire. Gary Knight on Billy Squier. Now, I took the price tag off this one, so please make sure this gets marked for $14.99. And now AC/DC's at $30, Pink Floyd's at $50, and they're still bidding on Pharoah Sanders. Don't forget, I've been knocking out some singles over here, some picture sleeves. And here's another one. This is the Blues Brothers, I'm a Soul Man. In the original picture sleeve, Blues Brothers is a $7 start. Next is Guess Who, Share the Land, VG Plus $14.99. Groovin' Down a Crowded Afternoon. Down at a Crowded Avenue. The Young Rascals, EX $29.99 on that. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG $9.99, sitting on the park bench. And Denise wants the equals. That's so to Denise. She gets the equals. Also over here, we got Chicago's Greatest Hits, EX condition, $17.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. Genesis Foxtrot, VG Plus $14.99. And yes, Not on 125. Move Yourself. You always live your life, never thinking of the future. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. It's an OG. OG on that one. All right, so Pharoah Sanders, Chris Bachek, 50. Pink Floyd is at 50 with John Kaiser, final call. The Blues Brothers is at 15. AC/DC is still at 30 with James Young. I'm going to make sure Jeff Hansen's done. Next comment is Gary Donovan Knight on Jethro Tull. That's sold. Did Paul McCartney 45 go up yet? No. Stephen A. Young on the Four Tops, sold. Matt Nichols on Yes, sold. That was $12.99. Yes, it was, Denise. And Ton Emick on Chicago. Wow, great check condition crate. And I still think there's some great titles still left. So we better read through those again. Right, Otis? Oh, his mic is dead. He's pointing that his mic on his collar is dead. I'll get you a new one, Otis. Oh. I need a water. This monster's gotten room temperature. It's going in the trash. And here's what's left in here quickly that I'm ready. Looks like John's hit a pretty good stash of vinyl tonight. Steve Perry, you may know him from Journey, Street Talk, VG Plus $14.99. The Guess Who, VG Plus $14.99. The Who, so those are back-to-back like compilations there. This has American Woman on it. These Eyes, No Sugar Tonight. Great music here. American Woman. What about No Time? Laughing. There's some great music on the Guess Who. Also, we have Fame, VG $9.99. Also, John Cougar was VG $9.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, Me and Julio, VG $14.99. Focus is VG plus $9.99. There's a studio album by the Guess Who, Share the Land. Melanie Jennings on the Guess Who. That's so to Melanie Jennings. Also, we have Groovin' EX $29.99 and Genesis Foxtrot, VG plus $14.99. The Blues Brothers picture sleeve is at $15 with Courtney Duncan. Pink Floyd is officially sold to John Kaiser for $50. And the info on AC/DC, an 86 US specialty OG. Nice cover, VG Plus or better, and nice vinyl, EX or better. Blues Brothers is already 15, and Pharoah Sanders is at 55, which means Chris Bachek, you have been outbid. All right, now Blues Brothers at 16. And can I get Korn Untouchables? If you're okay with some torn shrink wrap, if you're going to be opening it up and ripping off the shrink wrap to listen to it anyway, but I think that last copy of Untouchables had torn shrink wrap, and I can show it to you. Yeah, the shrink wrap on it is torn off right here. There's no damage to the jacket. It's just a big portion of the shrink, but that's the last one I have in stock. Okay, and the Focus title was In and Out of Focus, VG plus $9.99. Let's get a fourth auction started, and that's Ziggy Stardust, which is a half-speed master, all analog, $20 start on that, shrink and near mint. Mitch T will take that last Korn for $33.99. Let's make a note to order Korn. And that I think Korn is reissuing that album. I need to see if it's available, Laura. The Korn album that's been out of print for a long time. It's another one that looks like it has scary looking children on the front. It looks kind of like this, but it's bluish. Does it have like a rabbit or something on it too? That one, I think they're reissuing that one. It's coming soon, Tanner. Okay. It's coming soon. I'm going to take this stack of empty crates in here before there's a disaster. Well, we don't. I'm about ready for some water. I got to get all these Rolling Stones prints. So, Tanner, Robley and Puckett, the Stones collectors, they're interested in those Stones prints. They're in these frames from that collection. We basically need to take them out of the frames and toss those frames while we have the dump trailer. Dump trailer's full. We could get more in there. I'll stand on top of it and squish it all down in there.
I'm gonna put some miscellaneous on the table.
I'll sell it. You put it on here, I'll sell it. Tanner's next to me right now. Tanner's marking stuff. Okay, I'm in for AC/DC. Didn't hear the price because everyone's being loud around me. $36. Can you get Life is Peachy? I can if you want to go on a wait list. And over here on this. Paul is saying I need to put that in a new inner sleeve. A new outer sleeve. Paul is saying it'd be a great gesture if I put this Korn in a new sleeve. That is true. I'll put that in a brand new sleeve so the shrink doesn't tear too much. Okay, there we go. Paul, are you happy now? Carol says, can you show them in the frames first? I can. If I know where, I don't even know where they're at. I think we moved them all to the very back, didn't we? I think they're back there in like the back storage room. I think there's one around here, but that's it. Okay. I lost my train of thought. Oh man, what happened, Tanner? I'm shutting down. Hold on. Okay, let's go get another crate. I think I just tried to do 20 things at the same time, and my brain said no, sir. So we had to pause there for a second, folks. Sorry. I just literally had like 20 open tabs in my head. I had 20 open tabs, and I just got like the pinwheel of death. Yeah, I was thinking about 45s, 5 bids, next crate, sleeves, Rolling Stones prints. I shut down. Error 404. Yeah, I was thinking about, I bet there was like 20 things processing right there at once. Water, Slim Jims, I mean, it was just like all kinds of stuff going through my head. Tanner's bringing out miscellaneous Funka. I mean, it was like, okay, here we go. Oh, knees popping. Okay. Let's start with Pharaoh Sanders. The first thing we got to do is update Pharaoh Sanders. Pharaoh Sanders, the most recent bid on Pharaoh Sanders is this. If you're not this person, then you're not the high bidder. David Hoy, Ray Red 73 on Twitch has it for $55. This is a 68 US reissue Van Gelder in the dead wax. It does have the original Impulse inner sleeve. It's VG, almost VG plus, and David has it for $55. It's a final call. Right here is this Blues Brothers single. It's Soul Man, the 7-inch picture sleeve. The most recent bid on the Blues Brothers is a final call, and this is what I'm showing. I'm showing Calvin Ward at $16. AC/DC's here in the middle. The most recent bid on AC/DC, this 86 USOG specialty, and AC/DC, the most recent bid was James Young at $40, and that's a final call. David Bowie is an analog half-speed master 2022, and Joe DeGaldo has that for $30. All right, that's at 30. There's this and there's that. We're in a crate of new arrivals we're going to do for buy it now or best offer, okay? These are all new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Fillmore, The Last Days. This is a really cool box set, actually. We've got it marked at $64.99. It's a 1972 original Pitman, and this has the booklet, it has the concert poster, it has the ticket stub, it has the bonus 45, it has the book, and it has all this amazing music from artists who performed there at the Fillmore. $64.99. That's pretty dang sweet, actually. Do we have any CD storage cases for sale? I'll leave that question up to Tanner. Also, we have M16s, Loose Bullets, a 2001 Spain pressing, a garage album, $19.99. Otis has repositioned where he's taking a nap. He decided to lay here between me and Tanner. Tanner moved sides, so did Otis. We got Soma, and this is $19.99, and this is called Epsilon. Soma Epsilon is a space rock album, a 1991 UK. All right, Calvin Ward gets Blues Brothers for $16. David Hoy, you get Pharaoh Sanders for $55. That is sold. James Young, you get AC/DC for $40. And I did all that from memory. I hope that's right. And then David Bowie is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $30. Now the board's cleared, and now we're ready for all new auctions. Right after I show you Blowfly on tour, 1986 pressing, $19.99, and Pacific Gas and Electric, Get It on Blues. It feels like a UK copy. It is a German press. It's something. It's definitely something different. $19.99. It's definitely a foreign press. I'll have to look at it closer. Let me go ahead and grab the next Pink Floyd. Somebody asked for Animals. I got The Wall. I got Umaguma, Animals, the Half-Speed, Wish You Were Here. That's probably pricey. Obscured. We got Division Bell, Sid Barrett, Mo-Fi, Dark Side, Roger Waters, of course, some kind of bootleg-looking thing. Dark Side of the Moon Live, another bootleg, another Dark Side of the Moon. What about this Wall thing? That looks pretty crazy. Echoes. Somebody asked for Animals. That's the one we typically have in stock, isn't it? Yeah, 2022 worldwide reissue of Animals. That's going to go up for a $20 start. How much was Soma? Soma was $19.99. Matt, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Fred Carnell. So that's going to be sold to somebody. Next LP is going to go up right now. Another jazz album. The Individualism. The Individualism. The Individualism. The Individualism. The Individualism of Gil Evans. 1964 USOG Mono VG Plus, a $25 start. Okay? Next thing is M16s. Sean Bailey, if you want that, I'll take $15 for it. Neil Young Harvest. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. $34.99. Also, we have Red Hot and Blue, Ain't Gonna Stop. $24.99. And we have the Association Live, $14.99. So Pink Floyd is a $20 start. Gil Evans is a $25 start. M16 sold to Sean Bailey for $15. Next is Roger Waters. Let's run this. This is Radio Chaos. Roger Waters. This album's not in print. It's never been reissued. It's an 87 USOG EX edition, a $30 start. The Rolling Stones 12 by 5. The cover is in shrink wrap, blue London label, $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Queen 2. Somebody wrote right on the forehead of Roger Dean, Freddie Mercury, Brian May. Brian May, sorry, I forgot his name. 1974. This is Queen 2, $34.99. Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Radio Chaos has a bid for $30. Roger Waters also has a bid for $30. Info on Pink Floyd. What are the auctions? We have the Sounds of Martin Denny Exotica, $9.99. The Sounds of Martin Denny Exotica, $9.99. Journey Escape is $19.99. Journey Escape, $19.99. And Robin Williams, Throbbing Python of Love. Robin Williams is $19.99. Okay, Matt Nichols says he'll take Soma. Yeah, I know you asked Fred about it, but sometimes we lose Fred and we don't hear back from him for a couple hours. So that's so to Matt Nichols, Kelly Vladarchik on Robin Williams, Gary Donovan Knight on Journey Escape. Pink Floyd is a 2022 of the 2018 remix of Animals. We're looking for a $20 start. There's no bid yet. Gil Evans is a $25 start. And over here, Roger Waters has bids for $30 with Mark Fallon. Chad Schneider bid $30. And then we have Bob Riger on Robin Williams. Did I already pull that? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, Kelly Vladarchik, my bad. Bob, you were second. Roger Waters, 35, and now 38. Also, Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits, $19.99 on Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. 45s. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights with David Gilmour on guitar. Paul McCartney, $7 start. Next is Blondie the Hunter in shrink wrap, $19.99. Pink Floyd has one bid. We're about to sell it. The high bid on Pink Floyd's $20. Not going to leave that one up long. We got all kinds of other high-end stuff to do. Now Roger Waters is at $35. Now Richard Pryor here is sold right here. Richard Pryor, see that? Richard Pryor, that is sold to Nick Bargeron, okay? Now Roger Waters at $40. Paul McCartney's a $7 start. We got bids for $7, $7, $9, $9, $9, $9, $9, $10. And Tangerine Dream Exit. Tangerine Dream is $24.99. And U2's Rattle and Hum, a 1988 Columbia Club copy, $64.99. I just don't get OGs of that one too often. That is $64.99. Pink Floyd is sold for $20 to Fred Cardinale. That is done. Gil Evans did not get a bid. That's a $25 buy it now. Roger Waters, the most recent bid was Mark Fallon at $42. Paul McCartney's at $14. And our next auction is the following. We have Muddy Waters and the Wolf, a 1982 USOG compilation, EX condition, a $20 start on Muddy Waters and the Wolf. Donna got Gil Evans for $25. That is sold. And the Top Gun soundtrack, an original in shrink wrap, $34.99. Danger Zone. Also, we have the soundtrack to Madrone. This is $19.99. And more, Chad and Jeremy. Chad and Jeremy is $9.99. Fred Cardinale gets Tangerine Dream for $19. Okay, we have Roger Waters at $44. Paul McCartney, the most recent bid on No More Lonely Nights, is $15. Muddy Waters has a bid for $20 with Reveille. And now we need a Pink Floyd up. This is Pink Floyd, The Wall, a 5 LP bootleg unofficial. Boy, take a look at this. Oh my goodness. I wish this was open so I could listen to it. The Wall, live at Earl's Court. It has a lenticular cover. This is The Wall, live at Earl's Court, and 1980 and demos. A box set, an unofficial box set from 2011, limited to 500, 5 LPs on blue vinyl, and 3 CDs, 5 and 3. Earl's Court, London, August 4th through the 9th, 1980, plus demos from The Wall. $195 start. Wow. A 5 LP Earl's Court Pink Floyd box set, $195 start. Muddy Waters 20, 20, 22, 25. Let's keep going. We got Chicago for $19.99, and Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Frank Sinatra, The World We Knew. That's actually the title of this one. Frank Sinatra and Frank and Nancy, $14.99 on that. Also, we have Seals and Croft, $9.99, and Billy Squier, Signs of Life, $19.99. The last bid on Roger Waters was $46. It's really just up to Chad Schneider. Muddy Waters is at $30. Paul McCartney is sold for $15 to Sean Bailey, and the Pink Floyd box set is $195. And Paul Brothers, you will bid on Pink Floyd. Paul Brothers, you will bid on Pink Floyd. Our next single is going to go up for bid right now, and that's Madonna, Who's That Girl? And Madonna is going to go up for a Madonna is going to go up for a $7 start. Pink Floyd does have a bid with Paul Brothers for $195. See, I learned that from Obi-Wan, Tanner. John Kaiser will bid again on Pink Floyd. John Kaiser will bid again on Pink Floyd. Paul Brothers will bid after he does. Otis is starting to look at me. He's a little freaked out. You got to do that. You got to wave your hand when you say it. Okay, first thing we have is $195. Now $195, condition on Muddy Waters, near mint minus. And then we have Pink Floyd 200, Pink Floyd 25. All right, so where are we on Roger Waters? The last bid was Mark Fallon at $46. Next thing is Mark Fallon put Zimbabwe. I don't think that's a claim. Maybe that's where he's watching from. Tony Bennett's all-time greatest hits, $19.99 for Tony Bennett. Richard Pryor is $19.99. Richard Pryor. And the Police, Ghost in the Machine. The Police, Ghost in the Machine is $24.99. Pink Floyd's at $215. Madonna's a $7 start. The high bid on Muddy Waters is George Jones at $30. George Scherer and everybody else is out. Actually, I graded it EX, so it is EX. It's not bad whatsoever. I think I've lost a couple people on Roger Waters, but we're about to sell that, okay? Pink Floyd getting new bids, and Otis is snoozing. We got Nick Bargeron on Richard Pryor. That's sold. And what country was Roger Waters pressed in? This is a 1987 United States of America original pressing. It's a U.S. original. It's a U.S. original. U.S. original. Mark, you asked that, and Mark Fallon said Zimbabwe, which he's lying to you. He's trying to deceive you so you don't bid again. So that alone should make you want to bid $50 on it. Muddy Waters is at $37. And now we have BS for $12. Billy Squier, sell that to Steve Mason for $12. And then we have Tony Bennett to, what was TB? Roger Waters is at $47. What was TP, Joe DeGaldo? Top Gun, maybe Top Gun. I'll do $30 on that if you want that one. And we have Pat Benatar Live from Earth, $14.99. Freddie Cannon, 14 booming hits, $19.99. And we have Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. Nice. We don't get that one very often. $49.99 for Steve Earle's Copperhead Road. The Police. Got it for $20. So did Joe DeGaldo. My bad. The Police. You got that. Okay. So let's go back over here. Madonna did not get a bid. It is a $7 buy it now. The Pink Floyd. It's a 5 LP box set on blue vinyl with 3 CDs and evidently a DVD too. Now, Laura didn't mention it, but it does say it on the hop sticker. It's numbered to 500. It's got a lenticular cover. It's live at Earl's Court, and it has demos, which I don't think has officially been released. If it has, not on vinyl, at least. The last bid on Muddy Waters was Nick Bargeron at $35, and then George Jones at $40. And Roger Waters, the final call to Mark Fallon. And he has that for $48. That was a great crate. of best offer. Definitely something we need to breeze through again and show some of those. And after this, guess what? There's 2 more crates full of titles very similar to that. Just like that. Madonna is sold to Fred Cardinal for $7. Now, Otis is sleeping pretty good over here. I wonder if Finn is asleep.
Probably, yeah.
Finn's definitely asleep too?
Yep.
All right.
Let's go together.
Okay. I've got a quick, instead of a 45, I got a quick other bonus auction. I know y'all love this movie and anything related to it. This is the Heavy Metal movie magazine, the adult illustrated fantasy magazine, Heavy Metal. It's in pretty low grade though. The cover's detached, so we would grade it like around a fair good, which would grade somewhere like a 1 or 1.5 out of 10. It is readable though, but it does have a detached cover. The Heavy Metal magazine, $10 start. $10 start on that, okay? Let me read a few things in here and then we're clearing the board of auctions. We got Fillmore Last Days box set, Santana, Grateful Dead, Taj Mahal, Boss Gags. This thing's complete too. You get a concert poster, the 45, the ticket stub, the book, $64.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Blow-Fi is $19.99. And then Pacific Gas and Electric, $19.99. And then Neil Young Harvest is $34.99. Roger Waters is sold to Mark Fallon for $48. That's sold to him for $48. Let's put that away. Sold to Mark. That is done. Right now we have Muddy Waters. George Jones is back in at $45. George Jones is back in at $45. We're not done on that. The Heavy Metal magazine's a $10 start, detached cover, and the Pink Floyd box set is sold to John Kaiser for $220. Sold to John Kaiser for $220. Steve Earle was an OG pressing, yes. Steve Earle's an OG pressing, $49.99. Red Hot and Blue, Ain't Gonna Stop is $24.99. The Association Live is $14.99. And the Rolling Stones 12x5 and shrink wrap. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. The Muddy Waters is just really up to George Scherer, who's back in at $47. Next, let's do the other Pink Floyd box. And folks, this one is just incredible. This is really tough to get. This is official too. It's called Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. 2001 OG from 2001. 24 years ago. 4 LP box set, super clean, near mint. I mean, it is glossy and everything, the jackets and all the disc is beautiful. That's a $250 start. I've only ever had that a handful of times. Everything in here is best offer. Queen is OG, a 74 Santa Maria, $34.99. Robert Palmer, $19.99. Now, Paul and John Kaiser, I want y'all to pay close attention to this. I want you to pay close attention to this Echoes box. It's up for a $250 start. Exotica, The Sounds of Martin Denny, $9.99. Blondie the Hunter, $19.99. U2's Rattle and Hum was $64. And the Madrone soundtrack, $19.99. Over here, Robert Plant is at $15, so does Shannon Mashaka. That is sold. Next thing is Heavy Metal. No bid on this. If anybody wants it, $10 buy it now. And Muddy Waters is a final call to George Jones for $50. George Scherer, it goes back to you. George Scherer is in on Pink Floyd at $250. Chad, what's up with the Earth shipment? They have pushed it back about, what, 3 times, I think? Yeah, probably about 3 times now. I can give you an exact new date. It's sometime late in October now, I think. Let's see if I can find it right quick. It's been pushed back about 3 times. The newest date on it is, I don't know, October. I think it's late October. Now. All right, first thing we have is Mark Fallon offered $57 on the Fillmore box. Sell that to Mark Fallon for $57. This is the Heavy Metal magazine from 1981. The cover's detached. It's $10. It's $10 on that one. Who just asked? That is, somebody just asked on that. Hold on a second. I lost my... There's been so many comments in about the last 20 seconds. Scott, all the Richard Pryors are already sold. Earth's been pushed back multiple times, I think due to demand and probably copyright reasons, in my opinion. I bet there's somebody holding that up. I guarantee there's some kind of legal holdup on that they're just not letting us know about. Pink Floyd 250. This is called Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd, a 2001 Euro OG. Pink Floyd, a 2001 Euro OG. Muddy Waters 43. We sold the Fillmore box. There's Heavy Metal. Then somebody made an offer on Heavy Metal. Muddy Waters 55. Somebody else asked what's Heavy Metal. Matt Nichols offered 27 for Queen 2. That sold to Matt Nichols for $27. And then over here, we're good to go. All right, so quick timeout because there was a lot of activity. Let me show you everything that's left in the crate. Chad and Jeremy, Chicago, Frank Sinatra, Seals and Croft, Tony Bennett, Top Gun is $34.99. Pat Benatar and Freddie Cannon. Okay, so Muddy Waters is officially sold to George Jones for $55. Thank you, George Scherer, for letting me know you're out. And George Scherer is the only bidder on the Pink Floyd box right now. He has it for $250. And we are about to sell that. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because with those two last box sets, the Wall and Fillmore, we are officially with a full crate right here. And Otis, I'm going to try to step over you, buddy. I do not want to step on you holding a 70-pound crate of vinyl plus my weight. That wouldn't feel good, buddy. That would be a crush. Your paw, you would go, wah! All right. Next thing over here. How much is Pat Benatar? $14.99, okay? Is Life of Agony Soul Searching still in stock? Yes, I've got those if you want one. I bet I can find it for you in about 5 seconds. I got it right here. Because it was recent from this week. I keep everything in order. $39.99. Heavy Metal Original. So let me go back to the top. Mitch T, I'll put it to you this way. I know you made an offer. I'm going to keep the Heavy Metal magazine at $10 because if this was nice, it would be a $30, $40, $50 item if it was really nice probably. So I'm going to keep it at $10 if you want it, okay? If not, I think it looks like somebody else is trying to claim it, etc., etc. All right, this is sold to Darren Chrisman. I have more if anybody else wants one. Soul Searching, Sun, Life of Agony. By the way, they are reissuing Faster Pussycat, music on vinyl. Wake Me Up When It's Over. That's going to be big because it's been out of print for a long time. Music on vinyl. I'll have that tomorrow, and then I need to cut it off on Friday. So we'll have that posted tomorrow because that's probably going to be one of those that hopefully we get them all. Okay, so does that mean, James Goggin, you wanted the Heavy Metal magazine? And I have all kinds of other ones over here. Kung Fu, Conan, Monsters. And I was going to sell this, but there's been 2 questions on if it's authentic. This is not a bootleg. This is an official Pink Floyd catalog release. It's an official Pink Floyd catalog release. Fred had asked twice, and I hadn't answered. I'm about to sell it, though, the George Scherer for $250. Next auction is going up right now. Parliament, Funky Catalecity. This is Parliament, a 1977 USOG EX on the vinyl, which is high grade. It does not have the poster, but it does have the original inner sleeve. $35 start. Steve Mason gets Pat Benatar for $11. That's sold to Steve Mason. The Heavy Metal magazine is $10. $10. Heavy Metal magazine is $10. Now, I think between that and the bottom of my feed, there's about 7 more questions. I don't know if I can answer them all. If not, then we're not going to be able to get through the show tonight. But I'm going to make sure I have answered any claims, concerns, and offers. Top Gun. I knew I missed something else. Top Gun is an OG, yes. Parliament 35. James Goggin did want the Heavy Metal magazine. Okay, that's sold to James Goggin. Megadeth reissue pre-order should I? Business is good. That's already been posted. Megadeth's already up for pre-order. It should be. Yeah, that was up a long time ago. It should be. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Killing. I posted that back on July 16th. This one, yeah. Do I have any more heavy metal magazines? No. When I put that up for auction, I thought it was going to get like, what, 20 bids, Tanner, and sell for $50. It sold. I had to beg somebody to buy it for 10. I had to beg somebody to buy it for 10. So did James Goggin. All right. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $252. George, I've been trying to sell this about 7 times to you. It was getting questions, concerns, details, compliments, and now there's a new bid for $252. Now George Scher is at $260. Now Parliament's at $40. Now I'm going to go get another new crate. I can tell we're busy when we have good stuff, because it's like, oh my gosh. It takes every bit of brain power I have to keep up with it. All right, let's get started with another new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Here we go. Here's the rule. Scott, here's a good clue. Don't ever leave this chat. I would get some kind of setup where like you can constantly hear me even if you have to get off for a second. I think some people cast me to their TV. They get on YouTube and cast me to their TV, or you know, they have me on a different device. So that way they're at least constantly listening so they don't miss something. Otherwise, you're going to miss something if you're trying to get on and off and walking your dog and feeding your gerbils and, you know, you got to go walk Roscoe. You're going to miss something on here because some stuff I sell pretty dang fast. I'm at work. You need to tell your boss right now, I am done with you. I quit. I'm missing way too many collectible items every night on Chad's sale. I'm done. See you later, boss. Okay. Over here, Pink Floyd is at $265, Parliament's at $45. The best of Louie Louie. This is $19.99. Rhino, the greatest renditions of rock's #1 all-time song. And I think it's Louie Louie being covered by about 12 different people. $19.99. We have Tom Petty. This is Hard Promises, $34.99. And Tommy James and the Shondells, I Think We're Alone Now, $19.99. Parliament, the most recent bid, is Courtney Duncan at $45. That means somebody's out. That means Calvin Ward, you're out on Parliament. And over here, the next thing is Echoes. Pink Floyd's at $265. George Sherry goes back to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. We can't do another Pink Floyd, but I can put up Syd Barrett. Syd Barrett, The Madcap Laughs, and Barrett. We already sold the 1972 Barrett album. Here is 2 albums in one. 2 full solo albums by Syd Barrett, The Madcap Laughs and Barrett, EX edition, a $35 start. When's the next CCK sale? Possibly this Sunday. Well, I don't know. I'm out of town on Friday and Saturday, so I'll be back, but it's if I can actually do one then. Focus, Mother Focus, $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac Live, that's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. So George Sherritt, it's up to you on Pink Floyd. It's up to Calvin on Parliament. And now Syd Barrett has a bid for $35. We're in another new arrivals crate. Everything in here is Buy It Now or Best Offer. We have back in stock Aussie air fresheners. I have one in my Tahoe right now. It smells wonderful. I've got 10 of them, $7.99 for Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. Pink Floyd has a new bid. Fred Cardinal, you have been outbid. We have Fleetwood Mac, Mother Focus, Tommy James, Tom Petty, and Louie Louie so far in here. Syd Barrett has one bid for $35. Pink Floyd $270. Parliament has a new bid for $45. And we have Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. You heard me correctly, $7.99. It smells absolutely wonderful. It smells absolutely wonderful. We have Queen, News of the World, no condition notes, $34.99. $34.99. And Chicago, a gatefold 2LP, $34.99. 2LP Columbia 2i original label. Courtney is in on Parliament at $45. $45 with Courtney Duncan, okay? Pink Floyd is sold to George Scher for $270. George, thank you. That's sold to you for $270. Now Parliament's at $45. Now Parliament's at $46. Now Sid Barrett's a final call for $35. Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners, $7.99. Paul Brothers, Bob Riger, Tony McDaniel, Pam Murray, Stacy Metternich, Gabriel Chavez. I've got 4 left. Sid Barrett has a new bid. Parliament has a new bid. Let's do Pink Floyd. I think this is one of the best ones of the night here. I know it's always been kind of pricey. This is Pink Floyd, the half-speed master CBS audiophile 1980 US Terre Haute half-speed master EX, a $75 start on that. All right, we also have Debbie Gibson Foolish Beat, a 12-inch single, $9.99. George Jones wants an Aussie air freshener. Had 10, and now there's 3 left. We also have the Night of the Generals soundtrack. Wow, never had that one before. The Night of the Generals, $19.99. Rob Fordham on Aussie. Now there's 2 left. Now there's 2 left. We got some cool, I mean, Tanner has literally set up a makeshift desk right next to me, and he is pricing stuff as we speak. We got stuff everywhere. I see Gene Simmons books, I see Funkos, I see David Bowie, and I see Monsters Unleashed. Monsters Unleashed, which is from Marvel, and this is a $10 start. I was looking for a year and issue number. Probably, is it taped? That's got to be 70s. 70, I'm going to say that's like early mid-70s. Monsters Unleashed, around a grade of good, 2.0, $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. $10 start. Any Metallica steering wheel covers? Wow, that's a funny request. Metallica steering wheel covers. That's a cool thing, though. That would be cool. I would take a Metallica steering wheel cover. I've got to look into that. Over here, Darren Crispin on an Aussie air freshener, and the last one is sold to Gary Donovan Knight. We're sold out. Let's start a waiting list for Aussie air fresheners. 1973. I had a feeling. Monsters Unleashed, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Who got Echoes? George, you got it. Okay, Parliament has a new bid for 50. Monsters has a bid for 10. And Sid Barrett, let me make sure Patrick Lear didn't bid again. George Jones had bid $37 on this. So, Patrick Lear, you were outbid, okay? We're in a crate of best offer. Sid Barrett's at 37. He actually just asked. Next thing is Ian Hunter. This is Overnight Angels. Ian Hunter is $16.99. There is some damage on the back as well. Parliament's out. With Courtney, that means Janet has it for 50, a final call. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. Sammy Hagar. The Monster magazine has one bid with Scott Dwallow for $10. That's a final call. Robert Palmer Heavy Nova, $19.99. Robert Palmer does have Simply Irresistible on it. Scott, you have Monsters for 10. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 76 with Nashville Tiger, and Sid Barrett has a new bid for 40. Big night for auctions tonight. What's in these little boxes over here? Is those little tour programs right here? What is this? Looks like inserts to records. What is this? They look like long boxes or something. Interesting. Hey, if you want to check something for me, check these right here. I don't really need that checked, but those CD long boxes, I promised some people we'd do those tonight. Over here, we got Pink Floyd at 80, Chicago Posters Condition. Chicago Posters Condition. There is no posters in Chicago. This is the first press of Chicago 2, technically. Technically, Chicago. It's just called Chicago. It's their second album, $34.99. How much for Megadeth piece sales? This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Next thing here is Reflections, Rick James, which is a hits compilation, Super Freak, $24.99. Rick James Reflections, $24.99. Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. Rick Springfield is $14.99. I Wish I Could Be Jesse's Girl, $14.99. Hooters, Nervous Night, $14.99. Rick James is sold to Courtney Duncan. Courtney Duncan, thank you. That is sold to you. Okay, Parliament is sold to JetBlue. Janet Gray gets that for $50. That's done. The last bit on Sid Barrett. George Jones went out. Patrick Lear, that's sold to you for $40. Now Pink Floyd's at $90. Nashville Tiger, you're out. And the Monsters book is sold to Scott Dwallow for $10. Okay, that's sold to Scott Dwallow for $10. We've already sold Rick James. We're ready for more new auctions. The next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Crocus, Lita Ford. Lita Ford is going to go up for bid right now. A 1988 USOG, and somebody even clipped out some newspapers articles. They have an article advertising the album. They have an article about Lita Ford. It is EX condition. Lita Ford's a $30 start. This is buy it now best offer. Yes, it is. Scott Dwallow on Springfield, Working Class Dog. That's so to Scott Dwallow. And we have Elton John, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing, $19.99 for Elton John. Step into Christmas, step into Christmas. Monster Madness, 1973, really cool Frankenstein cover. It is detached, low grade. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Monster Madness, issue number 2 from Marvel Comics, Monster Madness magazine, cover detached, $10 start on that one. We have Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99. Nashville Tigers out on Pink Floyd. Final call for the Half-Speed Master at $90. Half-Speed Master, $90. We have John Lennon Rock and Roll. John Lennon is $24.99. Yes, Rick Springfield was $11 to Scott Dwallow. I don't think I actually said that. $11 on that. Also over here, we have Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, a 1974 OG, $34.99. Sammy Hagar, this album here is called Street Machine. It is an OG pressing. It is no condition notes with the original under sleeve, $24.99. We are in a new buy it now best offer crate. This is all brand new stuff that was just marked today. An iconic album here, Whipped Cream and Other Delights, in shrink wrap with the original Kmart price tag, $19.99. This album has ironically actually increased in value over the last probably 10 years, especially if you can find one this nice. In shrink wrap, really cool Kmart price tag. That's an iconic album. $19.99 for Herb Albert's Whipped Cream and Other Delights. I like Peppers. What's that song on there? Peppers, Green Peppers. That's a good one. Da 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 da. Sounds like elevator music from the 60s. Nazareth, Ramanama Naz. Nazareth is $19.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Now, $34.99 for the Rolling Stones Now. That is $34.99. All right, so Pink Floyd is sold to George Jones for $90. We got Lita Ford at $52. The Monster magazine is sold to Scott Dwallow for $11. That is sold. And then over here, I think Jerry Torres wants it. He put Kmart. And then there was an offer, and then a claim, and then another offer. So I think it's going to go to Jerry Torres if he wants it. Just a generic inner sleeve on Whipped Cream. We need to put up another Pink Floyd right after we show Genesis. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Down, down. $34.99. Okay, and then how much is Countdown to Extinction? These I've got. This is actually vinyl, or this is actually music here, not a puzzle, as you can see. Those are $39.99. $39.99. $39.99. Kmart, yeah. Kmart was selling vinyl in the 60s. You could have walked in Kmart in 1967 and bought an original Jimi Hendrix Are You Experienced? That's now worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, sealed. That would have been true. So, Craig, this is yours, Craig Weatherford, but it would be sticker price, okay? It would be sticker price, Craig, if it's yours. But yeah, a lot of those stickers it does. Hop stickers and really cool price tags, in my opinion, carry a premium. If you get something near mint and shrink, and then it has a hop sticker, but then it has a really cool price tag on it, I mean, to me, that's even cool. I mean, that was like sitting in a shelf. At some point, there was a whole bin of those in a Kmart, and people were flipping through them, just probably stacks of them. And, you know, to have it still in that kind of grade is pretty cool. That's up to Craig if he wants it. Then we'll go down the line. We did sell a Megadeth here. That's so to Ziggy Chaos. I have more of those if anybody else wants one. Okay? And next is this. Our next Pink Floyd auction. Let's see what's up with the Division Bell. It's probably a bootleg, yeah. See, this was bootlegged for many years because they only made that one pressing really in the 90s, and it wasn't available up until that newest 2LP remaster. So this is a blue vinyl bootleg from 2007, $35 start on that. And Craig Weatherford on whipped cream and other lights. That is sold to Craig Weatherford. Thank you, and he does get that at sticker. Thank you on that one. Very cool. Whipped cream and other lights. So also in, what was this, 1967, I think? The list price was $378, but it was on sale for $277. So what was the original price? $378, quote, the list price. So $378, 1967, $36.67, which is about what a new LP costs today. So if you would have paid the original price of $3.78, that would today be $36, which y'all know is about the cost of a new LP today, right? So $277, the on-sale price, that would have been buying it on sale for $26.87, which is about actually the price of a single LP today. So somebody that was buying that in the 60s, that was them spending about $30. After tax and everything, they probably spent about $30 on that back in the 60s. That is sold. Very cool to see those price tags. Inflation since 1967 is 870%. Wow. Let's go back up to the top, and we have this. We have that was 67. It may be even older than that. I can't remember when that album exactly came out. So the last bid on Lita Ford was Chris Martin at $55. Cindy Jones got the Rolling Stones. I hadn't pulled that yet. That's sold to Cindy Jones. We sold Countdown to Extinction. Lita is Lita Ford. Lita, the vinyl is EX and a VG Plus cover. Pink Floyd's a bootleg on blue vinyl, $35 start on that. Ziggy got a Megadeth. And then Craig got Whipped Cream. And then Cindy Jones got the Rolling Stones. Pink Floyd's a $35 start. Genesis is $34.99. $34.99. Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, $34.99. That's on the original yellow Atco label. Okay, did I miss something else? I feel like I missed one more question. Lita, I think we're good, okay? So Lita Ford is a final call. Lita Ford is a final call, and that's with Chris Martin at $55. Okay? Right here, Genesis or Pink Floyd is a bootleg blue vinyl, final call on that. And then the Nazareth LP was $19.99. We're in a new arrivals bin best offer. Our next auction is Blondie. Blondie is a 1977 UK repress with the original on her sleeve, EX edition, a $20 start. Also, we have New Shoes, poolside. New Shoes is $19.99. Yeah, maybe it was Queen. Michael Snare maybe asked about Queen. Queen, which, well, we had News of the World, which was an original club copy, $34.99, no condition notes. Naz is sold to Empty Map for $15. Chris Martin, you've been outbid on Lita Ford. Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers, $29.99. Volume 2, $29.99. Robert Johnson. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna's in shrink wrap. It does have the original on her sleeve. $34.99 on that. Pink Floyd is sold as a buy now if anybody wants it. Blue vinyl bootleg, just a $35 on that unofficial. First thing we have is Lita Ford is now at 60. Chris Martin's out, and Blondie's at 22. Queen, oh, is there Sheer Heart? Oh, it is Sheer Heart Attack. Sheer Heart Attack, also really clean vinyl. A little bit of writing there on the cover, so immediately VG plus. But yeah, the disc is EX or better. EX or better. George Jones gets the Pink Floyd for $35. And how can I tell this is a club? The Queen, right here. I hadn't even looked at the label, but it says it right here. Manufactured by RCA, and it's right there on the back. So when I flipped it over earlier, that immediately stood out. It probably doesn't say it on the label unless you run the matrix. It might not even show it up on the matrix. Sometimes the matrix is the same as the OGs, but you know it's a club because it's the jackets got stamped. Basically, when they ran them through the factory, they stamped the club markings on those. All right. I need a drink of water. Thank you, Lord. She just brought this to me. Wow, I needed that. Whew. I was trying to catch a break to go up front. Okay, so Pink Floyd got bought for the bot now. Steven, you were next, then Jeremy Rourke. Michael offered 21 for this one. I'll do this one for $25 if you want it. And then ST got Genesis for $30. James Goggin got Robert Johnson for $25. Hendry gets New Shoes for $14. And Did You Miss Me on Pink Floyd? David Doyle is saying, did you miss me on Pink Floyd? Are you talking about on the division bell? Well, up here you put PF, okay? Now always make sure if you're bidding, you got to put a number, because these are not claims back here. These are live auctions, the ones laying in the back. So you got to make sure you put a numerical, okay? Otherwise, it's like you're invisible. So make sure if you're bidding, you put a number. You just can't put the title. Obviously, I don't know what you're bidding on. So Michael Snare gets this one for $25. And we have the Righteous Brothers with You've Lost That Love and Feeling. $12.99 on that. Now, I do have Division Bell in stock. There was a lot of people right then trying to buy that. I have Division Bells in stock right now. They're 2 LP remasters. They're $49.99. They're $49.99. Here's one. I know there's at least 2 up front in the racks. And so when people typically see what OG sell for, which is well past 100 and sometimes more than that, and when they see that maybe even the bootlegs for single LPs are 35 plus. This is a 2 LP remaster, $49.99. Okay. Next is Cindy Jones on Righteous Brothers. That's sold. Lita Ford is sold, and Lita Ford is sold to Fred Cardinal for $60. And Blondie is sold one bid, and this is sold to Cindy Jones for $22. And look at that. The board is cleared, and we're ready for more new auctions. Next is a Pink Floyd bootleg. Let's do some of these. These look very interesting back here. How about Pink Floyd in celebration of the comet, the coming of Koyutek? This is a unofficial vintage bootleg. Pink Floyd live at the Rainbow in 1972, London, UK. A vintage Pink Floyd. $50 start. OG Division Bell more like $250. There you go. Yeah, more like $250. Yeah, they originally were made on blue vinyl. So if you want to remaster 2 LP gatefold, I've got it right here, $49.99. Back to this crate. Great titles in here. The Best of Chet Atkins. It's in shrink. $9.99. $9.99. Arthur the Album with Christopher Cross and Burt Baccarat and Ambrosia, $19.99. And Marvin Gaye Live is $39.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP. Next auction is Crocus, and this is called One Vice at a Time. Crocus is an 82 US Pittman OG Gold Stamp Promo, Shrink and Hype, $20 start on Crocus. Now, Tanner has left me an entire table over here of cool miscellaneous stuff. And he left me, the last thing I had him tag for me were these really cool CD long boxes. Okay, I have DVDs, Funkos, magazines, CDs, and books. And here are some of the CD long boxes he left me. And let's get started. Some of these are pretty expensive, as y'all know. This one here is a reissue. It is Metallica, the 598 EP. The 598 EP. It is lenticular with hop sticker, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. Metallica's a $20 start. Next thing is Pink Floyd has one bid for $50. Arthur condition, no condition notes on Arthur. VG Plus jacket, clean vinyl. Then somebody made an offer. Now Crocus is at $20. Gone with the Wind soundtrack is $19.99. Now Pink Floyd's at $52. So I do have long boxes. We're going to do them one at a time until they're all sold. Until they're all sold, okay? Metallica's a $20 start. We have Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. Jade Warrior is a 1977 Terre Haute press, $59.99. Kaiser, you've been outbid on Crocus, and the high bid right now on Pink Floyd's 52 was Shakedown. So Arthur is sold to Mellon and Jennings for $15, long box with a CD. Yeah, that's what this is. This is a Metallica Garage Days EP long box, okay? That is what this is right here. That has a bid. That's a starting bid. And I have original Guns N' Roses. That's hard to say. Jackie Onassis. I have original Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses. Plural roses. What's plural of roses? I need the plural form of roses, the possessive plural. Jade Warriors at $50. John Kaiser made an offer, sold for $50. Also, The Good Life, the Oscar Peterson Trio with Joe Pass, that's $19.99. And Graham Parker, Look Back in Anger. Graham Parker is $14.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits Volume 2, $9.99. And Paul Cantor, Gray Sleek with David Freeberg, $14.99. Pink Floyd's at $58. Now it's at $60. And Crocus had one bid, and it is officially sold to Chris Martin for $20. Sold for Chris Martin for $20. And we have Metallica over here with one bid, $20. Roses. I have all kinds of Guns and Roses, long boxes. Golly, what a mouthful. I have a whole stack of Guns and Roses long boxes. Somewhere my English teachers right now are screaming at me. They just are mad as fire right now. Boy, what an album. The Beach Boys' Pet Sounds in mono. A 1980 U.S. Jacksonville in mono, and Shrink, a $50 start. It's a 1980 mono. Metallica has a new bid for $25. Pink Floyd is at $67. Henry's Choice offered $25 for Chicago. Thank you, Mr. Henry's Choice. $25. This is sold to you. I found out something. I didn't realize this till he told me. Because sometimes if I used to be heavily involved in shipping, and I would know people's names, addresses, and I could see customers a lot more. Henry's Choice, everybody, told me last week, without a doubt, he's probably the oldest Coletco viewer, and he is a U.S. veteran. 89 years old, watches Coletco every night, longtime customer, and a United States veteran. Wow. Thank you, Henry's Choice. I need to do something very special for him because he called me out on it. He said, Chad, I've been buying from you from a long time. I've never got any kind of veteran discount. You haven't mentioned that I'm probably your oldest viewer. I'm going to send this record to him for $0.00. And not only that, I'm going to make sure Ed sends it out ASAP tomorrow. I'm going to make sure Ed sends it out ASAP tomorrow. Just straight in a box, pack it up, and send it out. And thank you to everybody else that has served our great nation. Okay, next thing is this. Renaissance, the association, $14.99. Renaissance, the association. I did the math on his age. I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. I mean, he was like my age during the Kennedy administration. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, thank you to Henry. Thank you to everybody else. We're going to send him that record. And we're going to expedite it. We're going to get it in the mail tomorrow, even though he probably has an active order. So, there's that. Okay. So, the last comment that came in on the Pink Floyd bootleg was John Kaiser at $67. John Kaiser at $67. Okay? The Metallica long box over here. Is the CD long box sealed with the CD or just the boxes? No, this is sealed with CD. Metallica they reissued this in 2018 as a collectible lenticular. And it's sealed. So that is a $25, or it was a $25 or $20 start, and we got this up to Jerry Torrey's at $25. Okay, and then the Beach Boys is in mono. The Beach Boys is in mono, and this is a 1980 U.S. Jacksonville reissue in mono, still in shrink and hype, EX condition on that one, EX condition on the Beach Boys. Okay. And that's a $25 start. All right. I hope Henry's enjoying all these thank you and shout outs in the comments. And pretty sweet. All right. Next thing we're going to do is this. The Songs of Chris Christopherson, a white label promo, $19.99. That's a promo copy of The Songs of Chris Christopherson. Culture Club, Kiss and Be Clever, Shrink and Hype. That one's $24.99. And Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. Stevie Nicks is $19.99. It has the original on her sleeve. It does have a saw mark. I Will Run to You, featuring with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Pretty sweet there. Courtney gets Culture Club. That's sold to Courtney Duncan. Make sure that one goes in for $24.99. Pink Floyd is sold to John Kaiser. And John Kaiser gets the Pink Floyd bootleg for $67. The Metallica long box is sold to Jerry Torrey's for $25. And if anybody wants the Beach Boys, it's a nice mono copy to have. A $50 buy it now. $50 buy it now on Pink Floyd Pet Sounds, okay? Let's put up another auction. Next auction is Pink Floyd. This is a bootleg unofficial. A 1986, a compilation of non-album rarities and studio outtakes. EX condition, a $50 start. A 1986 US compilation of non-album rarities and studio outtakes. EX condition. It's another Pink Floyd bootleg. It's got a little baby cow on it instead of the big cow. $50 start on that one. There's some bigger cows there. Looks like photo outtakes from, that would have been a cool cover too from Adam Hartmother. That would have been a cool cover too. How would I store a picture disc? I would put them in a sleeve like this. One of our anti-static sleeves. I wouldn't leave them in plastic. And then I put a cardboard divider down in them, like one of our cardboard boards like this. So it gives it some rigidity. And that's how I would store them. So anti-static sleeve, out of the plastic, cardboard divider, and you should be good. This crate's buy it now best offer. Yeah, the Ronch Hands is $19.99. The Ronch Hands and the Razorbacks, More Love, Less Attitude, an 87 alternate rock, $19.99. Don Henley, The End of the Innocents. Don Henley's in shrink wrap, $49.99. All right. There's Pink Floyd. Next thing is Cannonball Adderley, Something Else. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness. I didn't know this was real. This is real. This is Something Else, literally. Cannonball Adderley with Miles Davis, Hank Jones, Sam Jones, Art Blakey. Look at that lineup. Oh, my gosh. This is a 1958 US OG mono in VG condition. Near mint copies have sold for $1,000. Near mint copies have sold for almost $1,000, or has sold for $1,000. It's one of these really desirable Blue Note jazz albums, a 1958 mono, the golden age, $150 start on that. Next thing was Chad Snyder on Don Henley. That is sold. And somebody wants to know what Pink Floyd is and the track listing. I was hoping Craig was still watching, but I don't think he is. This is an unofficial 1986. It's a compilation of non-album rarities and studio outtakes. Astronomy Domine, or Daman, Damin. I've always said Astronomy Domini, but evidently that's not right. Candy and a Currant Bun. Apples and Oranges. It Would Be So Nice. Interstellar Overdrive. That one is sweet. Scream Thy Last Scream. Heartbeat Pigmeat. Crumbling Land. Embryo. That's going to be a good one. Point Me at the Sky. Coming number 51. Your Time Is Up. Mademoiselle Knobs. Mademoiselle Knobs. Chad Snyder wants to put back Don Henley. Cannonball Adderley is a VG condition record. VG condition. 58 mono. There's the jacket. Still retains some gloss on the front. A little bit of wear. Pat Berryman wrote his name on the cover. He had probably no idea when he first bought that somewhere in a shop that it, in high grade 50, 60 years later, it'd be worth $1,000. Okay, so Don Henley was purchased, and then it was put back, and then we got an offer for $20. Cindy, I've got to keep this one pretty close to $49.99. We have not sold Pink Floyd MoFi yet. However, this Pink Floyd's at 55 and now 56, and now it's at 57. Okay, let's put up another CD long box. There's still like 2 records left in here. But here is our next CD long box, which is sealed with hype sticker. Okay? Now, the cheapest one for sale right now, is near mint, and it's $95.50 on Discogs. This is still sealed, unopened original with hype sticker. So this should be well over $100. And some have sold for $90 open. So this is a $75 starting bid. GNR long box, Use Your Illusion 1. $75 start, sealed GNR. There's the stats on it. $75 start on that. Pink Floyd 57. The Blue Note's $150 starting bid. No bid yet. Donald Fagen, The Nightfly, an 82 Allied pressing, $34.99. And Carly Simon, Spoiled Girl, $9.99. Pink Floyd's A Final Call to Edwin. No one's been on Cannonball Adderley. A 1958 mono, VG condition, $150 start. GNR is sealed, a $75 start. There was a lot of stuff in there. Plus, we've sold about 20 auctions since I've started this crate, it feels like. So we have a whole nother crate of new arrivals that has not been shown. Laura is actually working on pricing some stuff right now. And I'm about to read through these again quickly and see what's left and see if anybody wants to make any offers, okay? Oh, man. Chad is stretching right now. I need to badly. Oh, wow. Laura says most VG copies of Cannonball Adderley sell for closer to 200. Y'all may want to bid on it. I was thinking when I first read the stats and I looked at this would bring $200 or $300. When I first looked at the stats, I was thinking this should be about $200 or $300, especially knowing Near Men has sold for 1,000. That's super duper rare, but a VG copy, like Patrick said, still plays very well. And I don't know if it's deep groove on both sides, but we'll look at it right now, okay? So let me take a quick peek at it. Cannonball Adderley, something else. I see the Van Gelder ear. Is it deep groove on both sides, Laura? Do we know that by your memory? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. All right. Yep. All right. So, Cannonball Adderley, $150. Do you sell the plastic crates? No, but somebody asked earlier for the access code for the discount. I'm just not going to hand that out live because we really only want to share it with our customers. So you got to ask Ed via email or message for the discount code, okay? There were some people that really wanted me to tell it multiple times during the chat, and I didn't want to really say anything. But we don't want to hand that out publicly right here when there's probably a lot of people who watch every night that aren't customers that just watch that really don't need to have that discount code. That's only for our paying long-time customers. So you just reach out to Ed and he'll share it to you. Did the parental advisory sticker peel off? Are you talking about on Guns N' Roses? The parental advisory sticker is actually stuck on the box, and then it's sealed with the hype sticker here. And Jim B knows this is a $200 or $300 item, and he knows right now it's only a $75, and he can make a big move on profit on this. So he's just waiting for the right moment to bid $76. He knows this is a $200 or $300 item. He's just waiting for the right moment. Pink Floyd is sold to Edwin Blom for $57. Cannonball Adderley has two $150 bids. It has two $150 bids. John Kaiser was first. Final call on Guns N' Roses for $75. We're about to sell it. We're about to sell it. If anybody needs any information, let me know. We're going to recap this one so we can start another one. The Best of Louie Louie, Tom Petty Hard Promises, $34.99. Tom Petty Hard Promises, Tommy James and the Shondells, I Think We're Alone Now, Mother Focus, Fleetwood Mac Live, the 12-inch single, to answer your question, John Durden, Debbie Gibson, Foolish Beat, and the B-side is Only My Dreams, $9.99. The Night of the General soundtrack, Ian Hunter, Overnight Angel, Robert Palmer, Heavy Nova, Hooters, Nervous Night, Elton John, Too Low for Zero, I'm Still Standing, Alan Parsons, John Lennon, Rock and Roll, and we'll pause right there on Sammy Hagar. Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $80 with Nathan Carter. Cannonball Adderley is at $160. Next auction is going to go up right now. So what do we have? We don't have a Pink Floyd up, do we? We don't now. So here we go. This is a best offer crate, yes. The Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon, MoFi. My bad. I meant to put MoFi in there. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. An 81 US. The font at the top is italicized, and that's a $125 start. This is Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, original sealed CD long box. An original sealed CD long box that is now available. $80, now $81. Debbie Gibson is sold to Steve Mason for $7. This is a best offer. How much was Robert Palmer? Heavy Nova was $19.99. Pink Floyd's at $125. Elton was $19.99. That was too low for zero in shrink. Too low for zero. Die cut cover there, $19.99. Madonna Like a Virgin, $34.99. Cannonball Adderley's at $170. We have Queen, News of the World, $34.99 for Queen. The Best of Chet Atkins was $9.99. Marvin Gaye live at the London Palladium, that was $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Also, we have Gone with the Wind, The Good Life, Oscar Peterson, Graham Parker, Look Back in Anger. And then we have over here, we have Robert Palmer. I'll do that for $15. I had it $19, $12, yeah, $15 on that. Jeremy. We have Paul Cantor, Gray Sleek. Big promo sticker on the front, $14.99. We do have a sealed user illusion too, yes. We have What is the Cannonball Adderley? We have The Association, $14.99. We have James Lavender on Chet Atkins. That's sold to James Lavender. And then we have Guns N' Roses at $86. And we have What is Cannonball Adderley? Nobody's been on MoFi Pink Floyd yet. We have The Songs of Christofferson, a white label promo, $19.99. Jeremy Rourke gets Robert Palmer for $15. Stevie Nicks to Wild Heart was $19. The Raunch Hands is still available. So was Razorbacks. Don Henley was $49.99. Everything in here is best offer. Donald Fagen from Steely Dan, his solo album, very good stuff there. And Carly Simon. One more time on Cannonball Adderley. Something else, Cannonball Adderley. A 1958 U.S. mono original pressing. It's in VG condition, a VG Plus cover. The most recent bid is to David Hoy at $170. Near mint copy has sold for as much as $1,000. That's a very rare, desirable jazz album. It's OG, it's in mono, it's deep groove, it's from 1958. It checks off all the boxes you would want for that release. Guns N' Roses is at $90. Cindy Jones gets The Association for $10. George Jones bid $125 on Pink Floyd. He says, I missed it. George Jones did bid $125 on Pink Floyd. I missed it. Now Randy Klein, You Tied 'Em. Kevin Cassidy gets Stevie Nicks for $15. Tony Lewis gets Don Henley for $40. And now another bid on Pink Floyd for $125. What songs are on Tommy James and the Shondells? I Think We're Alone Now. Mirage. Definitely those two. Mirage. I like it. That's hard to read on the backside. Here we go. I Think We're Alone Now. Trust Each Other in Love. What I'd Give to See Your Face Again. Baby Let Me Down. Let's Be Lovers. Run, Run, Baby Run. Mirage. I Like It The Way. I Like the Way. California Sun. Baby, Baby, I Can't Take It No More. Gone, 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 and Shout. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $130. Guns N' Roses is a final call for $90 with Nathan Carter. The other bidder's out. Louie Louie, Tom Petty. Focus, Fleetwood Mac, The Night of the Generals, Ian Hunter, Hooters, Alan Parsons, John Lennon, Sammy Hagar, Elton John, Madonna, Queen, Marvin Gaye, Gone with the Wind, The Good Life, Graham Parker, Jerry Lee Lewis, Paul Cantor, Gray Sleek, Songs of Christofferson, The Raunch Hands, Donald Fagen, Razorbacks, and Carly Simon. What is the Cannonball Adderley? What is the last bid on Cannonball Adderley? This has a high bid right now with David Hoy, and David Hoy has it for $170. This is a 1958 USOG mono in VG condition. It's OG, it's mono, it's the real deal. Guns N' Roses is sold to Nathan Carter for $90. Steve Mason, I will take your offer on Queen for $25. Sold to Steve Mason for $25. Pink Floyd at $135. When I start putting up $1,000 records, they're going to get a lot of questions because people's looking them up on Discogs and they're like, wait a minute, is this the same record I see selling for $790 in VG Plus condition? And the high bid right now is only $170? And everybody's looking them up like, oh my gosh, is this the same record I see selling for $490 on eBay? And the high bid right now is only $170? There has to be something wrong. Surely this isn't the 1958 True OG Mono Deep Groove First Press that's only selling for $170 right now, and I'm seeing other copies selling for $880. Well, it is. D. Kong gets Madonna for $25. The timer's on. It's about to sell. Next auction is Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2 with parental advisory sticker, hop sticker, a $75 start. That's now up for bid. Now, I've got one opportunity right now for Travis Woods. Travis Woods. I have another one right here if you want it for $90. For $90 if you want it. It has another a different parental advisory sticker. It's actually stuck on the box, and the hop sticker. It needs a little bit of a cleaning. It's a little dirty up here, but it's sealed. If you want that one for $90. If he passes, there's another one. I got another one sealed, different parental advisory. And this is the next one, also sealed, a $75 start. Pink Floyd's still getting bids, and so is Cannonball Adderley for $175. It took about 5 people, about 20 minutes of thinking, but somebody, Kevin Cooney, says, you know what, I'm in at $175. David Hoy, it goes back to you. If you just type in how many different versions of Cannonball Adderley something else is on Discogs, I bet there's at least 200. And I'm sure there's all kinds of different boxes you could check. This press, that press, that press, this press, this press, that press. David, it actually would have already been yours if there hadn't been several people try to figure out exactly what it is. I guarantee that's what's going on. People's got Discogs pulled up. They're trying to make sure, like, wait a minute, is this really the $1,000 version that Chad has up for bid right now for $175? Is this really that same version? All right, Travis gets the other Use Your Illusion. So sell this one to Travis for $90. And now there is Use Your Illusion 2. $75 start. No one's bid on that one yet. Pink Floyd's at $130. Kevin Cooney, if you want to bid again, you can. If you can, or if you're done, you can say out, is what I'm trying to say. There is no Hatchet Ed crate tonight. Those don't happen till Friday. All right, new arrivals, best offer. Bread is $9.99. Dio is $329.99. Firm. The Sounds of the Drags, the Blasters, $19.99. Cannonball Adderley's at $171. We're not bidding. Somebody needs to go ahead and bid $300 and wrap this thing up. It's worth every penny of it. We have Real Rock Instrumentals, $19.99. Randy Klein, your bid is out of order. George Jones already bid $135, and then you bid $135. Now Cannonball Adderley's at $185. If somebody wants to go ahead and bid $300, we'll wrap this thing up. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Pat Benatar is $14.99. The Police, Synchronicity, on the original purple vinyl. Now, you will have to hold it up to strong light, but it is on purple vinyl. $26.99. Now Cannonball Adderley's at $190. Randy Klein, it's all up to you on Pink Floyd. George already had it for $135. This is a near mint 1981 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing. 1981 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing, as featured in Stranger Things. You have to have a keen eye, but there is a scene in Stranger Things where you can see a MoFi Dark Side of the Moon pressing. The Cars, $34.99. Their debut album, it's on a second label. Guns N' Roses is at $80. Cannonball Adderley's at $195. Still getting bids. Info on the Graham Parker. That's from the last crate, right? Now Pink Floyd's at $140. Next thing is Eddie Money, No Control, $14.99. Missing Person Spring Session, $24.99 for Spring Session. Missing Persons, $24.99. And Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, $34.99. Now, Randy Klein, you're out on Pink Floyd. David Doyle, you're out on Pink Floyd. The new bid's $150. The last bid on Guns N' Roses was $80. Nathan Carter, you've been outbid. Cannonball Adderley, Cindy Jones has it for $195. Now it goes back to David Hoy. Also, we have Rock Me Amadeus, Falco, Vienna Colin, and the Vienna Girls, Sax Mix Max, $14.99 on that. Also, we have GTR. This is $24.99. $24.99. Cannonball Adderley's now at $200 with David Hoy. Now we're making more progress. I'm making sure Nathan Carter's done on the Guns N' Roses box. Journey is $16.99. It does have a little bit of cover wear, but the vinyl is clean. Fred Cardinale wants to know info on Graham Parker from the last crate. This is titled Classic Performances by Graham Parker, Look Back in Anger. Original press, clip corner, 1985 near mint, $14.99. Fred, you just got to type one 4-letter word, and that's it. Sold. S-O-L-D. All you got to do is put sold. Guy Shard on Rock Me Amadeus. Every night, the odds that that deal box is the last thing someone sees on this earth go up exponentially. That is true. It's been sitting back there a while. And after that one sells, I'm probably never going to order it again unless somebody special requests it, because it's been a hard sale. I sold about 5 or 6 of them, and I guess everybody that watches on a regular basis got it. And now that last one has been a tough sale. Guns N' Roses out. This is sold to Travis Woods for $80. Sold for Travis Woods for $80. Next, Nathan Carter. Same deal. Nathan Carter. I have another one. Different parental advisory sticker. $80 if you want it. $80. Nathan, it's also sealed. Same deal. Now you and Travis just flip-flopped. $80 on that. Fred Cardinale also wants the info on Missing Persons. It's OG. It's near mint minus. It's $24.99. The only thing you got to do is say sold, Fred. You didn't say sold on Graham Parker. You made an offer, but that's okay. This is sold for $10 to Fred Cardinale. Cannonball Adderley. The last bid was David Hoy at $200. I'm missing one person, Cindy Jones. Cindy Jones, let me know if you want back in on that. The last bid on Pink Floyd is at $160 with George Jones. Randy Klein, you have been outbid. You bid $155, then George bid $160, and then you went down and bid $155. Randy, if you bid $250, I guarantee you'll win it. If you just want to go ahead and bid $250. Next is Guns N' Roses. This other one is sold officially to Nathan Carter for $80. Missing Persons is sold to Fred Cardinale for $19. Scott Dwallow got The Police for $20. Wow, there's some great albums in here. We got Journey. We got GTR, Meatloaf, Eddie Money and the Cars, Pat Benatar, a instrumental compilation, a drag racing record, and Bread still left there in that crate. Also, Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth, $9.99. Carol says you need to show me the Voodoo Lounge litho as soon as I can figure out where they're at. How about you ask me every 7 minutes on the minute, and I will get closer to having to walk all the way to the back and try to find it. Sweet Pain is a 1970 hard rock, $39.99. Over here, GTR, Steve Mason, no condition notes, VG Plus jacket, super clean vinyl, $24.99. It's up to Cindy Jones on Cannonball Adderley. Although I have lost her for almost 5 minutes, I'm assuming she's done bidding. I got to sell it for $200 very soon. Now Pink Floyd is still getting new bids. $170, $170, $170, $170, $175. I'm telling y'all, if you just go ahead and bid $250, we can wrap this up in just a couple seconds. We have the Birds Ballad of Easy Rider, $24.99. Fats Domino, this is $24.99. James McGuire wants meatloaf. That's sold to James McGuire. And another long box. Here we go. So we have Guns N' Roses Lies. None for sale right now on Discogs. I have what the last one sold for. The bottom is opened, so as y'all know, these were shipped. I mean, that's how they came. All this packaging for one CD, that's what it looks like. It's called a long box. This one is, in fact, opened like that. The disc is still in there. It's in shrink with hop sticker. 16 bucks back in the day. Last one sold. I have the stats. We're going to put this up for a $55 start. $55 start. Cannonball Adderley is sold. David says, please sell it. It's now been 6 minutes. I lost Cindy Jones somehow. David gets that for $200. Is GTR a club copy? GTR is not a club copy. No, this is not a club copy. GNR has a bid for $55. Pink Floyd is at $175. David Doyle, you're out. Nathan Carter, you're out. Randy Klein, you're out. Drag, sold to Chris Frazier for $9. GNR is at $55. Next, the Judds, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, $19.99. Now Pink Floyd's at $190. George, if you go ahead and bid $250, we'll probably go ahead and just wrap this thing up. REM Document is a 1987 USOG, near mint with the original on her sleeve. REM is a $55 start. Evita soundtrack, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Gary Donovan Knight on REO Speedwagon, sold to Gary Donovan Knight. Next is the Cream of Eric Clapton. Wow, I've never seen that cover. It's a UK edition. That's why. That's really cool. The Cream of Eric Clapton, $39.99. Pink Floyd's at $200. We're getting closer to $250. Final call on GNR. Chris Frazier has that for $55. We're about to sell it. We're about to sell it. I have DVDs for $9.99. I don't know if y'all ready for these or not. Quick little break from vinyl for 3 seconds. I'm going to show you 6 concert DVDs. These are all $9.99 each. The Doors Soundstage Performances, Black Oak, Arkansas, the first 30 years. The Doors movie, the Oliver Stone film with Val Kilmer. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. I own that myself. I also have The Doors. Rush Beyond the Lighted Stage. I also have that. And Michael Jackson, #1s. Those are all DVDs. This is all $9.99 each for those. GNR is the dirty version, right? There is no dirty version for the CD long box, not to my knowledge. That only exists on vinyl. This has a high bid with Chris Frazier for $55. We're about to sell it. First is George Jones on the Doors for $9.99. Shannon Mashaka was next. Topographic got Rush for $9.99. Travis got MJ for $9.99. Donna was next. Nick Bargeron on the Doors movie. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Paul was next on MJ. Nathan Carter on Black Oak, Arkansas. And that just leaves Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Star Spangled Banner, $9.99. Next thing is CCR. This is $29.99. That's their self-titled debut, $29.99. Pink Floyd is about to sell for $200 to George Jones. Nathan's out. David Doyle, I'm assuming you're done as well. REM's a $55 start. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $14.99. And Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To, $9.99. George Jones said he also claimed Jimi Hendrix. So did George Jones for $9.99. This is a best offer crate. Yes, it is. Pink Floyd's at $215. George, if you want to go ahead and bid $250, we'll wrap this thing up. The Cocktail soundtrack. We were talking about this last night because it has Kokomo on it by the Beach Boys. $19.99 for Cocktail soundtrack. Chris Frazier, you get GNR for $55. And REM Document, one more chance at $55. Next auction's going up right now. Buddy Guy, Stone Crazy. Buddy Guy is a 1981 USOG EX condition, a $20 start on Buddy Guy. Pink Floyd's at $225. We're getting closer. Next thing is Michael Wood back here wants Eddie Money. Great decision. The Judds was actually marked $19.99, but if you do want it, I'll take it for $15. We got 2 offers on Cocktail, 3 offers on Cocktail. 15, 15, 15. That must be the magic number. Here's one of this is the last CD long box of the night. This is the last CD long box of the night. I'm going to keep this. We're going to start this one at $75. Right now, there's only one for sale for $100, and the last one sold over $90, including shipping. So $75 start for Metallica Garage Inc. Excuse me, this is 2 cassettes. This is the double cassette long box. Double cassette long box. Metallica Garage Inc. $75 start. It's the double cassette long box. $75 start on that. So Cocktail is first Johnny Hancock. 850 Johnny gets the Judds for $15. John Griffin gets Cocktail for $15. And 1 second, please. I meant to read. Okay, and then next thing is, okay, Pink Floyd's at $215. George Jones bid $225. We sold Michael Wood Eddie Money. Actually, the first person who offered Cocktail was Nick Bargeron. This needs to go to Nick Bargeron. My bad. Sell this to Nick for $15. John Griffin, you were second. Scott Dwallow third. My bad on that. Nick bid $20 on Buddy Guy. 7-minute voodoo check. Can I show the Buddy Holly cover again? The car's $10. I'll do $30 on it. Sammy Hagar $10. I'll do $20 on it. Steve Mason said $15 on GTR. Sell this to Steve Mason for $15. Nobody bet on REM. That's a $55 buy it now. An 87 USOG near mint, $55 buy it now. Duel, it's up to you on Pink Floyd. It's at $225. Info on Pink Floyd, please. As soon as I show some DVDs for $9.99. I've got 4 more here for $9.99. Eagles Farewell, live from Melbourne, $9.99. The 60s Rock Experience, as seen on PBS, sealed. Somebody probably made a $100 donation to get that DVD. Styx, Caught in the Act, Live and More. And G3, Satriani, Steve Vai, and Yngwie Malmsteen. These are all $9.99. More DVDs. Update on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is a 1981 MoFi pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. An 81 MoFi pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. It's a final call to George Jones for $225. We were waiting on David Doyle on that one. The Metallica long box cassettes is a $75 start. Buddy Guy is called Stone Crazy. It's an 81 USOG Alligator Records. It has 1 bid for $20. The DVDs are $9.99 each. Travis Woods gets the Eagles. Scott Dwallow gets the Styx. Scott Dwallow gets G4. Nick was next on G4. Brent was next on G4. Pink Floyd has a bid for $235. David Doyle's back in. Joe Sontag on the 60s DVD. Buddy Guy's at $25. George Jones, if you bid $250 on Pink Floyd, we'll just go ahead and wrap this thing up. Wow, look at all this miscellaneous stuff we've sold tonight. Let me go deposit this over here in the operations center on our table. That's pretty crazy. And I'm going to start right here on this end, actually. That's a lot of miscellaneous stuff we've sold tonight. Holy moly, let me cut this stack in half with the long boxes. That's a lot of stuff there. There we go. All the air fresheners. And by the way, we sold last night 7 Aussie Funkos. I had 10, so I've got 3 left officially. I honestly, last night, didn't realize how many I had left, but I've got 3 of the new Aussie Funkos that are flocked. They're flocked, okay? Flocked. He looks like he's all hairy. $29.99. I do, in fact, have 3 left. I do, in fact, have 3 left. We sold 7 last night. $29.99. They're flocked, okay? They're flocked. Buddy Guy has a bid for $25, now $28. Pink Floyd's at $250, and we're wrapping it up. I knew it. I called it an hour ago. I said, somebody go ahead and bid $250. We'll sell this thing. REM, sell that to James Lavender for $50. Sell Eric Van Leuven Pet Sounds for $40. And Metallica is a $75 buy it now if anybody wants that. Okay? Next, Buddy Guy's at $30. Black Hole, $19.99. Rod Stewart, $14.99. Sammy Davis Jr. at the Coconut Grove, $9.99. And Billy Squire, Don't Say No. This is a good one. The Stroke. Everybody, have you heard? $250? $250? This is sold to George Jones. Buddy Guy's at $30. Nick Bargeron's out. Let's go over here to the Pink Floyd stuff. I have, going up for bid right now, another Pink Floyd bootleg. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon Live. Wembley, London, UK, 1974. A $30 start. This is best offer, yes. Billy Squire was a great deal. Sell that to John McPatriot. Okay, is this best offer? Yes. Buddy Guy, $32. BH, $10. Patty, BH. Patty, I will do $17 on that. Billy Squire was $19.99, already sold. Tony Lewis, I will do $8 on Sammy Davis Jr. $50 on the Metallica cassettes. What was that, 75? I'll do $60 on them. That means you win on the meat in the middle. Our next auction is going to be 2 more DVDs, but these need to be auctioned because they're bootlegs. They're Led Zeppelin bootleg DVDs. 2 great concerts. They just officially released some of this on vinyl. Earl's Court 75, great show, and Nebworth. These are 2 of the most well-known Led Zeppelin concerts. You got Madison Square Garden, that's part of the Song Remains the Same. You got Earl's Court 75, Nebworth 79, and then Earl's Court, not Earl's Court, the 1970 show. Is that, that's not Earl's Court. Yeah, it's Earl's Court. No, it's not. What is that? Royal Albert Hall. Royal Albert Hall, 1970, I think. Both of these Zeppelin DVDs, $20 start on that. Okay, and then next thing is Cindy Yarborough, sold on the Metallica cassettes for $65. Black Hole was sold to Patty for $15. Buddy Guy's at $35. Led Zeppelin DVDs, both of them together for a $15 start. Eurythmics Touch is $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt Silk Purse, $9.99. Voodoo Chick, okay? Buddy Guy is sold to George Sheriff for $35. Let me put up another auction. Pink Floyd bootleg is a $30 start. I've got to walk pretty far to the back to try to find that, but give me 1 second. And our next auction is going to be Lou Donaldson. More jazz coming. Lou Donaldson, Blues Walk, a 66 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition, 66 U.S., $35 start. Tony says he will take Sammy Davis Jr. for $8. Topographic gets Linda Ronstadt for $7. The Searchers, Volume 2, $12.99. Joy to the World, $19.99. Dean Martin, I take a lot of pride in what I am, $9.99. All right, I got to walk all the way to the back. Let me see if I can do that with my mic not cutting out. So I'm going to talk to y'all the whole time. I'm walking all the way to the back. Give me 1 second. I'm walking past stacks and stacks of vinyl, CDs, cassettes, posters, autographs, crates of records. Here's a whole metal rack of 78s, tubs and tubs of records, thousands and thousands, millions and billions. I'm all the way to the back. I don't know if y'all can still hear me. Can I get to these voodoos? There's posters in here. Not today. This is why I don't promise stuff. If you promise something, then you have to fulfill it. I don't make promises. I'd rather disappoint people. Or I don't want to disappoint people. Brent, no, not today. I have every lithograph of every Rolling Stones. It's just a matter, some of them got damaged, so it's just a matter of which ones I have. All right, that's it. Could y'all hear me? That back room, they completely, it is, I can't get to it. We have a back room with framed, really high-end posters, like 500,000, 500,000, 300,000, 2,000, 500. They are layered, just stacked up, and then they've pushed road posters. Then they've pushed road posters in there, and then there's this box and tubs of records. It would take me an hour to dig all that stuff out. That's the kind of stuff I do on Sundays if I have time to kill. Not right now, but I will keep you updated. David Jennings on Dean Martin for 7. Led Zeppelin is at 31. And Cars is at 20. Sammy 15. Sell him, or we're not even in the same crate, are we? You want the Cars for $20. Sell that to Nathan Carter. And then Sammy Hagar, that's in the last crate, right? Let me try to find that. Richie Havens record. Look at this. $26.99. Richie Havens record, $26.99. Also, we have Seals and Croft, Get Closer, $9.99. And Jay Giles Live, Full House, $14.99. So right now, the Led Zeppelin DVDs are at 31. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd, so this is a $30 buy it now. And nobody bid on Lou Donaldson. It's a $35 buy it now. So yeah, I have lithographs of every Pink Floyd album. They're huge. And it looks like they're signed at the bottom, and they're all framed. I have like the complete run. Let's find Nathan Carter's Sammy Hagar for 15. Okay. Travis Woods gets the Pink Floyd bootleg for 30. That just leaves Lou Donaldson right now for 35. All right, next auction is going up right now. We have Pink Floyd Obscured by Clouds. Wow, I love that label. The Candy Stripe Tower Records, which is a reissue label. Still very cool, though. 69 US Winchester EX, a $35 start. These two Led Zeppelin DVDs are about to sell to Robert for 31. Also, we have Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones, The Monkees, $19.99. The Chambers Brothers, The Time Has Come. The Chambers Brothers is a Columbia 2i, $24.99. 45s. I have, let me see what I've got back here. Some of these, I don't know why. They have writing on the front. I was going to sell all those together. I think it's where they were in jukeboxes. Yeah. Somebody wrote what jukebox, what tavern they were in, which is actually pretty cool. Okay. Then the rest of those we'll sell in lots too, but those are better ones. These have writing on them. Robert, you get the Led Zeppelin DVDs for 31. And here we go. We got Dwight Yoakam, Boston. Dwight Yoakam. That's the same one. Let's put that in a different lot. Katrina and the Waves, Madonna, and Whitney Houston. Now, these are... these were in a jukebox, and so they have a name written of a tavern or a bar like on the front. Like this one says Massey's. This one says Green Light. This one here had said Town Tavern. So it's probably from a jukebox distributor, and he wrote where they were from. So there's 6 picture sleeves, $10 start on that. Pink Floyd, Saucer Full of Secrets. Pink Floyd, Saucer Full of Secrets is at $35 with Eric Van Leuven. These 45s are at a $10 start. Right now, we're in a buy it now best offer, okay? Now, how big are the Pink Floyd lithos? We don't have any Pink Floyd lithos. Sell me a mini crate. Can't do that, I need them. I wish you could still get the Wooden Peaches record crates. We've got stacks of them here. That's for sale. You got to buy them in person, though. Carpenters, we got probably 50 of them. Carpenters, A Song for You, $9.99. Donovan, A Hurdy-Gurdy Man, The Hurdy-Gurdy Man. Donovan is $14.99, The Hurdy-Gurdy Man. Joe Walsh, So What, $19.99. The Beatles, Abbey Road, a 1975 Los Angeles press, $39.99 for Abbey Road. And Bob Marley, Legend, the best of Bob Marley, $34.99. I mean, technically we could ship them, but I mean, it's a $10 crate that you're going to have to pay $45 shipping on. So that's the kind of stuff you got to try to hunt and find in person if you're lucky. All right. James McGuire, $10 on Jay Giles. Jay Giles Live, sell that to James McGuire for $10. Here we go. These singles have got 4 $10 bids. Now Kathy has broke it at 12. We're about to sell Pink Floyd to Eric Van Leuven for $35. Nobody else has bid, and no one has really said out, okay? First thing I'm going to do right now is see what else is over here on this miscellaneous table Tanner's brought us. Let's go through the Funkos. Here's one of the first ones we have. Sleeping Beauty Castle and Mickey Mouse, $29.99. Pop Funko Town number 21. Disneyland Resort 65th anniversary. I think the box kind of has like a textured look to it. See that? It looks kind of, I mean, it looks like it's kind of aged looking. Interesting. I don't think it's faded. Sleeping Beauty Castle on Mickey Mouse. That one's $29.99. Okay. Chris Bachek says he'll take the Lou Donaldson for $35. Pink Floyd's also sold for $35 to Eric Van Leuven. Now the singles, Johnny Hancock said he already bid $15. There they are. Maybe somebody go ahead and bid $20. Let's read through these one more time. Let's read through these one more time. Let's put up another auction. And then Chad needs a monster. Chad needs a monster. It's been a very busy night. I got to get my brain recalibrated big time. We have Pink Floyd, The Wall. Pink Floyd's a 1979 U.S. second sleeve, VG Plus. The Wall is a $30 start. Topographics said he would do 10 on Rod Stewart. You're probably talking about Camouflage, right? And Chad just bought a record out of here for himself. I just made a purchase. Richie Havens record. I've never seen this before. It's on Douglas label. I gave everybody every time in the world. Now it belongs to me. That belongs to me now. I just made a purchase. All right. The singles are at 15. Nick Bargeron's out. Kathy's out. There's that. There's one Funko. Before I read these again, anybody a fan of Game of Thrones? Here is Daenerys and Jorah. Daenerys and Jorah at the Battle of Winterfell. $29.99 on this one. Daenerys and Jorah at the Battle of Winterfell. Game of Thrones. $29.99 on that. All right, quick read through on these. I'm going to condense them all. Laura's about to finish up her crate, and we're about to start on discount stuff after we finish hers till we get through all the auctions, okay? The Disney is 29. 29 and 29 so far on these two big ones. $29 and $29. So bread was $9.99. Real Rock Instrumentals was $19.99. Pat Benatar Crimes of Passion, $14.99. Hit Me With Your Best Shot, Hell Is for Children. Journey Departure, $16.99. The singles are at $18. Nick, you've been outbid. Dixie Dregs is $9.99. Sweet Pain, a 1970 hard rock, $39.99. Sweet Pain, 1970 hard rock, United Artist, $39.99. Excuse me. The Byrds, The Ballad of Easy Rider. The cover does have quite a bit of wear. $24.99 on that. Nathan, The Carpenters would be $7 if you want this one. This is a bundle of 45s. Yes, we just started resuming these. They all have writing. These were from a jukebox distributor, and he wrote on the front which bar they were in, like Eagle Bar and whatever that says, and Maggie's and TJ's and Greenlight Bar and this. So they have a look. I sorted these out together. So Madonna, Dwight Yoakam, Boston, Dwight Yoakam, Buck Owens, Katrina and the Waves, and Whitney Houston. All those are at $20. Fats Domino was $24.99. No one's bid on this 79 first-year Pink Floyd. We're looking for a $35 start on that. It's about to be a buy now. We've already flipped through all the DVDs. We sold those quickly. Let me show you one more Funko right quick. This isn't really a Funko. This is a big pen. It's a Funko pen. It's Jimi Hendrix. It's an enamel pen. $14.99 for Hendrix. This enamel pen here, $14.99 on that one. Next is Evita. Evita is $34.99. This is a Gatefold 2 LP. It is $34.99. Nathan Carter on The Carpenter, $7 sold. And Nathan, some of these names, I want to make sure you have bought from us before, right? Let me make sure here. There's another name that popped up on YouTube, and I could have swore I sold them something, but I didn't really confirm that they had bought from us. And then from the flip video this morning, Daryl Johnson wants a Temple of the Dog. I'll have to pull that later. That's from the, here it is. That was from the flip video this morning. Let me pull that for Daryl Johnson. All right, this is sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you on this. That was from the flip video this morning, sold to Daryl Johnson. I have one left if anybody wants it. Pink Floyd's a $35 buy now. These 45s are at $21. Sweet Pain is $39.99. The Cream of Eric Clapton, so many great songs on that, $39. CCR was $29.99. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous is $14.99. Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? Tony Bennett is $9.99. Eurythmics Touch, $19.99. Here Comes the Rain Again. The Searchers Volume 2. Three Dog Night, Joy to the World. Seals and Croft, Get Closer. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. The Chambers Brothers, Time Has Come. Donovan, Hurdy-Gurdy Man. Joe Walsh, So What. The Beatles, Abbey Road. And Legend, The Best of Bob Marley. That's all that's left in that crate. These singles are sold to Nick Bargeron for $24. Pink Floyd was graded VG plus, 79 second sleeve. VG plus. All right, now let's put up some more singles. We have the following. Let's do a lot right here. We're going to do The Trio with Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou Harris. Dirty Dancing, She's Like the Wind, Patrick Swayze. Chicago, I Don't Want to Live Without Your Love. Elton John's Candle in the Wind. Alabama, Pass It On Down. Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, and John Cougar, Rockin' the USA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 singles there. A $15 start. $15 start on those. Okay. First thing is this. What was the Eric Clapton? It's called the Cream of Clapton, which is a UK edition. Gatefold jacket, $39.99. Joe Salamo offered $15 on the Eurythmics. Sold. What are the Funkos? Give me 1 second. The 45s have bid for 20 and 25. The first one here is an enamel Funko pen of Jimi Hendrix, $14.99. We got Game of Thrones, the Battle of Winterfell, Daenerys and Jorah, and then Sleeping Beauty Castle with Mickey Mouse is the one on the bottom right here. Those big ones are $29. Hendrix is $14.99. Okay. Nick Bargeron says, I'll just take the 2 Dwights, give the rest to Kathy. He says he'll pay for them. So Nick Bargeron just wants this Dwight Yoakam and this Dwight Yoakam. And he says Kathy can have the rest of them, and he'll still pay for them. So send all these to Kathy for $0, the backup bidder. Charge Nick for just those 2 for the winning lot. He's also offered $34 on this. When a long out-of-print album is finally reissued, what does it generally do to the OG? Example, the Morrison Tracy Chapman reissue and upcoming Faster Pussycat. Tracy Chapman OGs were slightly affected by value, but also we sold a Japanese pressing last week here for probably the most one's ever sold for. So that didn't affect it too much. Hair metal albums and metal albums, I've never seen them affected by value, ever. Some things slightly, but it's a case by case. There's not much that's went down if it's already rare. If it's a rare album, an OG, it's never really went down too much. Yeah, very little. I can't think of too many examples. Dwight Yoakam did. His OG albums were... I've seen it happen to country stuff. And it's usually just a Discogs phenomenon, I've noticed. But I've seen it happen to country stuff. Out-of-print 90s country albums, some of those have went down slightly. Late 80s, early 90s. But rock and metal, jazz... I mean, there's still jazz albums that sell for $1,000 and there's 20 in-print versions. You know, that Cannonball Adderley we sold tonight, you can buy a variety of different versions of that right now, and we sold a VG copy for $200. So it typically doesn't. So singles at 27. And let's go through another crate. Okay, I got to do some condensing. It's about that time of the night where I do some condensing. And we need another Pink Floyd auction. And let's do that right now. I have Pink Floyd. This is interesting here. Let's figure out what this is. Actually, let's go ahead and run Uma Guma. Uma Guma is a 1969 U.S. Jacksonville OG. It's a Gatefold 2 LP in VG condition. Pink Floyd's a $20 start. Pink Floyd Uma Guma, a $20 start. Okay. That's up for bid. I got to get these off the table. No takers on these. No takers on Jimi Hendrix, Game of Thrones, or Disneyland. Somebody also asked me about Lord of the Rings. I think Donna did. I don't think I have them in stock, but if you give me a second, I'll walk through up front later and check. Okay, here's a couple books. Here's a book lot we're going to try. 2 Kiss-related books. Gene Simmons biography, Gene Simmons autobiography, and Paul Stanley autobiography. Both of those are going to go up for a $20 start. It was an OG 1958 something else, yes. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom. Who was out on the singles? Johnny Hancock, just making sure on that. Chuck Ortolano said he would do 30 on the wall. Sell that to Chuck for $30. Those 2 Kiss books, $20 start. All right, here's what I'm going to ask everybody to do right now while I am getting ready for the next crate. We got a great table over here. Looks like miscellaneous stuff to knock out. One of the first things I'm going to do is condense these crates, and we're going to ask everybody to let me know where you're watching from. So, Chad, you really aren't ignoring me. I just stop asking me, don't answer. No, I never ignore anybody. Usually I read about everything. Sometimes I answer it in my head, or I just don't have an answer. And I think it's rude to say I don't have an answer, because that sounds kind of like I'm just being rash, being a jerk. So sometimes I just don't say anything until I can think about it, or my brain comes back around to actually giving you a thorough, accurate answer. But in the back of my head right now is about 20 questions people's asked me so far tonight, and I'm either still thinking of the answer or I'm still waiting for me to give a better answer. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. We're going to go ahead and sell these singles here. These singles are sold for 27 to X-Wing. I hadn't done this in a while where everybody lets me know where you're watching from. I would love to know. And I'm about to go front. I got to get something to drink. My brain is kind of tapped out. I feel like I've went back into slow motion and we need to be in fast motion. So y'all let me know where you're watching from. We still got 2 active auctions. Pink Floyd just got a bid for 20. And over here is these 2 books. We're waiting for one more. Here's kind of the agenda at 20 till 10. Laura's finishing up her crate. We obviously got to go through that. I'll do a couple nonsense discount crates. I'm going to show all this miscellaneous stuff. And I might get into these CDs over here, but these CDs are mostly hard rock and metal. I don't know if y'all want to see those or not. Last night it went really well. We sold literally almost a whole tub, but we'll see what happens. I really hadn't had a chance to wipe them down and stuff, so there's that. I'm going to step up front and get this monster right now as soon as I put up a 3rd auction, which is the Dream Syndicate Medicine Show. And this is an 84 USOG, the Dream Syndicate, a $25 start on that. Yeah, still got plenty of stuff over here to sell. These Funkos don't sell. We put them out in the store, and then they definitely sell then. Funkos over here. I got Peanuts. I got Seinfeld. I've got Star Wars. I got Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. John Wick. Mars Attacks. Plenty of Star Wars. Oh my gosh. All kinds of Star Wars Funkos. I mean, I've been selling these for years. What else do I have over here? I have a monster in the fridge, which I'm getting right now. Yep, here's this. And, oh my goodness. And probably a couple Slim Jims. Yeah, a couple Slim Jims. Let's try to get this healthy. Slim Jims and Little Debbie's. Probably go ahead and knock out a couple of these. Slim Jims, Little Debbie's. Somewhere my mom's angry. I'll work it off on the treadmill tonight when I'm watching The Last Dance. I'm rewatching The Last Dance for about the probably 5th or 6th time I've watched it. Michael Jordan, The Last Dance. One of my favorite things. I mean, I could watch it again as soon as I'm done with it. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Whew, almost got a brain freeze drinking this monster. Almost got a brain freeze. All right. So a lot of comments to filter through, but Pink Floyd is sold to John McPatriot for $20. Michael Rudolph gets the 2 Kiss books for $20. And thank you, Michael. And let me just go ahead and reintroduce this here. I'm going to reintroduce this, which is the Dream Syndicate, 1984 USOG. It is no condition note. It's a $25 start. Scott Arnold asked about Bob Marley. Bob Marley and the Wailers was $34.99. The best of Bob Marley, $34.99. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and take this little stack of miscellaneous in there. There's the Dream Syndicate. And let me move this stuff out of the way here. Move this cassette. I don't know what that's doing there. Okay, this was where I already condensed 1 crate. Let me set this right here. All right, and then, let's see, what else was I supposed to do? Let's set this right over here. Excuse me. Slim Jims. Gonna be hitting my stomach. All right, quick bite now here. I got a couple books. And then a couple toys. And let's find a crate. So we might go ahead and just do a discount crate right now. We might go ahead and do a discount crate right now while Laura's finishing a purse. So let me try to find a great half-off crate. We can do that coming back from this little quick break I've done. That'll kind of maybe get everybody regenerated, something that starts with a re. So we probably need to go ahead and find a good one. How about a half off crate that should have some great titles in it? Let's do this one, okay? Plus, it's kind of short and we can knock it out. And let's do it. All right. Oh, man. Oh. The Dream Syndicate can be bought for a $25 buy now. Next is Pink Floyd. And this is a tribute to Dark Side of the Moon. Adrian Belew plays on here. Steve Howe, Edgar Winter. A tribute to the Dark Side of the Moon blue vinyl. That's a $25 start. Really cool cover there. $25 start on that. Next is Jimi Hendrix Experience. And this is a 71 UK original with company inner sleeve. The last time we had this, it was in the Hatchet Ed bin. It had sold for $58. I didn't get an offer that night when I tried to resell it, so a $25 start. Laura's still working on her crate. And then we got some more singles, okay? We got some more singles here. I've got one to sell individually. Lay Your Hands on Me, Bon Jovi. This one's worthy of an auction by itself. $7 on that. And now we're about to do a half-off crate, no more, no less. I've got 2 quick buy nows. This is some stuff Tanner just marked a second ago. I've got Led Zeppelin In the Light, a vintage book here from 1980, I believe. It's a hardback, $19.99. 1981 to be exact. How cool is that? Led Zeppelin hardback book, In the Light, $19.99. It's got a little bit of damage here on the back, but not bad. $19.99 on that. And Rock and Roll Babylon, $9.99. Rock and Roll Babylon, which I think is just a book about rock. That's $9.99, okay? There we go. and a half off crate right now. My fifth crate of the night's almost full, so I'll probably have to swap pretty quick. Climax Blues Band, reel to reel, $10. The half off crate's pretty simple. No more, no less on this, okay? Tom Harris, I'm glad I see you're watching. I did get your videos. I've glanced at them, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Paul take it from there and see if there's anything that we could really use. Otherwise, it's going to take me forever to get with you, make a deal, and do all that. Paul does exclusively all of our buying here pretty much now. The only thing I buy is high-end autographs when it gets into serious money, or really high-end record collections. Me and Paul communicate about them. But he pretty much does everything when it comes to records. I buy gold and jewelry and everything else that he doesn't really deal in for us. But Paul pretty much buys everything. So if you ever have anything to sell and you address the store page, just address it to Paul. That way Ed can at least share it to him. But I've got to the point where I just don't have time, and people's like, I've been trying to say something. And I'm like, oh no, I didn't see your messages. You probably just need to get with Paul, because usually his work day, half of it he spent talking to customers trying to buy stuff. Brent on the Babylon book for $9.99. That's so to Brent. We have Omar and the Howlers for $10. Pink Floyd's A Final Call to Brent for $25. Actually, John Kaiser tied them. So, John, you're out. Hendrix has one bid for $25, and Bon Jovi's at $12. Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $7.50. The Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, $10. Jerry Lee Lewis High Heel Sneakers. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. Staying Out Late with Beat Rodeo, $10 on Beat Rodeo. Greg Ken Band is $7.50. And Los Chicanos, a 1970 Mexico press, $12.50. Los Chicanos. But if you do have a signed if you do have a Doors album signed by Jim Morrison, please send me a message. I will address it immediately, okay? If you do have a RU Experience signed by Jimi Hendrix, contact me immediately, okay? Immediately. If you do have a White Album signed by John Lennon, contact me immediately, okay? If you have a Sgt. Pepper's signed by Paul McCartney, contact me immediately. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is sold to Brent Robley for $25. Jimi Hendrix, one bid, sold to Ryan Mustaine for $25. Bon Jovi's now at $18. The first activity here is Nathan Carter on Ozark. That's sold to him for $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. And then Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Greg Beddinger for $5. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Omar and the Howlers is right here. Omar and the Howlers is right here. Gold stamp promo, $10. Bon Jovi's at $18. Let me swap out crates because that one really filled up. And let me do some switching a ruin and some doobity dop bop bop on. Some body bop bop. A little bit of shoop bump bump bump. The beat up bump bump. What are you talking about, Chad? Okay, and we have the Lounge Lizards, $17.50. Miners of Muzo, $7.50. And Alan Parsons Stereotomy, $10 on that. Next auction, we have Bayou Country CCR. And this is a 69 UK original, still in shrink wrap. A very desirable pressing of this. A 69 UK original, still in shrink. $50 start on that. Half off crate here, no more, no less. BG's Gold, $5 on this. I started a joke. Alan Parsons is $10. That is $10 for Pyramid. And Deep Purple in Rock is $15. Child in Time. I don't know. I'm always a Stranger Things when I see what music they're using. And the trailer for Stranger Things uses Deep Purple, A Child in Time, which I thought was pretty crazy, them bringing out a track like that. Deep Purple sold to Eric Van Leuven. Bon Jovi's at $22. Greg Beddinger on BG's. CCR's a $50 start. Bon Jovi's at $22. Autumn, it goes back to you. All right, here's a book auction. Encyclopedia Metallica. Metallica Encyclopedia. Metallica Encyclopedia. Or is this a Metallica? No, this is Metallica Encyclopedia. Okay, so Metallica. It's not actually about Metallica. Okay, it looks like Metallica, right? But it's about all kinds of different metal. This was probably made. When did this come out? Was Metallica even thought of then? That's weird. What year is this? Can I get a year? Wow, there's no year on it. I was about to say, if it's made in like 1980 or 79 or something, it probably, that word had a whole different meaning. Wow, this is a really cool book, though. We had it tagged for a $20 start. $20 start on that. Has nothing to do with the band. That's spelt, am I crazy? That's spelt the same way, right? Metallica. Encyclopedia Metallica. Or is this like supposed to be said something differently? I mean, it looks just like the word Metallica, right? I'm making sure I'm not insane there. $20 start on that. I think that's probably pre the band when that book was made. It looks like it was made in the late 70s, early 80s. Bon Jovi's at 28, and CCR is a 69 UKOG in shrink EX copy of Bayou Country. It has one bid for $50. The Zeppelin book is $19.99. $19.99. Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong, $5 on that. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. And the Doobie Brothers Stampede, $7.50. Bon Jovi's at 33 with Autumn Betts. And we have Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $15. That's a good one. He's doing Badge, Presence of the Lord, After Midnight, Fly On, Little Wing. Travis Woods gets the Led Zeppelin book. That's sold to him. The Encyclopedia has a bid for $20. Jimi Hendrix is at $15. And Laura just dropped off a Laura crate. She just dropped off a Laura crate. Awesome. Laura crates on deck. CCR 55, new bid. Led Zeppelin book sold. It's a play on an Encyclopedia Britannica. Encyclopedia Metallica. Yeah. I know kind of what y'all are saying, but it's those words aren't going to spit out too accurately for me right now. Jerry Lee Lewis, that's sold to Christina Curris. BMK at 918 on Lounge Lizards. Over on Twitch, can you let me know who you are, BMK 918? I don't know if I know you just from that handle. That's sold to you for $17.50. CCR is at $57. This is sold to Autumn for $33. Let's see what else I have over here on the miscellaneous table. Let's see here. Okay, I have another auction to do next. And then I have a quick buy it now. And then I have a really cool tool item here too. Tanner says, start it for this or make it a buy it now for that. How about we just make it a buy it now for that? This is another book, $9.99. It's a hardback, definitely a vintage book. Guitar Heroes. There's Peter Frampton on the front. There's Jimi Hendrix on the back. This looks like it was made sometimes in the 70s. Guitar Heroes, hardback book, $9.99. Boy, I'm having trouble getting basic information. There we go. 1978. 1978. There's Frampton again. There's Clapton. There's Hendrix. There is Steve Howe. Brian May. Supposed to be who that was. Yeah, Steve Howe. I don't know if I've ever seen that shot of him playing that double neck like that. Steve Miller. Jimmy Page. Keith. This is sold to this is sold to Chad Schneider. Alex Kane got Hendrix in the West. Joe Ives is out on CCR. This is sold to Michael Jacob for $60. And Brandon in Delaware wants Hello Dolly for $5. And this book was printed in 1980. So yeah, it was definitely before Metallica coined that term as their band. They didn't really coin that, I don't think, until I don't think they coined that until, what, 81? It was about that time they probably formed and started using that name. This book here is sold to Kathy for $20, okay? Kathy, thank you. That's sold to you. Oh, wow. Blue, I forgot about this record. Blue Mitchell, that's $25. Graffiti Blues, now $25. That means it's $25 off. And John Hammond is $9. By the way, that BMK over on Twitch was Brian Kulsar, okay? BMK, who got the Lounge Lizards. Let's put this up for a $45. I'll kind of split the difference here. $45 on this. This is a 2019 Tool Fear Inoculum. And this is the, Tanner sent me a video of it today. See that little, oh, there it goes. Look at this. Can y'all see this? It literally has a screen, and when you open it, it starts playing. I kind of want to keep this now. $45 start. I mean, it's a really good screen. When you open it, it starts playing. With all the Alex Gray artwork. Okay, I'm getting entranced. I'm getting entranced. Yeah, so that's billed as a 2019 U.S. Fear Inoculum CD Special Limited Edition Trifold Digipack Video Brochure with video footage. And that's a $45 start. So when you close it, it turns back on. Awesome. $45 start on that. That's now up for bid. Very cool item there. And what kind of music is Tool? Progressive metal is what they're commonly referred as. Progressive metal. Or some of the best stuff you ever hear in your life. We have Roy Buchanan in the beginning. Roy Buchanan is $9. The Doobie Brothers is $6.50. Tim Harden 2 is EX650. Leo Kottke, the best of Leo Kottke, is $10. And we have Jack DeJohnette pictures, $12.50. $12.50. Oh, man. Yeah, you need to go listen to Fear Inoculum or Numa. The Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. This is a 1966 US MGM OG. A 1966 US MG OG hotspot ad inside gatefold EX edition. A $50 start on that. Joe DeGato says, just listen to Tool and you'll be hooked. I got hooked. I told Joe DeGato to go listen to Fear Inoculum, and he come back and said, Chad, I got to own a copy of that. It's like, I don't know, it's just incredible. That's up for bid. And we have two books here, Rock Guitarist, Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. This is going to be a $15 start. Volumes 1 and 2, Rock Guitarist. There's Beck and there's Page. It's a biography books, it looks like. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. Who plays on Jack DeJohnette? Jack DeJohnette, drums, piano, organ. John Abercrombie, electric guitars and acoustic guitars. All right. Now, let's see what happened here We had Blue Mitchell. I never did pull that, did I? Ray Red got Blue Mitchell. I never did pull that. I got distracted by Tool. That's mind-blowing the way they've made that. Tool, if they actually will put out stuff, they put out incredible releases. Ray Red got Blue Mitchell. Ryan Mustaine was second. And next thing is Tool 45, Tool 50, Tool 50, Tool 55, Tool 60, Tool 65. Roy, in honor of his birthday. Roy Buchanan, today's his birthday. That is sold for $9. The books have a bid for $15. Mothers of Invention has a bid for $50. All right, that's where we're at right now on those. Just FYI. And FYI. That's where we're at. And let's read through these half off one more time, then the lower crate. But if you don't buy something out of here, I'm about to bundle them together. I'm about to bundle these together, FYI. By the way, I'm trying to figure out how does this thing charge. Okay, it's got a USB. Well, what is that called? It's not a USB. It's a, I don't know what that's called, but it's got a power port. You can charge this thing so it plays. Let's look at it one more time. I mean, it's got the book and stuff with it. The perfect turn or whatever that's called. So, USB Mini. There you go. USB Mini. All right, David Polkey on Leo Kottke, the best of. And let's read through these one more time. We have Climax Blues Band. That's $10. We have Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. $10. Staying Out Late will Beat Rodeo. $10. Greg Ken Band Rock and Roll Band, $7.50. Los Chicanos. This is a 70 Mexico. And this is $12.50. We have Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty. $10 on that. Miners of Muzo, Beauty is Pain, and 86 French Garage, $7.50. Stereotomy, $10. Final call on these two books. They have a high bid of $15 of Chad Schneider, and the Mother's Invention has one bid for $50. The Tool is at $82. John McPatriot on Greg Ken Band. That is sold. And we also have Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. That is $10. Doobie Brothers Stampede, $7.50. And I have another one with a little bit more coverware, $6.50. Eric Clapton's $15. John Hammond's EX $9. Tim Harden was EX $6.50, cover damage on the bottom. And Jack DeJohnette, $12.50. Final warning, and then I'm about to possibly bundle those. Chad Schneider gets the two rock guitars books for $15. Wow, last minute bid, Ivan R. bid $55 on Mothers. John puts these out, and of course there's all kinds of different versions. A lot of Zappa stuff ends up in the discount bins, but when you look it up, it demands good money. And I started telling John, and I handed this to Laura to tag for auction. I told Paul too, I was like, we'll keep marking Frank Zappa records, but if we have to, I'll just put them on Discogs. I don't want to, I'd rather sell them to y'all, but man, we sell $40 and $50 Zappa records here all the time for like $10. I'm looking at it right here on Discogs. They're recently selling for 40, 30. We just need to put them on there, but there's that. Would you give me a $5 doobie? I will give you a $6.50 doobie because this is a half off crate, no more, no less. And if I discount these anymore, then I'll have some upset people. Tools at $93. So Ryan Mustaine, let me know if you want back in on this, okay? And I'm about to count these, and we're about to do a bundle. That way we can get into the lower crate, and then we'll do another nonsense half-off crate after Laura. So even right now at 10:10, a lot to look forward to. Lower crate coming up right now. Still got auctions, still got cool miscellaneous stuff like this. I got some REM laying over here, it looks like. Dennis got Roy Buchanan, yes. And then Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Alan Parsons. That copy, Michael Church, was nice vinyl. Probably about a VG Plus cover. Oh, it's beautiful vinyl. Beautiful vinyl. I'll go ahead and leave that out. $10 if you want it. I'll make sure he doesn't want one of those doobies for $6.50. Will Robinson wants the Clapton Rainbow Concert. That's sold to him for $15. I got to make sure Ryan Mustang's done on Mothers of Invention. He came back in at $57. It is a 1966 US EMG OG hotspot ad inside the gatefold. So somewhere in here there's an ad, a hotspot ad. There's something in here that makes it an early press. It's a very busy cover, as you can see. But there's something in here, maybe this right here. There's some kind of ad, hotspot ad, that only the first jackets had, and then they removed them. And this is a super clean copy. There is a little bit of chipping up here and one piece of tape on the cover, but the vinyl was unusually nice. Mark Chesler, there's two different doobies, and it just depends on grade of jacket. One is $750 and one is $650. Your decision. Alan, Michael Church takes Alan Parsons. Tool has hit $105. Ivan R., you're out on Mothers of Invention. Ivan R., you are out on Mothers of Invention. Ryan Mustaine has it for $57. Our next auction is going to be this right here. REM Out of Time. Never had this before. It's a 1991 U.S. limited edition portfolio. I don't know if I should open it because it's got all these tassels somebody has nicely. Does anybody know what is in here? I feel like I kind of need to open it. REM Out of Time. It's a limited edition portfolio, $25 star from 1991. Does that mean it has a CD in it? I don't really know. I kind of want to open these tassels, but it looks like they're like perfectly. I don't know if I could replicate that again. That's going up for a $25 start. Mark Chesler takes the $750 doobies. All right. Tools at $105 of Autumn. Final call. Mothers of Invention still getting bids. And let's do a buy now. Someone says it's a CD. Okay, I had a feeling. Looks like it's got a CD and maybe some other stuff tucked down in there, like a book. And it's in this nice, like, leather hardback type thing. All right, bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. $55 for those last 11 records. If you want me to do the math for you, that's $5 a piece. Bundle deal, boom. 11 records, $55. I'll tag them, we'll bag them, and folks, I'll even blow the air horn. We didn't do it earlier when we did a bundle deal. I'll even blow the air horn. Tool is sold to Autumn Betts for $105. What a cool item that is. I'm kind of jealous. Tanner had sent me a video. I woke up to a video of it, and then that's the first time I've seen it in person, and then now I kind of wish we would have, kind of kept it, okay? Kind of jealous now. All right, this is $14.99, Vic Rattlehead. Vic Rattlehead Funko, $14.99 from Megadeth. Vic Rattlehead, there he is right there. $14.99. I've only got one. Mothers of Invention is all up to Ivan R. Can we get this bundle sold? Can we get this bundle sold? $55. $55. Michael Jacobs says he'll take Vic Rattlehead. I don't know. I might hold the Laura crate ransom until we sell this bundle. Tick tock, tick tock. All you got to do is say bundle sold. I'll take it, Chad. Bundle sold. I'll take it, Chad. Mothers of Invention is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $62. That's more like it. Man, we might have to just stop the show. I'll show the lore crate tomorrow. Dang. I mean, where's Thomas Baumhart and John Kaiser and John Barry and Mark Kaser at when you need them? Final call to get a bid on the REM item for a $25 start. Next is going up right now. I have Savage Tales featuring Conan the Barbarian. Pretty cool covers here. Savage Tales featuring Conan the Barbarian. We've put all these in brand new boards and bags. We were going to do these 3 and then this one, but this one has a detached cover. This one has Khazar with it. This one has a ripped cover. This one on top is not too bad. So 4 Conan the Barbarian magazines, $20 start. $20 start. Okay, we just put new boards and bags. REM is a original 1991 out of time CD portfolio, $25 start on that. $20 start on the Conan magazines, and 11 record bundle, $55. Doobie Brothers, Jack DeJohnette. That was originally by itself $25. Tim Hardin, John Hammond, Alan Parsons, Miners of Muzar, Omar and the Howlers, Los Chicanos, Beat Radio. Wow, 55. I'm really going to have to take it off the table. The whole entire buzz of the lore crate is going to be killed by nobody buying this bundle. The whole energy of the show is just going to collapse and go down the drain. Because out of 199 exactly people watching, I can't get one person to jump in on a random bundle deal for $55. I should be ashamed of myself. 199 people out there, I can't get one person bought in on one bundle deal, 11 records for $55. That's all it takes. That's all I need. That's all I'm looking for. 199 people watching right now. I'm looking for just 11, one person, $55 for 11 records. Sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you. There we go. Man, that took a lot of hard work. Cynthia gets the Medal of Honor. She gets she went above and beyond the call of duty. The show was crashing. She jumped out of her plane to go rescue the show and put her own life in danger to save somebody else's. REM, one bid, $25, final call. Laura has officially instructed me where to hide the Laura Crate sticker. Wow, that's a cool one, Laura. Wow. Wow, this is going to be y'all going to love this one. Holy moly. Yeah, let's put it on this one right here. She has told me where to put it. All right, that's a cool cover too. Let me write down where I'm hiding it. Let me write down where I'm hiding this. REM has a new bid. This pen sucks. Going in the trash. We don't deal with those kind of pens around here. I knew I smelled something, Laura. Okay. Chad Cassell spare a new coat. There we go. Yeah, if something ever goes really bad here and I need a backup plan, if I ever need a backup plan, if I have to have a really, if something really goes south here at Coletco and I really have to go get a real job in the real world, which hopefully never happens, I have a pretty good resume as a salesman. I could use everybody for references. It'd be like, list your references. Okay, like, okay, here's 11,000 customers. Here's my references. Tell them, ask them. Okay, let's go over here and bring over the lore crate. I have wrote down where I'm hiding the sticker. She's got a whole crate here of new arrivals, and then we're going to do a nonsense half off after this, okay? First thing is this. REM 25, we sold the bundle. REM 25, REM 27, REM 30, final call. I could be an interrogator. All right, the Conan magazines are a buy it now. All 4 of them for a $20 buy it now. Conan the Barbarian magazines, readers, lower grade, $20 buy it now on that. REM items at $30. Chad, did you buy the second release of Fear Knocking with a picture book? Yeah, I've got the 3 LP black vinyl, and then I've got like the big box set. By the way, I have the big box set in stock if anybody's interested. I have one of them laying around here somewhere. It's really hard to keep in the crate because it's oversized. Folks, this is $74.99. It's a look how big this Funko is. $74.99. Cinderella with Jack. Is that how you read that? I've never watched Cinderella before, so I wouldn't know. Cinderella with Jack, $74.99. Mostly because it's going to take a big box to ship it. It's a 100th anniversary. 100th anniversary Walt Disney Cinderella, $74.99. Huge oversized Funko. Jacques, oh, French. Jacques. Oh, it's French. Jacques. Gigantic Funko back there, $74.99. All right, REM is sold to Autumn Bets for $30. Thank you on that. That's sold for $30. Jacques Crusoe. All right, and let's get started with the crate before I bring out anything else. Let's at least put up one LP auction, though. Dirty Deeds and They're Done Dirt Cheap. AC/DC is an 81 US reissue. VG++, a specialty press, a $25 start. Of course, these are all sticker price here. Sticker price, 15 on Conan. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 4, 12, 4, 5. These need to be about 8. Let's do $18. $18 on this. Somebody just made an offer and I countered, and then somebody wants to see them again. I'll do 18. We was going to sell that one by itself, and then these 3 are supposed to be in a lot, so I feel like it's a pretty good deal. All right, sticker price, new arrivals here, but Steve, it's up to you. We have Sit and Spin, Pappy's Corn Squeezing. Wow. 1997 Spain, EX, $14.99. Of course, these are brand new arrivals, sticker price. Also have a pretty rare Queen album here. This is pretty dang rare. Queen, Made in Heaven, is a 1995 UK limited edition colored vinyl. It has the original Towered Records. The cheapest for sale right now when we tagged this was $270 plus shipping. We're going to start this one at $200. It's a 1995 UK limited edition Queen. Made in Heaven. That's pretty rare. $20 start on that. AC/DC's at $30. The Conan magazines are sold to Steve McGee for $18. Don't worry, I got more stuff like that coming. Also have the Crazy album, a 1978 U.S. compilation of novelty music. That's probably going to be pretty cool. That looks like They're Coming to Take Me Away, Ha Ha. I wonder if that's on here. It probably is. Monster Mash, Ahab, the Arab, King Kong. That is Crazy, and that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And AC/DC's at $31. Queen's a $200 start. The Pyramids, Penetration, a 1982 U.S. reissue. It's a Surf Garage album. EX $12.99. The Guns of Navarone, but it's spelled G-N-U-S, like exactly. The Wildebeest. This is a 2009 UKOG Beat Garage. EX $9.99. Nice. Don't get this Blondie album too often. Plastic Letters. EX Condition. EX Condition. $19.99. This is Laika and the Cosmonauts. Come on, do the Laika. Come on, do the Laika. Finland Press, a surf album, and it appears to be signed by the band. EX $17.99. That is News. Okay, News of Navarone. The News, not the Guns. I don't know why I wanted to call that Guns, even though the N was in the wrong place, but News. Thank you, Laura. All right, and then AC/DC's at $33. Cynthia Herdron on Blondie. That's so to Cynthia Herdrin. Kelly Vladarchik on La Kika. Come on, do the La Kika. And we have Tres Mountains, maybe. Members of Pearl Jam and King's X. Wow. VG Plus, 1999. What does this build as? It looks like Trey's Mountains. It could also be read Tress MTS, but it's VG Plus 1999. Final call to get a bid on Queen for $200. Let's step back over here to the miscellaneous table. Miscellaneous table. I've got 3 more cool 70s era magazines here. And this is some vintage Kung Fu stuff here. The Deadly Hands of Kung Fu. Is Jim Kelly the new Bruce Lee? The Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, Master Kung Fu, Enter the Dragon, Bruce Lee. And then this one's coverless. So, but it is issue number 1. So we got issue number 1, 3, and whatever issue this is. So pretty cool here. Vintage Kung Fu related stuff. They're low grade, perfect for reading and flipping through, and you don't have to worry about beating them up. That is going to go up for those 3 a $15 start. Those 3 a $15 start. Now up for bid. Why is the Queen so rare? Based on the year it was made. It was released, and I don't think it was pressed in the U.S. It was only released in the U.K., and it was made in 1995. And that was made in heaven. That was released after Freddie had passed away. 1995, there was basically no vinyl being manufactured, especially in the United States. So very scarce, low production. Rare is not a good word for an album like that. I consider something rare like a rare Soul 45 or a Robert Johnson 78. I do use it too often here. Probably just like scarce, maybe. I guess that's the more proper word. Just low production. All right, got a little drink of Monster right during that little break. But Queen does have a bid for $200. Mike Straw's on TM. That is so to Mike, and Autumn was next. AC/DC's a final call to Joe DeGaldo for $34. Michael Jacob is done. The Kung Fu magazines, $15 start. Phantoms, and then something it looks like in a different language down here. EX condition, $17.99. 1998 Italian Beat Garage, EX, $17.99. The Jackaroos, Half Past Midnight. Jackaroos is a pop rock album. EX, a Scandinavian press, $9.99. I saw that guy last night in Walgreens. Looked just like that. $9.99. And we have Stereophonics, Space Sound Unlimited, Jet Sound Incorporated, a 2002 U.S. Garage Surf album, EX condition, $12.99. AC/DC, sold to Joe DeGaldo for $34. Queen is sold to Travis Woods for $200. And we'll go ahead and make these so we can keep rolling. The Kung Fu magazines, $15 for those 3. We have Beyond the Rising Sun, Mark Bolan and John's Children. Wow. Mark Bolan, of course, was also in a band called T-Rex. 84 UK compilation, EX, $27.99. And The Creepin' Ivies, Stay Wild. The Creepin' Ivies is a 2013 US punk garage, EX, $12.99. One more, Toro Uki Blues Band, Broadway Shuffle, a 1979 Japan blues rock album, EX, $9.99 on that. Got some cool, unusual stuff in here for sure tonight. We love it. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be a copy of, let's do another AC/DC. For Those About to Rock, Fire, a 1981 USOG specialty press. It does have some mild cover wear. The vinyl is VG minus, maybe a light feeler or 2, but hard to tell. So it's probably VG, strong VG to be more accurate on that one. $10 start. Cynthia on the Creepin' Ivies, Autumn Bets. You were second on those. And we have the Short Fuses, a 1999 USOG punk album, $14.99. And cool, Leonard Nimoy, Space Odyssey from Star Trek, a 72 US VG Plus, $17.99. Wow. If no one buys that, I know where that's going. Right over here in my pocket. Okay, next thing I have is, let's try another Funko. Let's do Disney's Villains. Evil Queen on Throne. I've only got one, $29.99. Evil Queen on Throne, Disney Villains, $29.99. Ivan R. on Short Fuses, Kelly Wlodarczyk on Leonard Nimoy, and we have AC/DC of one bid. That was the last check condition crate, so the rest of this crate is now going to be EX Plus or better, just FYI. I got some more 45s here to throw up. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, and we're going to put these up for a $10 start. We have Randy Travis, It's Just a Matter of Time. Robert Palmer, I Didn't Mean to Turn You On. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. USA for Africa, We Are the World. And Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So. And Kiss on my list. 45s, 5 for a $10 start. Next is The Maggots, Do the Maggot. A 2003 Sweden OG Garage, sealed $24.99. Silver is a 2004 Denmark. It's an OG punk glam album. Silver is $14.99, and 8 Excel 4, a 1999 US OG Garage from Japan, sealed for $14.99. The singles are at 10. The singles are at 10. AC/DC's A Final Call for 10 with Todd Saw, another $10 bid, and we have Gabriel's Trumpet Records and the Knights of the New Crusade presents God in the Garage, a 60s Christian rock comp. Wow, rock, 60s Christian rock. I would like to listen to that. 1999, Kathy Hodges on LN, and LN was for Leonard Nimoy. Oh, wow, that came in really late. So Leonard went to Kelly Wlodarczyk almost 2 minutes ago. Then Tim was next, then Autumn, and now the singles are at 15. Todd, I'm going to go ahead and sell you AC/DC. That's so do you. I've got a CD box set over here to sell. Sepultura. I don't know if the right crowd's watching right now, but this needs to go up for a $35 start. This is Sepultura, the complete Max Calvera collection. All their albums from 87 to 96. That's the stuff everybody wants right there. Sepultura. You get Schizophrenia, Beneath the Remains, Arise, KSAD, and Roots. That's a $35 start on Sepultura. That is a CD box set. Sepultura. The singles are at 17. Okay. Piss and Love. The Morticia's Lovers. Wow, what a cover. That is a 2000 Italian punk, $14.99. Sean Bailey on a Sale 4. There's that. And we have the 45s at 18 and now 19 with Robin Murphy Glenn. Next is The Higher State, a 2013 US Psych Garage album, $19.99 on that. The 45s are at 19. The Sepultura CD box set is a $35 start. We have the 60s Choice, I think. Volume 2. Sorry, I'm not high. You can only read font like that when you're high. 87 French compilation, $34.99. Looks like a 60s comp. Sepultura has a bid for 35. Autumn wants the Piss record. That's something I don't say too often every night. The singles are at 19 with Robin Glenn. We also have 30 Exodus 30 Locos del Ritmo. Album de Oro con sus de Grandes Éxitos. How did I do? It's an 85 Mexico press. It's a compilation of the band's 50s and 60s tracks. $14.99. The singles are at 19 with Robin Glenn. X-Wing, You Have Been Outbid. You Have Been Outbid. This is Raw Cuts Volume 6. American Psych Wars. Raw Cuts is an 87 UK garage punk compilation. $24.99. Applecore, Behind the Tear, a 1979 US OG power pop album, sealed $34.99. Aaron Andrus wants the 60s comp. Cynthia Herdron on rock. And I think you meant, well, Aaron got the 60s comp. Cynthia, I've also got raw cuts. That doesn't have the word rock in it. I might be lost on that one. Robin Glenn gets these 45s for $19. Those are sold to Robin Glenn for $19. Matt gets the Sepultura CD box for $35. Thank you on that. What else do I have over here? Did Tanner get me a price on these? These are supposed to be shown together, but we've got them individually. We've got the complete Hocus Pocus Funko set. We've got Mary Sanderson, we got Winifred Sanderson, and we got Sarah Sanderson. Hocus Pocus, number 57, 58, and 59, or 5, 57, 58, 59. Those are $14.99 each. This is a brand new Laura crate sticker price, $14.99 each on that. Cynthia wanted, okay, she probably thought I said rock cuts, but it's raw cuts. So that is sold to Cynthia. Then X-Wing was second. And Tim, I've already sold those singles. But those are $14.99 each. And I have another lot of singles going up right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's some more. And this is actually 6. Let's do these for a $12 start. Roy Orbison, She's a Mystery to Me. Steve Perry O'Sherry. Robert Palmer, She Works My Day. Dolly Linda Emmylou, To Know Him Is to Love Him. Moody Blues, Your Wildest Dream. And Denise Williams, let's hear it for the boy from Footloose. $12 on that. Cynthia said she'll take the Hocus Pocus set. Those are $14.99 each. Sell those to Cynthia and Herdron. New Laura crate. Let me go deposit this stack of miscellaneous stuff we have sold in here in the what we call the operations room, which is right around the corner. Before I have a spiel, magazines, comic books, Funkos, 45s, CD box sets, a lot of cool stuff being sold tonight. All that is sold, and sold. Tanner started cracking open some tubs. Not counting the back part of the store, but I have 25 tubs over here just of cool stuff like we've been selling tonight. Trying my best to get it all sold before the end of the year. I was like, I want all this stuff sold before the end of the year, all of our toys, and at least get them out and priced because people's coming to the store. Christmas shopping begins any second. All this kind of stuff here, big Christmas stuff. Next is the cigarettes. Wow, what a name of a band. The cigarettes is Will Damage Your Health, a 2002 UK New Wave Punk, $34.99. $34.99 for the cigarettes. Okay, we have the Space Sound Effect, a 2000 US Surf Rock Space Rock, $19.99. X-Wing has these for $12, going once, going twice. Flatliners, Pandemonium, a Psychobilly picture disc from Germany, 2001, $9.99. Set the Night on Fire by, thank you, Laura, Love Sin. She knows when I won't be able to read something. She knows. A 1980 Canadian rock album, $14.99. And Respect, the Hound Dogs. A German reissue of An Unknown Year. It's a mod garage R&B. They look like they're from the 60s. $19.99. Okay. Next over here is Metallica Live SHIT Binge and Purge. A 3 CD, 2 DVD set. Metallica's a $60 start. The only listing in the United States on Discogs is near mint, and it's listed for $300. This is Metallica, the Live SHIT Binge and Purge, and you get the 2 DVDs and 3 CDs. Metallica's a $60 start. That's pretty cool. It's a 2002 Electra, of course. And there's the stats. All right, Scott Arnold on the picture disc. That's so to Scott Arnold. Parts found in C. Seat of the Riding Man. An 84 Canadian alternative rock, $9.99. Robert Warner has Metallica for $60. The Nomads Outburst. The Nomads is an 84 UK Garage Sock, $19.99. The Fadeaways. The Fadeaways is a 2012 US Garage album. What a wild cover. What a cool cover. $14.99. And Lost Bayou Ramblers, Aloha Golden Meadow, a 2016 US Cajun, $9.99. Cynthia Herdron on the Fadeaways. Denise Williams, the singles here, sold to X-Wing for $12. And now the last 45s that was in that little tub I've been working out of all night are right here. And the last 4 are pretty good. Madonna, Papa Don't Preach, Bananarama Venus, Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, and Crowded House. So Madonna, Bananarama, Georgia Satellites, and Crowded House, $12 start on those. Ivan R. on Bayou, Jeff Sapia was next. Final call on Metallica for $60. Next is the Crocats, Honey Doll, an 89 German Psychobilly, that's $14.99. And I'll put up an album in just a second. Time to Time, a 1999 Italian OG Garage Sock compilation, $19.99. And History of Rock, Volume 7, with the Kings of Lo Dazuros. This is a 2003 Switzerland Garage, $14.99. That is the OG box with Metallica. This is the OG box. You're thinking of like the big trunk thing. That was the VHS box set. So they made like a big trunk. It looked like a, like a rectangular prism. That is the VHS CD set that came with a stencil and like a little book. This is the DVD 3 CD. So 3 CD, 2 DVD. This is how that was sold in stores. So yeah, that's how that was sold in stores. It came just like that. There is a Live Binge like box set that looks like a metal, like a gear trunk, and it has 3 VHS. That's a completely different release. How much was Lost Bayou? It's already sold. Autumn Betts was third on that one. The singles are at 12 and 13. Cynthia Herdron on the Crocats. And now the singles are at 15. I'm about to sell this to Robert unless there's another bidder. He's had it for a while now. The Pirates Live in America, a 2009 Finland Pub Rock, $14.99. Rockin' Lord Lee and the Outlaws, a 1989 UK Rockabilly, $19.99 for Rockin' Lord Lee. And we have The Card Nation, a 2003 German OG Power Pop album, sealed $14.99. Patrick Lear on Rock, which was Rockin' Lord Lee. That's sold to Patrick Lear. And we also have Thriller, Eddie and the Hot Rods, a 1979 UK OG punk album, $19.99. Robert, you get the Metallica for $60. Thank you. That's sold to Robert Warner for $60. They're still bidding on these singles. They're at $20. Our next auction is going to be the very best of the Doors, which we had this, a copy just like this earlier tonight. It's a 1985 US German OG Club, VG++ on disc 1, VG on disc 2. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. It's a Gatefold Club Edition, the best of the Doors. Eddie and the Hot Rods is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And we have Joan Jett, and that's EX Condition, $19.99. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. This is called Joan Jett and the Blackhearts album. The singles are at 20. X-Wing, that's up to you. I've got another REM box set over here. And I have a Disney Funko here to show you. This is Jack Skellington in Engine, a train Funko. That's pretty cool, actually. $19.99. Pop Trains, Disney, Jack Skellington in Engine. $19.99 for that Disney Funko there. Cynthia Herdron on Joan Jett, then Christina, then Gerald, then Todd. The Doors is a $20 start. And we have Joan Jett again. How about Bad Reputation? We'll restart the comments again. Joan Jett's $24.99. $24.99. All right, I've got another REM CD box set here. Cynthia Herdron wants the Jack Skellington Funko. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. And she got the other Joan Jett. Ryan was next on Skellington, then Gerald, then Kristen on Joan. We had a lot of Joan and Jacks. Wow, look at all that. The last comment feed reads this: JJ Joan, JJ Jett, Jack Funko, JJ Skellington, Jack Joan, and JJ. But I know exactly what everybody wanted. Cynthia got the other Joan Jett, and she got Jack Skellington. Ryan was next, then Gerald, then Christina, then Gerald. This is REM, Automatic for the People. Take a look at this. It came in this limited edition wood box. This is how it originally came. REM, Automatic for the People. $25 start. It's in this wooden box, and it has all the disc and little paper thingies and little pictures. This is how it came. It's complete, and everything's nice. REM is a $25 start. Okay? There's that. Continuing this, Shout and Holler, the branded, 2009 UKOG Garage album. That's $9.99. And The Griefs, Throwing a Tempo Tantrum. Not a temper, a tempo tantrum. That is $14.99. All right, this last lot is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $20. I unfortunately lost X-Wing somewhere, but those are sold for $20. REM has a bid for $25, and surprisingly, nobody bid on the Doors. This is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on the Doors. I'm going to put that away. We'll call it a VG Plus copy. $25 start on the Doors. That REM does have a bid with Aaron for $25. Moving on, we have the Milkshakes, 14 rhythm and beat greats. The Milkshakes, $19.99, an 83 UK Beat Garage. Michael Jacobs going to pick up the Doors for $25. Next thing I have over here, I think y'all are going to like this one. This one is $24.99. It's another big Funko, and it's Jack Skellington in Snowmobile. Jack Skellington in Snowmobile. That one's $24.99. Big Funko there as well. We have William Drugovich on the Milkshakes. REM has a new bid for $30 and now $33. Todd Saw, you were second on the buy now on the Doors. We have the Stuck Ups. It's a 2001 USOG Punk Garage, $14.99. And we have the Clock Brains. The Clock Brains is a 1990 US New Wave, $14.99. Cynthia once again picks up another Jack Skellington. That is sold to Cynthia. Gerald was next in Ryan. I'm going to take all this in here on the sold miscellaneous table. And I'm going to start a new stack right here. Boom. And then right here. Boom. I love stuff like this. Shipping department's going to have fun this week. They're going to be like, oh my God, Chad, I'm going to rip your face off. I asked my sister, I said, so how's packing orders? She says, well, it's not bad when somebody's bought 3 albums. But I pull out somebody's invoice and they've bought 28 albums, 12 cassettes, 5 8-tracks, 7 45s, 3 magazine lots, 9 Funkos, 2 posters, 7 Star Wars toys, 2 puzzles, and they have to gather all that together and then figure out how to pack it. And I'm like, that's why we got y'all on staff. Next in this crate, the NBA's Born to Run Things. The NBA's is $9.99. The Go-Go, I picked up 2 records. The Go-Go's Talk Show, that's $19.99. The Cars, Shake It Up. It's worth it just for the song Cruiser. $24.99 for The Cars. Okay, here is a Grateful Dead CD. And Tanner's got me the stats on this. He says it needs to be a $50 start. Grateful Dead, Dick's Picks, Volume 3. Pembroke Pines, Florida, 1977. $50 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $90. It's a 2-disc Grateful Dead CD. $50 start on Dick's Picks. And that's Grateful Dead live in 77. Cynthia Herdron got the Go-Go's. Robin Glenn was second. Aaron Andrus, you're out on the REM box. We have the Astronauts, a Japanese 1972 pressing, $24.99 on that. Surfin' Wild is a 91 U.S. surf compilation. Surf Comp, $19.99. And again, this one's for Johnny, featuring the Ramones and et cetera, $14.99. $14.99. All right, I've got 2 more quick Funkos to show you for a buy it now. 2 more quick Funkos to show you for a buy it now. First one is $14.99, and that is The Child from The Mandalorian. The Child, and I have Cinderella, a Walmart exclusive. She's all sparkly. Cinderella's $14.99. So The Child and Cinderella, those are $14.99 each. Next is Kelly Vlodderchek on Johnny, then Cynthia, then William Drugovich, and REM has a new bid for $40. Now, what I always do is we read through the lower crate one more time before I say if the sticker's been claimed or not. We're definitely going to go through it one more time and see what happens, okay? Got to go through it at least one more time here. All right, so let's do that right now. First thing I have is the Sitting and Spin, Pappy's Corn Squeezing, EX Condition, $14.99. The Pyramids Penetration, EX $12.99 for the Pyramids. The News of Navarone, the Wildebeest, EX $9.99. Also, we have Phantoms, which is an Italian press, a Beat Garage album, EX $17.99. Todd Saw gets The Child. That's sold to Todd Saw. Also, we have Jackaroos, Half Past Midnight, EX $9.99. William Drugovich on the Pyramids. That's sold to William Drugovich. William Drugovich also on Wild. And that was the Wildebeest. That's sold to William Drugovich. If anybody wants the Grateful Dead, $50 buy it now on the Grateful Dead. It's supposed to be a $50 start. $50 buy it now on the Grateful Dead. And then REM has a new bid for $45. Aaron Andrus is out. So let's go ahead and sell that to Autumn for $45. Thank you on that one. We got Jackaroos for Kelly Vlodderchek. That's sold. We usually sell a lot the first time, but we almost sell even more the second time we go through a lower crate. I think people's had time to research and experiment, maybe think about something. Sit and Spin, Phantoms. This is called Jet Sound Incorporated, EX $12.99. It's a garage surf, Jet Sound Incorporated. Mark Bolan and John's Children, an 84 UK compilation, EX $27.99. Toro Uki Blues Band, Broadway Shuffle, Japanese Blues Rock, EX $9.99. An actual Japanese pressings too. The Maggots, Do the Maggots, sealed, $24.99 for the Maggots. Silver was a 2004 Denmark OG Punk Glam, $14.99. Eric Van Leuven on Jet Sound Inc. That is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Chris Knapp on Mark Bolan. I had a feeling if you was watching still, Chris, you would grab that. That's sold to you. And we have Gabriel's Trumpets Records and the Knights of the New Crusade presents God in the Garage, a 60s Christian rock compilation, sealed, $19.99. The Higher State is a 2013 U.S. Psych Garage. The Higher State, $19.99. And we have Patrick Lear on God, and that was God in the Garage. That's sold to Patrick Lear. Japanese Jazz, please. Japanese Jazz. I had this one right here, maybe, the Broadway Shuffle. This one, I don't know if it's blues rock. I had that one. William Drugovich on Higher State. Do you have any other Grateful Dead's Dick Speaks? No. That's my actual last CD that Tanner had left me over here. So that's the only one I have that's on this table that we had out for tonight. I do have a Grateful Dead poster over here. It looks really cool. I gotta do some research on it. Paul left it over here. I don't know where it came from, but look at this. Music Theater presents The Grateful Dead, Saturday, August 16th, 1980. It's in a really nice red frame, and on the back, it has an Emerson, Lake and Palmer backstage pass stuck to it. But somebody did an awesome job framing that. Really cool Grateful Dead. It's in a nice matching red frame. That's the kind of poster I don't want to take out of a frame because that frame job was already expensive and they've matched up those colors so well. So, Broadway Shuffle, this here. So this is sold to Larry Gonzalez. Higher State sold to William, and then Chris Knapp next. We have the Astronauts, a 72 Japanese Surf, $24.99. Locals Del Ritmo, 30 Exitos, $14.99. Apple Core behind the tier, sealed, $34.99. I have not sold Van Halen. I have not. No, I have not sold those yet. The Cigarettes Will Damage Your Health. Cigarettes is $34.99. This is Stereophonic Space Sound Unlimited, the Space Sound Effect, a Surf Space Rock, $19.99 on that. This was Love Sin, 1980 Canadian, $14.99. Respect, the Hound Dogs, $19.99. And then Parts Found in Sea, Seat of the Rotting Man, $9.99. The Nomads Outburst, $19.99 on the Nomads. Time to Time is the new international beat that's rocking the world, and that's a Garage Psych compilation. Time to Time Garage Psych compilation, $19.99. Two more quick toys right quick. This is David Bowie from Labyrinth, which is Jareth. It is a Weta Workshop figure, $39.99 for that. David Bowie as Jareth from Labyrinth. How cool is that? $39.99. And we have Pennywise from It, a Hot Topic exclusive. That's really scary looking. $19.99 for Pennywise. It's a Hot Topic exclusive. Surf Space Rock. You wanted this one right here, the one with the stereo equipment on the front, or not. I mean the instruments. That is sold for $19.99. All right, thank you on that. And then over here we have Cynthia on the David Bowie figure. I think the Vlodderchecks have already bought one of those from me. And then DJ on Time. DJ not so good on that. And then Pennywise is sold to Gerald Whitworth. There we go. Also, we have History of Rock Volume 7 with the Kings of Lo Dazoros. And one second, please. $14.99 on Die Zoros. Zoros, $14.99 on that. We have the Pirates, the Pirate Live in America. Finland Pub Rock, sealed, $14.99. The Carnation is sealed, $14.99. The Carnation was a 2003 German OG, that's Power Pop. Also, we have Shout and Holler, the branded, $9.99. The Grief, throwing a tempo tantrum, Garage from 2006, $14.99. The Stuck Ups is $14.99. We have Clock Brains, a 1990 US New Wave, $14.99. The NBA's is $9.99. The Cars, Shake It Up, $24.99. I think that's the only album in there I actually know is The Cars. And then Surfing Wild is $19.99. All right, let me go take these few miscellaneous items I just sold right around the corner. And here's what we're about to do. I'm going to show you who got the Laura sticker because it has been claimed. And we are going to go right into a half-off crate before everybody decides they're going to bed. That was the last crate of new stuff. Let's go ahead. We've already done one half-off crate, but it wasn't really nonsense. So let's do one more half-off crate. Here's something Tanner's marked. It's $145, $11.99. Any fans of the Black Crowes? Here's Rich Robinson, a 7-inch single on blue vinyl, Oh Sweet Nothing, and Words of the Chosen. That's blue vinyl, $11.99. Cynthia Herdron on Clocks, which was Clock Brains, and then then Steve Riley, then SMI 564 on the cars, okay? And we have too much left for a bundle. On new arrivals like this, what I do, especially really cool stuff that I know Laura has probably comped very fairly from Discogs. If you want to buy them all, I'll do 20% off on pre-owned stuff like this. 20% off if you buy everything that's left. So otherwise, because I hadn't even accepted offers on these yet, next time it'll be a best offer deal, which a lot of them's definitely going to sell then. But right now, for pre-owned, straight across the board, 20% off. I got a Led Zeppelin CD here, right? Studio Days, yep. Led Zeppelin is going to go up for a $10 start. Led Zeppelin Studio Days. It's a bootleg, and that is going to go up for a $10 start for that Zeppelin bootleg CD. D-A-Z-E, as in like dazed and confused. What's the songs on Surfing Wild? The Cotillions, Banzai Washout. I'm going to skip around a little. The Pacific Surfers, Undercurrent. The Centurions, Latina. The Frantics, The Whip. The Deadly Ones, Creature in the Surfer's Lagoon. The New Dimension, Soul Surf. The Hustlers, Migraine. And then Love, Sin, Price, and Details. Love, Sin was right back here, the guy jumping up with the guitar. Love, Sin is pressed in Canada in 1980. It's a rock album, $14.99. Zeppelin CD, $10 start. And what else do we have? I want to go up front. The way y'all are buying Funkos, I want to go up front and get a big handful of Funkos and show y'all some more. Now, before the end of the year, we scheduled to have 2 more where we sell stuff like in our store, like up front, like all of our, where I'm literally walking and holding the camera. We got to do another one of those in the next, like, I don't know, next month maybe. Here's a whole tub of 45s. And when I say a tub, like a big storage tub, and it's just completely full of 45s. Larry Gonzalez, the record you bought was $9.99. Yes. SMI says, I'll take it. The Surfing, that's sold. And then Jackie on the Love Sin. Here's a lot of 45s. I literally grabbed just a random, this tub, this is what it looks like. It's just completely full of 45s. We got Def Leppard Photograph. Def Leppard Photograph. Looks like somewhere they were at a place called Savers. So some of them may have these really nasty looking stickers on them. Rosemary Clooney. This is going to be probably a pretty random lot of records. Rosemary Clooney, Def Leppard Photograph, the Lemon Poppers, Green Tambourine. It's not bad though. We got I'm in Love with a Bunny, Paul Hampton. I'm in Love with a Bunny, Paul Hampton. How many is that? 4. John Lennon, Happy Xmas, War's Over. That's a good one. So This Is Christmas. Ebony and Ivory, Paul and Stevie Wonder. Wings, Live and Let Die. Psh, you got to be kidding me. Yoko Ono, Beautiful Boys, and John Lennon, Woman. So some Beatles stuff. Wings, Mull of Kintyre. That's like one of the biggest selling singles in the UK ever. And Ringo Starr, Photograph. Ringo Starr, Devil Woman, and You're 16. That's the A side. And that's another same John Lennon. We'll put that in a different lot. All those singles there, a $15 start. $15 start on those. Parts found in C. BMK, these are all sticker price. I told somebody if they wanted a bundle for everything, 20% off. But right now, they're sticker price. I'm just making sure everybody's got what they wanted. Robert has the Led Zeppelin CD for 10. All of these singles for 10. So quick recap. Ringo, Wings, John Lennon, Wings, McCartney, Lennon, Paul Hampton with the picture sleeve, Green Tambourine, Rosemary Clooney, and look at this Def Leppard. So the Def Leppard's in a Paul McCartney sleeve, but somebody has chopped out the center of it. That was a really common occurrence. I know that's painful to see, but that's a lot of random records there. I could sell John Lennon by itself. $10 start on all those, and Zeppelin's at 10. Okay. By the way, we had about 170 people watching. Now we have 130. So a lot of people have elected to go to sleep instead of looking out for the half-off crate. So we better go ahead and do the half-off crate before I lose anybody else to sleep. I don't like losing people to sleep. I want everybody awake, and I want them dreaming here live. I want y'all alive and dreaming with me here, and not actually in your head asleep. Okay. Okay. Now, X-Wing probably had to go into another meeting, so he probably did not answer me on the 20% off bundle. So I'm assuming X-Wing you're passing. That's okay. We'll put these right here behind me. Let's pick out a nonsense half-off crate. Let's do it. Any no bids? Any no bids? Right now, Zeppelin sold to Robert for $10. The only no bids is Grateful Dead, Dick's Picks Volume 3, $50. 3 vintage 70s Kung Fu comic book magazines, all 3 of them for $15. Pretty firm on that. And the only album that was put up for auction that did not sell was The Dream Syndicate Medicine Show, an 84 USOG 25. Hey, we just went from 130 to 155 viewers. Maybe some people decided to go hop off right quick before we do this half off crate, and now they're back on ready to buy. All right, let's do a crate, what I call nonsense, which is probably going to be a lot of like classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, anything, probably like a John crate, which is going to have really good titles, and we're about to go through it, folks, right now. Half off, no more, no less. So let's try to sell everything in here. We've got to about the 6 crate mark. I'd like to get to the 7 or 8 crate mark tonight, if we could do that. We just took a break. It sounded like it. Did I sell the astronauts? Yeah, I think that sold. Let me flip through there and see. The only thing left in the lower crate is the MBAs, the stuck-ups, the Griefs, Shout and Holler, the branded, the Carnation, the Pirates, Die Zoros, the Nomads. Parts found in a sea. If you still want it for $9.99, whoever asked, it's still available. The Hound Dogs, the cigarettes, Apple Core, Locos del Ritmo, the astronauts is still available. Yeah, $24.99. $24.99. Okay. All right, here we go. Cynthia does get the Dream Syndicate for $25. All right, and any of my Grateful Dead buyers want to make an offer on Dick's Picks? I would love to sell it to one of y'all besides having to list it elsewhere, but I know it is expensive. Oh, the Laura sticker. Oh, gosh. Yeah, my bad. She actually just bought another record. The Fadeaways, which is that really cool one that had like the spooky house on it and like the station wagon. Cynthia Herdron got it. Cynthia Herdron got it. Let me pull it out here. Let me mark my spot. And yeah, the Fadeaways. Really cool Laura sticker here. I've never seen one made like this. I'm kind of curious how she was able to do this. It's Snoopy, and he looks like a ghost. Snoopy as a ghost. Love Laura. Snoopy as a ghost there. Very cool. And that is sold to Cynthia Herdron. You had pretty good odds, though. Cynthia had really good odds. She bought probably the majority of the records in there. Probably tied with the Vladarchek, and then probably tied with you, William. Y'all probably were 1, 2, and 3. So y'all had good odds to get it, but she got the lucky one. She got the lucky one. And it's her first Laura sticker. There we go. Welcome to the club. All these singles are at $20 with Kathy. Everybody else is out. And then we have Adam Bernardi does want the astronauts. Adam Bernardi on the astronauts. Japanese pressing there. All right, thank you. Solid crate there from Laura. A lot of unusual stuff. A lot of unusual stuff. And Laura picked that record too. She said, I want it on that one. I was like, we can make that happen. All right, let's do a half off crate as soon as I do a quick stretch. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. I'm twisting and turning. I gotta stop falling asleep on my couch. I gotta get into my bed. I sleep better on my couch, but I just know lumbar wise, it's not the best. There's no way. I gotta flip over the cushions or something. All right, here we go. And I got a whole tub of 45s we can run. We got Carly Simon, Hello Big Man. These are gonna be half off, no more, no less. Carly Simone, $5. We have John Prine, that's gonna be a big discount. $22.50, which means that's $22.50 off. John Prine, Storm Windows. Warren Zevon is $16.50. Carly Simon sold to Adam Bernardi. All these 45s are sold together to Kathy Hodges for $20. Thank you, Kathy. Those are sold to you. Next is the Warner Brothers Record Show. It's one of those 2 LP Warner Brother compilations. Joni Mitchell, Mothers of Invention, Van Dyke, Jethro Tull, Neil Young, The Kinks. Eric Van Leuven on Warren Zevon. That's sold to Eric. Thank you on that. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. And we have Jeff Beck Flash, a beautiful copy in shrink. This has Rod Stewart on it doing the song People Get Ready. $12.50 on that. Near mint shrink and hop. Top copy alert. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger. Squeeze is $12.50. And Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player. Elton John. First label. Gatefold jacket with the booklet attached. Danielle, My Brother. I like the song Texas Love Song, Crocodile Rock. And my favorite on the album is High Flying Bird. $10 there for Sir Elton. Adam Bernardi on Jeff Beck. Tim Graham on the Warner Brothers comp. Christina Curtis next on Beck. And Sherry Darnell on John Prine. That just leaves Elton John and Squeeze. And now I got to swap out crates because this one is Full. 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 Hey, here's another flip crate left over. We had more flip crate leftovers than I thought. My bad. I just seen some more. Mark Chesler next on Beck. Robin Glenn got Elton John. So far, a solid half-off crate. Let me get some other stuff to auction right after I show you Jefferson Starship for $7.50 and the Wild Bunch soundtrack. The Wild Bunch soundtrack now just $10. Wild Bunch soundtrack, $10 on that. All right, let's grab another handful of singles out of here. I think in the bottom of this tub is cassettes. Oh my gosh, it is. All right, so let's see what we got here. We got, there's that other John Lennon, Woman. Alice Cooper, School's Out. And by the way, some of these are going to need cleaning, and some of them's not. That's actually not in bad condition. It's just dirty. So I'm just pulling these straight out of a tub, just FYI. So there's that. I'm going to take these right here. Boston, We Can Make It. We had Floyd Kramer in the picture sleeve, Your Last Goodbye. Club Nouveau, Lean on Me and Pump It Up. John Waite, For Your Love and Missing You. Baltimora, Tarzan Boy. The Buffalo Springfield, Rock and Roll Woman. Sam Cooke, Twisting the Night Away and You Send Me. Debbie Harry, Backfired and Military Rap. And Strawberry Alarm Clock, Tomorrow and Birds in My Tree. This lot of singles here, $10 start. $10 start. Jefferson Starship sold to Mike Owen. Composer on the Wild Bunch, Jerry Fielding. Music composing done by Jerry Fielding. F-I-E-L-D, like field, I-N-G. And the Wild Bunch, $10. That stack of singles, $10 start on those. $10 start on those. X-Wing is in. All right, moving right along. Neil Young Harvest, a nice copy for just $17.50. It has the lyric insert with it and the original on her sleeve. Just $17.50 on Neil Young. Let's not try to cram that back in there. Let's just put it back here nicely. Neil Young. Heart of Gold. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is now $20, half off of $39.99. An 87 Carrollton press. And Tony Bennett for Once in My Life. It's got a big promo sticker on the front. Tony Bennett's a Columbia 2i, $5. I'm going to step up front and grab like 5 different Funkos just off a shelf, because it's a shelf I've been wanting to redo for a while anyway, to put out more paper and magazine stuff people can flip through here in our store. So let me grab 5 different Funkos, and I think I'm going to grab some that I have duplicates of too. And that way, a couple of these I have duplicates of. And maybe you'll be like, yep, we need that one, Chad, because I've got duplicates of so far every one I've picked up. A couple of these I only have one of, though. Okay? A couple of these I only have one of. So let me grab these. I know 3 of these 5, I know for sure I'll have duplicates. The others, if we happen to need another one, I'll have to go hunt for them, okay? These are all $14.99. These are brand new ones we got from our distributors. I have a classic Incredible Hulk, Marvel 1420. Very cool. I love the boxes on these. Boba Fett, the Bounty Hunter, Boba Fett. Luke Skywalker, 764. Boba is 769. Willy Wonka from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And good grief, Charlie Brown. I know y'all love peanut stuff. Charlie Brown, $14.99. First thing is the singles got bids for 10, 11, 10, 12, 14. Mike Owen on S for Sting. That's so to Mike Owen. Cynthia got Tony Bennett. The singles got a new bid for 14. DJ next on Tony. Chad, can you check for a 45 for me sometime? I'm looking for this song called How Much Is That? Doggy in the Window. I don't know who sings it, though. We can probably find that on Discogs. Mark next on Tony Bennett. Singles 45-15. Adam Minardi got the Charlie. Charlie, as in Willy Wonka, right? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. No, Charlie Brown, my bad. Charlie Brown and Hulk. That's so to Adam Bernardi. You got both of those. And Cynthia got Willy Wonka. And we have Patty Page saying, how much is that dog in the window? There you go. And then Gerald Whitworth on DB and CB. Now, DB and CB was Charlie Brown. I got more Charlie Browns. Let me go get one of those in just a second for Gerald Whitworth. We have the best of Procol Harum. How cool is this? The best of Procol Harum. It's a German press, it looks like. EMI stateside. Let me see if it has wider shade of pale. Shine brightly. I have seen, yeah, this actually does not have wider shade of pale on it. This compilation here, $12.50 on that one. And then Gerald Whitworth, I need to get him another Charlie Brown, and he wants Luke Skywalker. I would love for you to buy Boba Fett, and that would clear the board. We have the cufflinks. Tracy, $5 on that. Who has the high bid on these singles? Robin Glenn has them for $15. We're about to sell those. And then we got The Best of Bread, Volume 2. Great song on here, Guitar Man. The Best of Bread, $7.50. We're also hot and heavy, right in the middle of a half-off crate. The Best of the Marmalade, $15. This was $29.99. The Best of Marmalade. I can see the rain. What is... I think they had a song, Reflection. Is it Reflections of My Life? Is that on here either? I see the rain. I can see the rain. Is that it? I think Marmalade had something called Reflections, though. Kevin Cassidy on Procol Harum. Kevin Cassidy on Procol Harum. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell Gerald Whitworth Luke Skywalker. I'm going to sell Gerald Whitworth Boba Fett. I got to go get him another Charlie Brown. I'm going to show 3 more half-off records, and I'm going to go up front and get some more Funkos. Bread is sold to Sherry Darnell. Mark Chesler was next. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Mirror Image, that's $10. The Best of Marmalade is $15. It's got a promo stamp on the back. Really cool cover there. We don't get that one too often. That should be the original label. 2 more. The Carpenters is called Horizon. That's $5. And the Tubes now, $12.50. I told y'all, this is a nonsense crate. It's got some great titles in it. I owe Gerald Whitworth, Charlie Brown. I actually got 2 different ones. I'll go get the other one in just a second. Let me step up here. Let me get him a good grief here. That's so to him. And then let's see what else I have in the Star Wars department. This is pretty cool here. Let me grab one of these. I know I have another one of these. I have one of these. And then here is, let's do a different character. Let's do this guy. Let's do this. And then let's see, we'll do this guy right here. Okay. I don't really know who I grabbed. Hey, I do have another David Bowie Lambert figure. I just walked by another one of those. I thought I'd sold them all. I thought that was the last one, but I do have another one. Okay, let me line out some of these for you. I got Wolverine. I think that one's pretty cool because it looks like, yeah, it looks like the one from his first appearance on Hulk 181. Wolverine. These are all $14.99. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan there, $6.29. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Shaggy's got a big sandwich there. Big old sandwich. He's hungry. He's got the munchies. John Wick, and there's Gerald Whitworth's Charlie Brown, okay? Reflections of My Life. That's the Marmalade song, yeah. That's their biggest hit, but it's not, it's kind of like that Procol Harum. It's not on that album. It may have not come out yet. I've seen bands put out best of before their biggest song dropped, you know, like their biggest radio hit. I've had best of compilations. And I'm like, well, this actually came out in, you know, 67, and that song didn't hit the radio till, you know, 71 or whatever. Okay, I got all that on the table in there before they all fell over and got out of order. So first thing we have is this. We sold Procol Harum. Sherry got bread. Mark was next. Jim B's going to bed. He can't make any money off this stuff. He's madder than a dog that just got his tail stepped on. Cynthia got the tubes. Kathy wants Shaggy. And Gerald Whitworth wants Obi-Wan and John Wick. Okay, that just leaves Wolverine there. And let's move these right over here. And then this stack of singles, I'm actually going to put these on the bottom here. All these are sold to Robin Glenn for $15. Thank you, Robin. Those are sold to you. Nice. Okay, back to the half-off crate. Let's focus on these for a little bit, then I'll go get more Funkos. Elton John the Fox, $10 on Elton John the Fox. Deep Ear, which is one of those Warner Brothers comps. Another one. There's a bunch of them. If you ever want to try to mark them off, look at the inner sleeves. See all these Warner Brothers comps that I talk about all the time? There's all kinds of them on the inner sleeves. Appetizer, Songbook, Record Show. Deep Ear is $10. $10 on that. Denise, I have another John Wick. I do. If some of those got grabbed, make sure you ask because I can get more. I can either order more or there's a good chance I have more up front. The English Beat is now just $12.50. Wow. English Beat is $12.50. The Who Are You? $10 on The Who. $10 on The Who. 10 gram on the Warner Brothers comp. Deep Ear. That was some play on words there, I think. And we have the Who's Next. This is an MCA pressing. $12.50 on the Who's Next. And then the Romantics, Rhythm Romance. The Romantics is $12.50. Wow, there's some great records right here. Romantics, The Who, and English Beat is sold to Mike Owen. No, Thomas Clark was first, a little bit further up. Yep, Thomas Clark on English Beat, then Mike Owen. Steve Riley, let me know which of the two Who's you want. Let me know on the two Who's. Two Who's. Could we do another 45 lot right quick? Let's see what we got here on 45 lot. When I first watched John Wick, I binge watched all of them. Everybody's like, Chad, you've never watched John Wick? And I was like, no. And he's like, dude, you got to go watch John Wick. And so I started watching one, and then I couldn't stop. All right, I think these are all Elvis Presley. So let's see what we got here. Steve Riley on the Who's Next. Here's what I got. I'll try to read you the A side. These are probably all going to be VG copies at minimum. There's a lot here, though. All right, so yeah, let me figure out what we got here. Let me just read both sides quickly. Suspicion and Kiss Me Quick. One Night and I Got Stung. She's Not You. Just Tell Her I Said Hello. A Big Hunk of Love. Wish My Wish Came True. That's an EP. That's definitely earlier there. That's got 4 songs on it. Good Luck Charm, Anything That's Part of You. I Need Your Love Tonight. And Now and Then, A Fool Such As I. Take Good Care of Her. I've Got a Good Thing About You, Baby. Surrender and Lonely Man. And Are You Lonesome Tonight? And I Gotta Know. Those are all Elvis Presley's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $20 start. 10 Elvis Presleys. A perfect 10. All right. The John Wick I have is number 1763. 1763. Okay, back to the half-off stuff. Squeeze, Argy Bargy, $12.50 on Squeeze. Elvis, speaking of him, a Canadian tribute on orange vinyl for $10. That's the one Scott Arnold was trying to buy from me the other night for $12. And I told him it might end up in a half-off crate. We have Bad Company, Run with the Pack for $10. Bad Company, Run with the Pack, $10. The Cars, just $17.50. Half-off Red Electra label. Elvis Presley, $20 start on those. And Cat Stevens is EX, $6.50. I'm going to go ahead and grab, make another round with some Funkos. See what other ones I can find up here. Some Funkos. I've got a different Charlie Brown. Let me grab that one. A different one. A different Luke Skywalker. Let me grab Charlie and Luke. Let's grab this series here. I think these are pretty cool. I've got 3 in my hand. Let me do these 2 here. These are pretty cool here. I think Gerald's already bought these from me, Gerald Whitworth, because I remember I had them on a waiting list for the 3rd one. Sharon Stone, so you probably know which ones are coming. I think it was Gerald. So let's see what we got here. I've got the following. I got Nicky Santoro, which is Joe Pesci from Casino. And then I got Sam Rothstein, which is Robert De Niro from Casino. And then I've got the Martian Soldier from Mars Attacks. I got Luke Skywalker, when he's training, when Obi-Wan gave him the training device. And I got Charlie Brown with his kite. Charlie Brown with his kite. Okay? So 2 from, and if you want the 3rd one, Ginger, which is, Sharon Stone, I can get that one as well. Okay? Next thing we have is Christina on Elvis out of the bin. Right, Christina? That's so to you. Joe Delgado got Bad Company. Great decision there. Elvis is at 20, Elvis at 20, Elvis at 20, and Elvis is at 21. And Laura is dropping a hint. We probably need to go check out Wednesday night's auctions. Oh my gosh. Ozzy, 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 Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, 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 Dio, 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 Black Sabbath, Dio, 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 Dio. Oh my gosh. Everybody better buckle up for tomorrow. Holy moly. Whoa. Next thing we have is Steve Miller Band Sailor. Now we're starting the half-off check condition. So there's a good chance the last time these were shown, they were sticker price, no more, no less. VG on Steve Miller Band, $5. Elvis Lots at $25. We have Carole King Tapestry, VG Plus, $9. Carole King Tapestry, VG Plus, $9. The Elvis Lots between Chuck and Steve, Regina's out. Steve has it for $25. The Funkos I just laid down was Wolverine, Martian Soldier, Luke Skywalker, Charlie Brown, Nicky Santoro, and Sam Rothstein. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, EX condition, $11.50. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, $11.50. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Don't Go Breaking My Heart, EX, $11.50. Elton John, EX, $11.50. Cheap Trick at Budokan, VG Plus condition, I Want You to Want Me, $10. And it has the booklet. Steve Miller Band, so does Sherry Darnell, for $5. Man, no takers on that run of Funkos. Maybe the glorious streak has come to an end. Maybe if I can sell one, I will be encouraged to go up front and grab about 5 more. Final call to Biddlecombe on the Elvis singles for $25. And then what's the cassettes in the bottom? Well, if you can imagine a big, tub, it's completely full of cassettes. I see NXS. I see Iron Maiden, Janis Joplin, Slaughter. I see the Commodores, and I see Grace Jones. That's some of the cassettes that I can see on the top. So it looks like it's some good ones. Looks like it's some good ones. Look there. Hey, there we go. Luke, Charlie Brown, Wolverine, and Martian. We've just about sold all of them. That entire bottom row is all sold. There we go. That's a motivation to go get some more. First of all, though, let me show you Carole King. This has some great songs on it. $6.50 for Carole King. This is Rhymes and Reasons. Also Shut Down with the Beach Boys. VG 650, early Beach Boys here. Mono, too. Mono, T1918 catalog number. First thing we're going to do is sell Gerald, the Luke Skywalker, the Charlie Brown, and the Wolverine. Okay, so Charlie Brown, Luke Skywalker, and the Wolverine. Those are all sold to Gerald Whitworth. You got it. And then Cynthia on Martian. And then Kathy, I can go get you another Charlie Brown because I have another one with his kite. Okay? Let me go take these in here, though. These are sold. Goodbye. And do y'all realize we have a Funko collection we bought and we hadn't really had time to mark them yet? I mean, it's really good stuff too. Movies, music related, and superhero stuff, comic book and stuff like that. Paul bought them. A local guy brought them in. I can look at them right now across from me. It's tubs full of like good Funkos. Amazing Funkos. First thing we have is, I still got to tag some Funkos, but first we're going to sell these singles. Steve Biddlecombe, he's going to get the Elvis singles. Those are going over the big pond to the UK. $25 on that. Cynthia Herdron on the Martian. I owe Kathy Hodges a Charlie Brown kite Funko. There's those. I love that scene where they meet up in the desert. And Joe Pesci's chewing out Robert De Niro. No, you said it. You went over my head. I can't repeat what he says because he says some very, very high caliber sensitive language during that scene, but it's a very incredible cinematic masterpiece. I think Scorsese just kind of let them have at it on that one. I think he just said, hey, go out there like you're chewing him out. And Pesci's like, you got it. Eric Van Leuven on Beach Boys. SMI was next. And BK918, which is Brian Colsar, he wants the parts unknown from that last Laura crate, okay? I know exactly where that is. And that is, that's right here. Oh, man. And then this is parts. So this is sold to Brian Colsar at sticker price. And Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons. It's an EX edition. It's a gatefold OG with texture jacket. The price is $6.50. $6.50. We got Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, EX9. And we have Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know Ya, VG Plus 750. Adam Bernardi on Carole King. All right, let me go get a Charlie Brown kite, Funko, and I'll go grab 4. I probably can carry 4 more back here. So I'm walking basically to the front part of our store where we have Funkos out for sale. And I'm grabbing them, I'm bringing them back here, and hopefully y'all are buying them. I've sold several different Luke Skywalkers. Here's a different Luke Skywalker. Y'all hadn't seen this one. So here's a different one, really cool one here. Let's grab the Charlie Brown. That was sold to her. And then let's grab some others y'all hadn't seen. Y'all hadn't seen this one. Here's a sports-related one. Y'all might need this one. And what else do we have over here? Where is my music-related ones? They might be over here on the other side of the store almost. Let me see what else I have over here. I also have a ghost figure. I got a Jerry Only figure. Let me grab, here we go. Here's another Star Wars. Trying to grab as many Star Wars as possible. These are obviously, there's another Wolverine. Golly, we got some cool stuff over here. I got Star Wars bobbleheads. I got Incredible Hulk figures. I got Lost in Space. I got Batmobiles, Kiss figures, metal toys, PC games, books, magazines. I got the Lost. I got the Holy Grail. I got the Ark of the Covenant. What's next? We have Clone Trooper 5s. That same kind of box as Boba Fett. I like those boxes. Travis Kelce, also known as Taylor Swift's future husband. Kylo Ren. That's another cool one there. Luke Skywalker as Red 5. That's really cool. Luke Skywalker and Charlie Brown. That one is sold Charlie Brown is sold to Kathy Hodges, okay? Let's do some more half-off stuff here. I've got Marshall Tucker, Searching for a Rainbow, EX650. Boston, wow, Boston in the half-off bin. VG Plus, $10, and it's an OG label. I'll go get the Ghost figure next. I'll go get Ghost next. The Cars, Heartbeat City, VG Plus, $12.50. The Cars, Heartbeat City, VG Plus, $12.50. Boy, De Niro autograph on this, like $1,000. De Niro's a tough signature. You could get De Niro's signature on that. Oh my gosh, I would love to have one. Man, his signature's tough on really cool stuff like that. Funkos and movie posters. Oh my gosh. Jill Whitworth wants a Luke as Red 5. That is sold. Mike Owen on B for Boston. That's sold. Is Clone Trooper a bobblehead? Yeah, actually all Funkos are pretty much bobbleheads. Yeah. All Funkos they're all bobbleheads. They look like little statues, but when you take them out of the box, they actually do bobble. They've got them where they don't move in here, but they're all technically bobbleheads. SMI next on Boston. Sherry Darnell on Marshall Tucker, and Adam Bernardi on Clone. And he does want a Clone Trooper here. Yeah, so when I said I had Star Wars bobbleheads earlier, I actually have some like legit, not Funko brand Star Wars bobbleheads up there too. Over here in the half-off bin, we got the Pretenders 2, VG Plus $9. George Thorogood, bad to the bone, VG Plus $9. And Renaissance live at Carnegie Hall. Renaissance is EX condition, $9. And Don McLean, American Pie, a classic, EX condition. It's on a second label, but that's a must-have. EX $9 on that. Let's put Travis and Kylo back there. And I'm going to show two more, and then I'm going to walk up through the front and cycle through some more stuff. Foreigner is EX $9. Bad is sold to Christina Curtis. And we got Billy Joe, Songs in the Attic. VG Plus $10 for Billy Joe, Songs in the Attic. That's VG Plus $10 on that. Christina also picking up Bye, Miss American Pie. Drove the Chevy to the levee. Y'all take it from there. While I step up front, I'll let y'all take it from there. Drinking whiskey and wine, this be the day. This be the day. Oh, helter skelter. I don't know the lyrics, but the song gets better and better as it goes on. Any Godfather fans? I got all kinds of Godfather Funkos. Any Godfather fans? Ghost. Let me grab Cliff Burton here. Ghost, Cliff Burton. Let me grab some other Star Wars. There's a cool wrestling one. There's a music-related one. Oh, helter skelter. Trying to make sure I've got all the Star Wars. I've shown that one. That's another Travis Kelce. Hey! I wonder if my Star Trek fans will want this. I forgot about this. This is what happens when I walk through a store of stuff I forget that I have. There's a puzzle I hadn't shown in about 3 years. And then here's a one of one. I only got one of these left. Okay, let's see if I can carry all this back there without dropping it and breaking it all. Come on, Chad, you can do this. You can do this, Chad. Come on, don't mess up. Don't mess up. Don't drop all this. That would be very embarrassing. All right, here we go. Luke Skywalker, 605 from Return of the Jedi. Yep. Luke is $14.99. Iron Maiden, Eddie, Somewhere in Time, $14.99. Shawn Michaels, WWF/E. Ghost, Papa Emeritus 4. Ghost is $59.99. Very cool. Ghost. Cliff Burton. I'll have to open it up, but it's $59.99 for Cliff Burton. Star Trek Universe, Spock. Spock is $24.99. And we have a G.I. Joe Cobra puzzle. 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, G.I. Joe from Super 7 Reaction. That same brand I get all of our figures from. $24.99 for G.I. Joe puzzle. Jackie Wilson on Foreigner. A lot of classic essentials sold out of here. We also have Carole King Tapestry, EX, $11.50. ABBA, Voulez, ABBA's VG, $5. Dire Straits Communique, VG, $6.50. And Jimmy Buffett, son of a sailor. Jimmy Buffett's EX, $9. Cynthia wants the Ghost figure. That's $59.99. Kathy gets Spock for $24.99. And Gerald gets Luke Skywalker. All right. Awesome. Let me take this little stack in here before there's a spiel. And next thing is, put those right there. And that little stack right there we just sold. Helter Skelter. All right. And here's what the Cliff Burton looks like for any Metallica fans that may be watching. It's another one. It's kind of like the Ghost. It's really cool. It's got interchangeable pieces. It's Cliff Burton. The box itself is amazing artwork. He looks like he's up in space, like fighting a demon-looking gremlin. His guitar is like a weapon. It's like on fire and stuff. He's got he's fighting the jump in the fire. That's what he's fighting. He's fighting the jump in the fire single thing up in space or something. $59.99 for Cliff Burton there. And then Iron Maiden and Shawn Michaels. What a duo. These back here are $14.99. Chad Schneider on Jimmy Buffett. And Kevin Cassidy on Carole King. And that's probably for Tapestry, right? Okay, uninterrupted. I'm going to go through this entire half-off crate one more time without pausing to show you anything else. Let's do this because I know there's going to be some stuff sell the second round. So if I could buy your attention for about the next 4 minutes straight, uninterrupted, we're going to go through everything that's left in this crate one more time. One more time. That's Phil Collins. He has entered the chat. Here we go. First thing I have is Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger. Squeeze is $12.50. The Wild Bunch soundtrack is $10. Eddie is sold to Hoopy 31. Thank you, $14.99 on that. Neil Young Harvest, $17.50 for Neil Young Harvest. We also got Tracy, the cufflinks. Tracy is $5. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Mirror Image, $10. Best of Marmalade, $15 for Best of Marmalade. Best of Marmalade. Somebody said this was a Canadian press. Is that right? It says USA. I think it's US. I think it is US. I mean, I don't see any Canadian markings, but I'm not for sure 100%. 15 on that. Carpenter's Horizon is $5. Elton John the Fox was $10. The Romantics, Rhythm Romance, $12.50. The Who Are You, $10 on The Who. MCA Records, that's nice. Squeeze, Argy Bargy, $12.50 on Squeeze. The Cars, $17.50. Moving in stereo. Good Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl, What I Needed, Just What I Needed, I'm in Touch with All Your All, Don't You Stop, You're All I've Got Tonight, Bye Bye Love, Moving in Stereo, and All Mixed Up. That's like a debut album that ended up being a greatest hits. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? $17.50 on the Cars. Cat Stevens Back to Earth is EX $6.50. Another Carole King Tapestry. This one's VG plus $9. VG plus $9. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl is $11.50. Bang on the Chain Gang. And we have EX, Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. EX, $11.50. We have the Cheap Trick at Budokan, VG plus $10. Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis is EX $9. Spankin' Our Gang is VG plus $7.50. The Cars, Heartbeat City, VG plus $12.50 on The Cars. The Pretenders 2 is VG plus $9. Renaissance is EX $9. We have Billy Joel, VG plus $10. ABBA was VG $5. And Dire Straits is VG $6.50. All right. There it is. That's almost some of the best I can do when it comes to deals and vinyl right there. Half off vintage OG records. Laura's got the pre-order. I just posted the Cult Choice of Weapon in our group Whole Lot of Records. I'll get the pre-order for their album Hidden City tomorrow. There we go. So the Cult still reissuing some stuff. I didn't even know those were happening. Thank you for doing that, Laura. So here's where we're at a quarter till midnight. Right now, it looks like my last 4 items sold is technically toy, and toy department. So we can do a couple different things. That was probably one of the last crates of vinyl I might want to do. But we've got a bazillion, kind of like last night. I've got a bazillion miscellaneous items I can show. Maybe some cassettes. And if y'all want to keep showing Funkos, a couple of y'all are buying about every one that I bring back here. Sounds like I need to go get some more. And I can, when I'm up there, I can read out stuff that I see. And if you want me to bring it back here, I can show it to you. The possibilities are endless because we got a bunch of stuff here. I mean, we got a whole bunch of stuff here I can show you. So, y'all just let me know for the next couple minutes, especially while I'm stretching and popping my knee back into place. Oh, that felt pretty good. I got magazines here to show tomorrow in auction lots like we normally do. Taiwan records. I got a whole tub full of fake autographs. Let me see if I can find that tub. They have, as far as CDs, Levi. Man, I wish I could have got to these before they covered all this stuff up. I knew I should have left those out. Yeah, I think this is the tub. Do we have all of the CD buyers on and watching? It works out so much better when everybody's watching at the same time because we can go through them so much faster and efficiently. I kind of did do a little cleanup right quick anyway. Other Avengers hardcover. Not yet. Star Trek anything. Okay. Let me walk up front because I'm going to go get some more other Funkos anyway. Let me go get about another 5. And while I'm walking right now, I'll read some stuff off. Yeah, I mean, this whole other tub is probably more insane than the last tub of CDs we did last night. Let me start right over here. And as far as Funkos, there's a bunch of Game of Thrones stuff. We've already showed a couple of those. I've got Newman here. We've already sold. Here's a different Mars Attack. I know we've already sold one, but here's a different one. We still got Charlie Brown's. Y'all have already seen both of them, though. I've got Jor-El, which is Marlon Brando from Superman. I got The Office here. And I'm going to have to walk over here to get other stuff. Let's see, Eddie. I got a big Eddie in the box. It looks like a Jack in the Box, but it's Eddie. I got a large Superman Funko. I got a Darth Vader mask. It's like a big thing. It's Darth Vader. I got another Eddie over here. Y'all have already seen that Star Wars. So we're pretty low on Star Wars Funkos. Of course, that's the best seller probably. Star Wars Funkos are some of the best sellers typically. There's Yu-Gi-Oh over here. Somebody asked for Lord of the Rings earlier. Here's Swamp Thing. That's a good one. I've got Kramer and I got Newman. I'm on my way back with Kramer and Newman. Those should be fun. Kramer and Newman. I got Richard Simmons. The thing about Star Trek, I've got 2 or 3 people who buy just about anything with the words Star Trek on it. So, honestly, my inventory on that stuff's pretty dang low. Whether it's vintage, new, 90 Star Trek, 60 Star Trek. Here's a couple little things. Let me grab these 2 little doodads right here. Y'all are probably going to want these. Couple of doodads. I have got a crazy stack of Funkos back here I'm trying to balance, but I'm almost back. I am 2 seconds away from the table. 1 And I'm back, okay? Spock and Kirk, that's $6.99 and $9.99. Now, before you buy those, Spock is a little off balanced. I think he got like a little wobbly at one point. So he's a little wobbly. This weighs, it feels like it weighs 5 pounds. It's like die-cast metal. Okay? Die-cast metal there. So she says she wants both of them. Spock, you probably could work on that and get him to stand up a little bit better. But these are so to Kathy, $9 and $6.99. So those to Kathy. Okay, and then Quick Comic Stack, Aerosmith, CDs, all right? And then here's 6 more Funkos. Let me do one that's $5 more. It's $19.99. It's the Chase of Jim Halpert from The Office. So it's like a variant. That one's $19.99. And then these are $14.99. We got Kramer. Kramer's $14.99. Swamp Thing is $14.99. That one's pretty cool. And then also Seinfeld character, I have Newman. Newman is $14.99. And then there's another Mars Attack. That one's really cool. The Martian Ambassador. And then Jor-El. I also have Lois Lane. I also have Lex Luthor. And I also have a large Superman from that same Superman original movie. But those other three on the back, I've got all three of those. Cynthia bought the other Martian earlier, so that's now sold to Cynthia as well. I had a feeling if you were still watching, you would have bought that one. She was, and she does. And let me see what I've got over here on priced comics and books from that set. Okay. And let me move these right over here. Let me take these off the table before they spill. Trying to think of anything else Star Trek that's in this building. I know where some stuff is in the very back. Let me go get that stuff. It's on this very back rack. I'm gonna have to walk almost all the way to the back again, but let me go do this. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. I'm all the way back here in the back. And there's some stuff right up here on this top shelf. Yep. There's this stuff. And what else is back here? Can y'all hear that air conditioning? There's albums tucked back here. There's pictures tucked back here. Magazines. Video games. I could have swore there's some toys though. Okay. Let's see what I got here. I'm going to say these are $14.99 each. Star Trek Encyclopedia, $14.99. Star Trek Chronology, and Star Trek Where No One Has Gone Before, A History in Pictures. $14.99 each on those. Okay, three different Star Trek books there. I'll do this for $6.99. It's La Roxa Troy, some kind of figure here. $6.99 on that. And I have, I don't know what these are, but I have a whole box of them. What are these? What are these? Montana Centennial. I have a whole box of Montana Centennial belt buckles. Elk. Anybody from Montana? This one has a fish on it. Why do I have all these? I remember buying these. I know why I bought. I know where they came from now. Montana. I have a whole. I bet I have 50 of them. They're all Montana Centennial belt buckles with different designs on them. This and this, and then there's this. This one has like an elk on it, whitetail. Yeah. Kathy gets all the Star Trek stuff. She gets all three books at $14.99 each and the figure. She even beat out Paul Brothers and Tim Graham or Travis Woods, whichever one's watching. All right, that's all sold to her. Let's see what else we got here. Somebody asked about the Superman up front. So it looks like something I need to get on eBay, right? I think those are pretty pricey on eBay, or they were when I bought them. I've had them for 7 years and I've never touched them since then. This is why I'm very selective about what we buy nowadays. This is why I'm very selective about what we buy nowadays. Okay, let me go around in here. Let's go to our comic book room and toy room and CD room. At this point, things might move kind of slow because I'm having to jump around and find stuff. I mean, there's this stuff kind of turked everywhere around here on sleeves or in boxes, and you know. Oh, golly, look at all this stuff. Is there any comic books up here that's priced that could have Star Trek? I wish Tanner was here. Tanner would know a lot more about this if he was here. Let me take one more walk up front before I do that. I think I have a whole box. Have y'all ever seen all the Star Trek magazines I've got? And I may have some paperback books over here. Let's see what else we got, okay? I got X-Men, I got Kiss. That's all books. We don't need to get into that department. Oh my gosh, that's like 10 hours. Kiss, I got Kiss, Funkos, I got X-Wing, I got Kiss in the box. There's a Wolverine, there's Tony Stark. There's the archer dude, the guy with the bow from Lord of the Rings. I think somewhere I've got a big box of like, just maybe it's Star Wars magazines. These are all graded comics. Hundreds and hundreds of graded comics, thousands, millions. Okay, that's an exaggeration. I think these are all Star Wars though. Let's see. Yeah, it's a whole box of Star Wars magazines. Toys there. Any Star Trek stuff up here? Nothing over here, it doesn't look like. That's Superman, Batman. Batman figures, that is. I'm looking. Comics. We sold something from up there. There's nothing there. I don't see anything here. Boy, this building, we need a lot of work done in here. I know that, though. There's stuff laying everywhere. Mismatched and out of order. Of course, you're looking at 10 hours of cleaning up. Let's see. X-Factor, X-Men, Venom, Spider-Man, Thor, Spawn, Justice League, Here's Batman. Here's DC stuff. Marvel singles. Kazar, Iceman. I'm looking for DC. Justice League, Mr. Miracle, DC Legends, Batman. We can grab this stack and see if y'all want any of these. Looks like some pretty cool stuff here. Let me grab one of these big Superman Funkos. Hopefully my mic is still in range. I'm just talking away up here. There's this. Here's a Ghost Funko. I wonder if Cynthia's still watching. I wonder if Cynthia has seen this Ghost Funko. Well, I found a few things. This would be much better when I'm walking through the store with my camera, which I can't do right now. So, Papa Murtis, $14.99. Superman the movie. It looks like he's on Krypton, $34.99 for Superman. The Brave and the Bold, issue 100. Batman, of course, $7.99. The Untold Legend of the Batman number 3, $4.99. Untold Legend of the Batman number 2, $8.99. Secret Origin starring the Golden Age Batman and Halo, $7.99. Detective Comics 492, which is Batman's comic, $9.99. Flash number 154, that's a Silver Age book, 12 cents, $5.99. Action Comics 395, that's $5.99. Adventures in the DC Universe number 8, $4.99. Angel Love, $1.99. Mary Beth, It's Me, Your Sister Angel. Action Comics 364, $10.99. Action Comics 365, $9.99. Action 366, $8.99. Action 370 is $5.99. Action 379 is $5.99. Action is $7.99, issue 398. Action 402. There's more Batman. Detective Comics 598, which is an 80-page giant, $9.99. Detective Comics 599, and that's $5.99 as well. It's also $5.99 issue number. Detective 616, that's $7.99. Detective 618, $5.99. That's a cool cover. Batman and Detective Comics 621, that's $5.99. We have the Untold Legend of the Batman, $8.99. Batman and Detective Comics 622, $9.99. And the Untold Legend of Batman number 3. And Batman and Detective Comics, that one right there. So, Tim wants the first two. So, you want Brave and Bold, and you want the Untold Legend of Batman Volume 3. That says like a little miniature one there. That's like a little miniature one. The one on the bottom here is like the full-size one. See how this one's a lot larger? I like that cover, though. These are some cool comics. Tim, you just need to do a bundle deal on everything with Batman. See the difference on those two? You probably want that one. But if not, let me know. Sounds like you just need to do a bundle for all those. There's a lot of Batman stuff in there. That, still got that one, of course. That is a Cliff Burton figure, yes. And then you got these two. You got that one. And then, of course, then it went into Flash. It went into Flash and then Action. And then Adventure. There's all the actions. And then the rest of these from here on out are all Batman. Yeah. All these here. Detective, 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 Detective. The Untold Legend of Batman. So that whole, we got that whole series. You got issue, there's number 1, 2, and we got issue number 3. And then there's Detective and Detective. So we got a pretty good run of detectives there. And then you already bought the Untold Story number 3. There's issue number 1 and there's issue number 2. Okay. So what I'll do, let me go back here. I'm going to put the others you claim back in here. Okay. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's issues 1 and 2 and 3, right? Yep. And then there's all Batman. I've pulled out everything Batman related, right? Everything Batman related is right there. Okay, let me do a quick calculation. We got 10. Probably can do this in my head, but I'll try. So 10 plus 6 plus 8 plus 6 plus 6 plus 28. Okay, whoops. Plus 28 plus 9 and 9 and 9 is 27 plus 8 and plus 10. Okay, so that's $109. $109. 85 bucks. That would be more than 20% off. 85 bucks. Everything's nice too, boarded and bagged. And I'm pretty sure Steve, who is extremely picky, he's a comic book collector. I think he boarded and bagged all these. Okay, there's that. What else? Did somebody else ask me about something else? I got him taken care of. And there's some more there. No Superman people. That's Superman's first comic. So Action $3.95. If you can find issue number 1 in high grade, you found about a $3-4 million comic book. This is issue 395. If you can find an issue number 1, give me a ring. I'd like to see it, okay? Give me a ring. I'd like to see it. Or issue 2, or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm interested in all those. If you're out there and you got an Action number 1. Detective started, so this is Detective Comics issue 598. Batman was first introduced in issue number 27. That's also a very, very valuable comic. Also a very, very valuable comic. Okay. The Jackaroos LP from Lower Crate. Jackaroos was already claimed. Yeah. I think it was claimed on the second read-through. Jackaroos was claimed on the second read-through. Yep. Oh. Okay. Boy, everybody's gotten really quiet. I don't even know what to show next. Well, first of all, I'm out of space. I got to clean off my table here in a second. There's absolutely no space left. Absolutely no space left. So Tim just wants Batman 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Batman 1, 2, and 3. So you just want Batman, the Untold Legend, 1, 2, and 3 here. Okay. Those are sold to Tim Graham. No bundle deal made. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, let me at least get some of these Funkos off the table. I'll show them one more time and try to get them back up front. That way I have a space to do something. Maybe go ahead and knock out a handful of CDs. Maybe go ahead and knock out, you know, I think this tub of CDs, the first level is Ozzy and Black Sabbath. I just don't know if any of the buyers that was on here last night is ready for round 2 of that stuff. All right. Now let me clear off the table here. Okay. So these are $14.99. Swamp Thing, Newman, Kramer, and Jor-El. Now, far as Superman Funkos, I've got Jor-El, I've got Lex Luthor, and Lois Lane, all from that 1979 Superman movie. So, Jor-El there, Mr. Marlon Brando, $14.99. And of course, Lex Luthor was played by Gene Hackman, $14.99 on those. So Swamp Thing, Newman Kramer, and Jor-El, Superman's father on Krypton. Those are all still available. Also $14.99 was Cinderella, Shawn Michaels, Kylo Ren, and Travis Kelce. Kylo Ren, Travis Kelce, Shawn Michaels, and Cinderella. I guess you've kind of made it when you've got a Funko, right? You get a Funko series, that means your character has reached full potential, or you have as an actor, or a person, an athlete. Yeah, this is a Cliff Burton figure. Very cool, $59.99. Cliff Burton. I'm going to leave him back there for a second. And then over here we had Ghost, Papa Murtis. We had Joe Pesci, Nicky Santoro from Casino, Sam Rothstein, Robert De Niro. And then Jim Halpert from The Office is actually a Funko Chase. He's $19.99. And then there's all of our Batman comics. I'll just put those right there for a second. And let's go ahead and grab that tub of CDs. Let me grab a few out of there, and then I'm probably going to have to do a lot of moving around to figure that. Okay. CDs. Now, yeah, let's do these. Okay. Fast Eddie Clark, It Ain't Over Till It's Over. Motorhead, Hammered, cover and print. Motorhead, God Save the Queen, sealed. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. Alice Cooper, Trash. Alice Cooper, Prince of Darkness. Alice Cooper, Constrictor. Alice Cooper, Raise Your Fist and Yell. Humanry Stew, a tribute to Alice Cooper. Welcome to My Nightmare, Alice Cooper. Goes to Hell, Alice Cooper. As you can see, some of these need cleaning. That's why I don't like going through these yet. And then Dio Killing the Dragon and Dio Magica. Those are all $6.99. Robert Warner on Fast. Robert Warner on Fast Eddie. And that is $6.99. And he also got Motorhead. Now, do you want God Save the Queen? Do you want Hammered, which I think is some kind of single, or do you want both? And then Guy Shard, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different Alice Cooper, including the tribute. Let me know. And then Levi on Dio. Let me know if you want Killing the Dragon or Magica. Robert gets both Motorheads, $6.99, $6.99. Okay. And then Levi, let me know on Dio. And then Guy's going to listen on Alan Cooper. He says he wants all of them. All right. Those are all sold to Guy Shard, $6.99. Levi Hilton wants Dragon by Dio. That is sold for $6.99. Okay. Done. Next thing is next. We are going to grab another handful of CDs. Let's do it. Wow. Yeah, y'all are going to like these. The people that have went to bed are going to wish that they hadn't. Maybe we'll mix in a few cassettes too. All right. We got Ozzy, Down to Earth. We got Ozzy, The Osman Cometh. Ozzy, Osmosis. Ozzy, Live and Loud, a double disc. Sex Slaves, Wasted Angel. Headcat, Walk the Walk, Talk the Talk. That's Lemmy for Motorhead. Another Headcat, Fool's Paradise. Lemmy again, Slim Jim and Danny B. Sex Slaves again. This one's called Bite Your Tongue. Alice Cooper, The World of Alice Cooper, Nobody Likes Me. I've never seen that one before. No Rest for the Wicked. The Randy Rhoads tribute album. Ultimate Sin. And Nashville, The Nashville Cats. These are all $6.99. Levi Hilton, Mark Stanley on O. Well, Mark Stanley just got extremely lucky for his first claim on Ozzy because he has dibs on Ultimate Sin, the tribute album, No Rest for the Wicked, Live and Loud, Osmosis, Osman Cometh, and that other one. So Mark Stanley, you got dibs on all of them. Then we'll go down the line. Cynthia next on Osmosis. Chad Schneider on Sex Slaves. Now there's two different ones, Chad. I'm going to go ahead and give you this one, Wasted Angel. And I'm going to go ahead and give you this one, which is Bite Your Tongue. I've got you down for both unless you say otherwise. Okay. And then we have Robert Warner on Headcat. And I've got you down for both Robert and for Lemmy. That means you got three here. If that's not right, let me know. Robert had first dibs on all those. And then Chad's next on Ozzy. Chad's next on Ozzy. Chad Schneider got this Nashville. Alice Cooper sold to Guy Shard. He did not get that one earlier. Mark Stanley wants Ultimate, Osmosis, and Live. So not that one, not that one. He gets Osmosis, he gets Live and Loud, and he gets Ultimate. So he got three out of there. Those are all $6.99 each. The next comment then is Cynthia Herdron on Osmosis. You were second on Osmosis. Chad Schneider is next on Ozzy Live. And then Levi Hilton, Live. You were second, though. He was first. He put Ozzy. He had dibs on all three of them. Or all seven of them. And then, so Levi, you were technically third on Live. No, you were second on Live. Chad third. And then Patty got the Randy Rhoads tribute. She got the Randy tribute for $6.99. And then Red Cave Collections gets the last three. Okay? Sold all three of those to Red Cave Collection, $6.99 each. So one more time. He was first on Ozzy, and he got those three, which was Osmosis, Live and Loud, and Ultimate Sin. And Patty got Tribute, and then Red Clave got the last three. Wow, moves fast. Moves fast here. Moves fast here. Great titles. Guy, it's your lucky day. There's some great you-know-who coming up. Let's grab this stack. Let's grab that stack. Let's grab this stack. Holy moly, folks. Oh my goodness. Alice Cooper, Dirty Diamonds. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. Alice Cooper, Theater of Death, live at Hammersmith. Alice Cooper, Along Came a Spider. The Eyes of Alice Cooper, haven't had any of those. Motorhead, BBC Live and in Session. Motorhead Hammersmith Tour 2002 with Anthrax. Motorhead Titty Twister. Motorhead Gonna Make Your Ears Bleed. Motorhead Age of Spades. Alice Cooper Zipper Catches Spin. This one needs cleaning definitely. And then this one, we'll go ahead and do these for $6.99. Ozzy, The Madman Laughs in the End, and Ozzy One Up the B-Side. Wow. $6.99. Those are Ozzy bootlegs. Those should be $20 a piece probably. Guy Shard on Alice Cooper. I have a feeling he's going to want all because he hadn't got these yet. So there's one for him. And there is 2 Motorheads, 3, 4. You let me know, Robert. You got dibs on Motorhead. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. The next 7 Alice Coopers are sold to Guy Shard. Okay, thank you, Guy, on that. Now, Robert, your choice on Motorhead. One more time. BBC, Hammerhead Tour, Titty Twister, Gonna Make Your Ears Bleed, and Age of Spades. I have a feeling he'll want all those. Yeah, none of those Alice Coopers have been shown yet. Robert gets all the Motorheads. Great decision there. Those are also probably like $15, $20 CDs. And then first on Ozzy's Red Cave Collections. I'm assuming you're going to want both, and then Cynthia, and then Levi. Amazing. So first thing I've got to do, we've already sold a gigantic stack of CDs here. Let me take these in here. The only thing that hadn't been claimed is literally Dio Magica. That only CD, that's the only CD back there that has not sold yet. Pretty wild. So there's that. And I'm going to start a stack of sold CDs right here. We're going to start with these right here. Awesome. Okay. And there's this. Okay, let me take these Batman comics that sold around the corner. Another man on the corner. One, I don't know. Whoa, on a lonely man down on. Sorry, I got Genesis stuck in my head. Boy, surely somebody needs Dio Magica. That's literally the only CD that has not been claimed. Y'all were getting like incredible best of the best CDs here. Bootlegs and everything at crazy prices. There would be some people that would roll out of bed right now and literally say, screw sleeping and going to work tomorrow. I'm not missing out on these deals at $6.99. So let me see if I can get some of these in order. It'll make it easier for y'all to claim them. And also make sure I don't run across. I know on the top there were some crazy looking Black Sabbath bootlegs that I definitely want to hold off. But man, you know I would, you know I didn't pick any out when I show you all these right here. Golly, look at these titles. All right, here we go. Let's do this right here. Let's put this right here. We got Metallica Reload. We got Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica Beyond Magnetic. Metallica Load, Nativity in Black 2, Tribute to Black Sabbath. This is Heaven and Hell Live, Radio City. Blacket Sabbath, 1970-1987. Alice Cooper, Billion Dollar Babies Deluxe. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. Dio, Last in Line. Dio, Sacred Heart. Dio, Dream Evil. Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. Dio, Angry Machines. Dio, Strange Highways. Dio, Holy Diver. Those are all $6.99. Okay, Dio $4. I'm going to keep Dio at $6.99. Just got back on What's the Comics. You'll have to give me a second. We just went through all those in great detail a moment ago. And now Mark Stanley's first on BS. So the first thing in here was Black Sabbath. Do you want black as Sabbath? Do you want Nativity in black? That's the two choices for BS. Okay. Next comment is Levi Hilton on Ozzy. Actually, no Ozzy in there unless he passes on one of the Black Sabbaths. Red Clave on HH. So Red Cave first on Heaven and Hell. That is sold to Red Cave Collections. Guy Shard wants all the Alice Coopers. You hadn't got those two yet. Those are sold to Guy Shard. Mark Stanley also has dibs on Dio. So you've got dibs on Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Dream Eagle, Lock of the Wolves, Angry Sunshine Highways, and Holy Diver. Next comment is Robert Warner on Metallica Beyond Magnetic. That's sold to Robert for $6.99. Paul Nordstrom, third in line on Black Sabbath. Levi on Hell. That means you were second on that one. Mark Stanley on Blackest Sabbath. He was still first either way. He gets that one. And so if anybody wants Nativity in black, that's still available. So is Metallica Load, Beyond Magnetic, and Reload. Also on Dio, we have Last in Line and Holy Diver, so to Mark Stanley, and Last in Line. That's the exact two Sean Bailey wanted. So Strange Highways, Angry Machines, Lock of the Wolves, Dream Evil, and Dio, Sacred Heart over here. You put the wrong CD in the so pile. Uh-oh, what have I done here? The first thing that sold was Heaven and Hell, which is sold to Red Cave Collections. The two Alice Coopers is sold to Guy Shard. Oh, you put Beyond Magnetic, not Death Magnetic. He wanted Beyond Magnetic. My bad. Beyond Magnetic. That's sold to Robert. Sorry. And then this was sold to Mark Stanley. These two sold to Mark Stanley. So Beyond Magnetic's already sold. Red Cave got Dream Evil. And that's going right here. Okay? So that leaves Dio, Nativity in black, Metallica, Metallica, Metallica. All right. Let's go do a couple more handfuls. Maybe 20 more handfuls. We might clear off this top layer. Let's see what's over here. A lot of these are luck of the draw, meaning how lucky can you be to be first? Here we go. That's what a lot of it depends on. Metallica Ride the Lightning, Black Sabbath Reunion, Black Sabbath Cross Purposes, Black Sabbath Tear, Black Sabbath Headless Cross, Black Sabbath Eternal Idol, Black Sabbath 7 Star, Black Sabbath Born Again, Nativity in Black Volume 1, Alice Cooper School's Out, Alice Cooper Killer, Alice Cooper Love It to Death, Motorhead Live at Brixton, and Motorhead King Biscuit Flower Hour. Those are all $6.99 each. Okay. Mark Stanley first on Black Sabbath. He got dibs on Reunion, Cross Purposes Tear, Headless Cross, Eternal Idol, Iomi, which is 7 Star, Born Again, and Nativity in Black. So he has dibs on a bunch of them. He can take them all, or he can let me know which one. Cynthia's next on Reunion, and then Levi's possibly next on some next. Then Cynthia next on Born Again. The 3 Alice Coopers are sold to Guy Shard. Robert wants Headless Cross if not claimed, and I'm going to get Robert both of the Motorheads. That just leaves Ride the Lightning, and it's Mark's decision on all the Black Sabbaths there. Let's go ahead and get another handful, because there's a good chance about every one of those Sabbaths are about to be claimed. Claimed. Da-dun, da-dun, ra-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ra-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, Just before you die, it's the last chance you will. I am singing right now Fade to Black off this smash hit album, Metallica Ride the Lightning. That bass line. He wants Born Again and Headless Cross, okay? Born Again and Headless Cross. That means the next Black Sabbath was Cynthia Herdron. She got Reunion. And then Levi's next, and he wants all non-Ozzy Black Sabbath. Well, Ozzy's not on that one. Ozzy's not on that one. Ozzy's not on that one, and Ozzy's not on that one. So you get the last four at $6.99 each. And that just leaves, y'all are missing out on this Nativity in Black comp. And we got Volume 2, which is not available on vinyl. $6.99 on that. All right. So we got that figured out. What am I doing? I've already got a stack. I was going to get more. I hadn't shown these. Let me sort through these. Some of these are really dirty. I'm not going to show. I mean, we're going to try to get some of these cleaned. But some of these that are really bad, I'm just going to go ahead and set aside. All right, let's do this handful right here, okay? We got Ozfest 2003 sampler. Black Sabbath Live at Last, Nashville Poo-Tang, Get Some, Motorhead Cat Scratch Fewer, another Nashville, High as Hell, Metallica Saint Anger, The Rockin' Vickers, the complete It's Alright, Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons, and Alice Cooper Dada. Alice Cooper Dada. All right, first thing we have is Red Cave put OF for Ozfest. Sold to Red Cave Collections. Next was Mark Stanley. There's only one Black Sabbath, so that one's easy. Cynthia on O for Ozfest, so you were second. Robert on Motorhead. There's only one, so that was easy. Chad Schneider on NP. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of them. Paul Nordstrom next on Ozzy. Guy Shard did get Dada. Hadn't had that one either. That leaves Phil Campbell, The Rockin' Vickers, and Saint Anger by Metallica. All right, I got another handful here. How about we just give Guy Shard all the Alice Coopers? No one else has thrown up a request for those yet. There's one more in the next handful. Oh, man. Y'all are going to like these. Let's see who's first. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ozzy, 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 and Alice Cooper flush the fashion. Ozzy, 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 and Alice Cooper. Sold to Guy Shard without objection. Mark Stanley, your dibs on Ozzy, then Levi, then Red Cave. Let's be going to getting a handful. Let's go ahead and get another handful, okay? Guy, he just has that copied and pasted. Again, I'll take all Alice Cooper. All right. I'm almost done with this top layer, and that's probably where I'll stop. That'll make halfway point on this tub. But let's keep rolling, rolling, rolling. I don't have any Limp Bizkit, but keep rolling, rolling. What? Move in, move out. Hands up, man. Which Ozzy? Blizzard of Oz, Speak of the Devil, Bark at the Moon, and Just Say Ozzy. Move in, move out. Get your hands up. Whoa. Okay. All 4 Aussies sold to Mark Stanley. Was Nativity in Black 2 volumes. Nativity in Black is a tribute to Black Sabbath by a big artist. We got a volume 1 and a volume 2. All these are $6.99 each. Metallica Master of Puppets, Metallica Ride the Lightning, Alice Cooper Live, the Toronto Rock and Roll Revival, 1969, wow, early. Metallica Some Kind of Monster, Heaven and Hell, which is Dio, Iommi, Butler, and a piece. The Iommi solo album with, what's his name? With, there's all kinds of different people on that. Billy Idol, Ozzy, Phil Anselmo, Geezer, Black Science, and then Motorhead and Motorhead. Wow. Give it Levi, just say Ozzy. All right, Levi Hilton from that last act, correction. Levi Hilton gets just say Ozzy. So he's going to be very nice and say he's going to go ahead and let you have that one. So give that to Levi at $6.99, just like everything else in here, okay? And then first thing we have is this. We have Red Cave Collections on Heaven and Hell. Red Cave Collections on Heaven and Hell. Levi was next. Levi first on G for Geezer. Robert Warner, I'm going to put you down for both Motorheads. Looks like Iron Fist and the Hordes from Hell and Live and Loud. And that leaves Iommi. Metallica, Some Kind of Monster. Oh yeah, Guy Shard gets Alice Cooper. Can't forget about that one. And then Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets. All right. Let's keep rolling. Oh boy, there's some cool stuff here. All right, let's grab. I'm gonna start picking and choosing. I know Guy's gonna want those. That's a good one. And that's a good one. Yep. And then let's grab from this stack. Nice. And then let's grab all these. Robert Warner, I take it you're a big Motorhead fan. All right. That looks like another Nashville. It is another Nashville. All right, so here we go. I have Nashville Ozzy Scream, Ozzy Under the Cover, a dual disc, The Essential Ozzy, a double disc, Ozzy Live at Budokan, the very first time I ever heard Ozzy. Well, I knew Crazy Train, but I remember getting this and was like blown away. Alice Cooper Special Forces, Motorhead from the Vaults, and Motorhead Stone Dead Forever. Lots of Motorhead bootlegs in here at great prices. Robert is eating these alive. All right, I got another stack of sold stuff here I need to put away. Do that right quick. Hey, move out, move out. Now I got Limp Bizkit stuck in my head. All right. We got Nashville P, sold to Chad Schneider. Red Cave on Ozzy Scream. Mark Stanley first on Ozzy. Well, you got dibs then, Mark, on Budokan Essential and Under the Covers. Guy Shard, of course, got Alice Cooper. Robert, I got you down for both Motorheads unless you say otherwise. Patty next on Alice Cooper. Sherry's next on Essential Ozzy. Brian Frenfrock third on Alice Cooper. Guy still got it. He was still first. I'm still making him comment, but he was still first either way. It's just so we're fair, because I'm sure there might be one pop-up somebody else might want. Mark Stanley just wants Budokan. That means the next person on Ozzy was Sherry on Essential, and that means no one got the dual disc Under the Covers. So that's still available for $6.99. And then, boy, check out this handful. Oh, my gosh. All right, here we go. The Best and Rest of Motorhead Volume 2, The Best of Motorhead All the Aces, Motorhead The Collection, Motorhead Hellraiser Best of the Epic Years, Megadeth Peace Sales, Metallica S&M, Metallica Garage Inc., Ozzy No More Tears, Alice Welcome or Alice from the Inside, and Alice Lace and Whiskey. Wow. Red Cave got Ozzy Under the Covers. He got Ozzy Under the Covers, Red Cave. Chad was next. Robert Warner lays his claim on the Motorheads, which there was those 4 different ones. And then Mark Stanley on Ozzy. He laid his claim to Ozzy. There's only one though, right? Yeah, there's only one Ozzy. No More Tears. Jeremy Barnes got Megadeth. Guy Shard, we have not had those two. I think this guy had the complete discography and bootlegs. And then Chad Schneider gets Garage Inc. That leaves S&M. And Robert, I'm assuming you do want all 4 Motorheads. Okay, that just leaves Metallica S&M. Stephen wants a copy of the new. And Stephen, you probably did not hear and was not notified because he wasn't watching. But you also was on a waiting list for a Garth Brooks box set. And those did come in. So you got that on your invoice for this week too. I will pull you a new Robert Plant right now. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Robert Plant, Saving Grace with Susie Deanne. It's his new album that comes out Friday. We still have them in stock. All right, let me go get another handful. And Jeremy wants Metallica, Some Kind of Monster. You got it. We will do one recap over here before we're done. Trying to sell 3 or 4 full towers of CDs. We did like 6 towers last night. That's probably some of the most I've ever sold in one night was last night, which is crazy if you think about the incredible CD run we went on earlier this year. There is some really good looking stuff over here. I'm kind of setting aside like stuff I might do here at the end like I did last night that I know is like higher end CDs for sure. I mean, there's even some box sets. Most of the artists we've been selling here, we have got near the bottom of them. All the Ozzies and Black Sabbaths. Now we're starting to change artists. I'll do one random. We hadn't done anybody from that artist. We sold out of this artist earlier. I'm trying to find all of the ones. So nobody misses anything from their discography. All right, that's some good. I'm going to have at least 2 more great handfuls here. I can't believe I hadn't found a single one yet autographed. But y'all be sure to check the booklets. Because, man, if any of these slip through any of these kind of artists, oh, my gosh, anything we've sold, if any of them are signed inside of the booklets, y'all have hit a little lottery ticket because I don't have time to check them and I won't take them. Here we go. Let's do these. Motorhead, You Better Run. Motorhead, Don't Let Daddy Kiss Me. Motorhead, Sacrifice, Fade to Black. Motorhead, looks like a 4-track kind of EP mini CD thing. That looks pretty cool. Look at this. Megadeth, Hidden Treasures. Never seen that before. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Sex Slaves, Call of the Wild. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. And look at this. Blues Clues, 10th anniversary, out of nowhere. Black Label Society. And Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows. Wow. All right, there's all those. And what was the next comment? Jeremy Barnes got Metallica. And Robert Warner, of course, on Motorheads. And we'll do the same thing. We'll make sure he gets all of those. He was first, unless he says otherwise. And then next is Jeremy Barnes on Megadeth. Now, Jeremy, you got pretty lucky. You're first on dibs on 4 there. Rust, Hidden, Killing, and So Far So Good So What. Chad got Sex Slaves. Hope like the FBI's not listening again. They're going to be like, he got what? Black Label Society, so does Stephen Parton. Red Cave Collections on Zakk Wylde. And Poor Blues Clues. Folks, that's what I grew up on. That's my, I mean, I had toys. I had the handy dandy notebook. I had the red chair. I probably should just keep that. That's literally my childhood right there. So, Jeremy, you got dibs on Megadeth, and he wants all 4. They are yours. And those are so to Jeremy Barnes. Okay? Those are so to Jeremy Barnes. Okay? I'm trying to clear off this top layer. And we're almost done. And if y'all can believe it, we're only halfway through this tub. So we're going to have some fun tomorrow night with it. But we're getting near the bottom before I start a new layer here. And I am kind of dipping into the bottom layer because I do see like more. I grab one disc from one artist and I'm like, oh, there's 3 more here. And then there's some stuff that don't make sense, like, I'll go ahead and grab this one. It's like some random stuff in here, too. This guy had a heck of a collection, didn't he? Oh, my gosh, all the ones last night, all these. He had a heck of a collection. All right, so I got 2 more handfuls. Plus, we got to recap everything. Pride and Glory. That's a double disc. Dark Angel. Time Does Not Heal. Dark Angel Leaves Scars. Hatebreed. Hatebreed Special Edition. Hatebreed Supremacy. Hatebreed Perseverance. Hatebreed Satisfaction and the Death of Desire. Hatebreed Under the Knife. Wow, some y'all can see why these need cleaning. We got to wash my hands. Yeah, Blues Clues is a CD. Hi there. I'm so happy you're here. Blues Clues theme song. Blues Clues. I can kind of remember it. Oh, I remember there was some kind of video where they started showing other parts of that room they were always in. I was amazed. You had to use your imagination. It's like, boy, what else does that room look like? Because it's kind of like a 2-dimensional thing he would walk in. Regina on Blues Clues. And Red Cave, you got dibs on a bunch of Hatebreeds if you want them all. There's Under the Knife, Satisfaction, Perseverance, Supremacy, whatever that one is. And then we still got Dark Angel, and Pride and Glory. While he's thinking on those, let's go ahead and get into the other stack here. Here's a random one I was talking about. The Best of Louis Armstrong Christmas Collection, coming out of nowhere. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death. Motorhead, Born to Raise Hell, from the soundtrack album Airheads. That's some kind of promo, import, Germany top deal. Ghost BC. Death Angel, Relentless Retribution. Motorhead, the Singles Collection. I bet that's pricey. Slayer, Seasons of the Abyss. Good job, Chad. Trying to remember these by the covers now. South of Heaven Slayer. Rain and Blood Slayer. Hell Awaits Slayer. In This Moment. Boy, their vinyl's expensive. In This Moment and Behemoth. And whatever that's called, it's not English. I don't think that's like some kind of cryptic writing. Okay. Next thing over here is last one I need. Now, which way? Do you need Under the Knife Is that so under the knife or the one on top? Do you want, we'll call that one self-titled. Self-titled or under the knife? Chad Schneider on Black Label Society, there was only one. That's so to Chad Schneider. Leslie got Louis Armstrong Christmas. And Robert on Motorhead. There was two. There was the single and then the singles collection. So those are so to Robert. Stephen was next on Motorhead. Jeremy Barnes on Slayer. Jeremy, you got dibs on Hell Awaits, Rain and Blood, South of Heaven, Seasons of the Abyss. That leaves Ghost, Death Angel, In This Moment, and Behemoth. He wants Hatebreed, Under the Knife. I got you down for Hatebreed, Under the Knife. And he also wants Pride 2. This one right here. Okay? And it's Jeremy's dibs on Slayer. Oh boy. Got quite the... Jeremy wants all four Slayer. You want the other one. Okay, self-titled. That's why I was asking. You better give me the title, because by the time you say on top and I've swapped them 2 or 3 times, then it'll get really confusing. So you get this one here. Okay. Otherwise, by the time you said on top and by the time I swapped them around or flipped through them a second time. Okay, we got you taken care of, though. Oh, man, I kind of want to keep going. Oh, my gosh. I mean, better knock out one tub or another row or something, because you know what? You only got so much time to sell this stuff every night. This looks like a pretty good stack here. All right, let's do a few more. Oh, my gosh. I mean, we could just keep going and going. Who was some of the guys last night that wasn't watching? Doug Reeder, and they're going to be so mad they missed out on these. Beavis and Butthead Experience. Vader Blood, Venom, Black Metal, Venom, Cast in Stone. That's a cool cover. Venom, The Court of Death, Venom Primeval, Tiger Army, Music from the Region Beyond, Battlecross, War of Wheel, 3 Inches of Blood, Fire Up the Blades, Metal Blade, 82 to 2012 sampler. Whoa. AC/DC, Bootleg, Paris, 1979. That's what, a $25 CD? Social Distortion, Somewhere Between Heaven and Hell. Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. And Motorhead. Now, if Robert buys this one, I'll be surprised. I have a feeling he already has Ace of Spades, but he may not on CD. $6.99. It is pouring rain here again in Lebanon. All right, and then we got Stephen Parton on Beavis and Butthead. Actually, let me go ahead and move my tower because this has gotten... I can't even stack these any higher. Let's move these in here. The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Joke. What's that say? What does he say? And the... Okay. We got Stephen Parton on Beavis and Butthead. Levi was second. Leslie on BB. And BB was Beavis and Butthead. Jeremy was next. Red Cave wants Venom Black. Venom Black Metal. Their classic album there. That's so to Red Cave. Levi got the AC/DC bootleg. Stephen got Motorhead. The Ace of Spades. And we have... I'm trying to think of that little line he says in the middle of that song. Joker. And something about the Joker. What does he say? So we still got Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Five Finger Death Punch, Social Distortion, Metal Blade Sampler, 3 Inches of Blood, Battlecross, Tiger Army, Venom, 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 Vader. Venom, 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 Vader. How about before I grab any more, let's go through what's still left over here right quick, okay? That way I can get some of these stacked right quick. So there's all the Venoms. Yeah, don't forget about the Joker. That's what he says. Yeah. And don't forget about the Joker. I can't, it sounds a lot better when he says it, though. Behemoth, in this moment, Death Angel, and Ghost. Vader is sold to Sean Druin. This right here. So here's some of the most recent stuff. Behemoth, in this moment, Death Angel, Ghost. There's the hate breeds again. Hate breed under the knife, hate breed supremacy, hate breed perseverance. Okay. And then over here, a lot of Metallica still left. Of course, it's some of their biggest albums. We have Dark Angel, Leave Scars. Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal. Pride and Glory. Iommi, as in Tony Iommi of Black Sabbath. Metallica, S&M. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. And Metallica, Master. Master of Puppets. Asked about Metallica Beyond. That already sold. We had Death Magnetic and Beyond Magnetic, and I misread Robert's comment. He wanted Beyond Magnetic, and I gave him Death Magnetic, so that was actually already sold. Red Cave got Pride and Glory, and then over here I've got Dio Magica, Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons, The Age of Absurdity, The Rockin' Vickers, the complete It's All Right, which is a 60s group. That's kind of a standout. Metallica, Saint Anger, The Nativity in Black, which is the tribute to Black Sabbath with Megadeth, White Zombie, Biohazard, Sepultura. Ozzy plays on here, Corrosion of Conformity, Bruce Dickinson, Ugly Kid Joe, Faith No More, Burning Brummies, Rob Halford, Geezer Butler, Bill Ward, Typo Negative, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Metallica, Load, and Metallica, Death Magnetic. Jeremy Barnes wants Saint Anger. So did Jeremy Barnes. You got it. Also, we have Metallica Reload. We have Nativity in Black, Volume 2, this time with Ozzy, Godsmack, Megadeth, Pantera, Slayer, System of a Down, Busta Rhymes, Primus, Static X, Machine Head, Monster Magnet, and Soulfly. Dio, several Dios, Strange Highways, Angry Machines, Lock Up the Wolves, and Sacred Heart. The Vader album you got was called Blood Reign Forever World. Blood/Reign Forever World. So far, that's the only ones not claimed tonight. Shum bum 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 ding dun. All right, I'm going to pull a random handful out I can't see. Let's see how good I did. Oh, my goodness. Okay, that was pretty good. Let's grab another random handful that I can't see. I can see the top of the top one. Oh, my goodness. Do you expect anything different? That's when Tiger rode in that long putt on 17 at TPC Sawgrass. Do you expect anything different? Sean Druin needs to put back Vader. That's only a $20 billion restocking fee, which is pocket change for Sean. $20 billion. He spends that much on candy every day. We have Ghost. This is Opus Eponymous. Ronnie Dawson, Just Rockin' and Rollin'. Ronnie Dawson. Metal Blade, Los Angeles, Summer Sampler, 2013. Death Angel, The Dream Calls for Blood. Monsters in White, Infamous Deluxe Edition. Monsters in White. Clutch, Full Fathom 5 audio field recordings. Ancient Wisdom, Deathlike. 3 Inches of Blood, Here Waits Thy Doom. Skeleton Witch, Beyond the Permafrost. Skeleton Witch, Breathing the Fire, The Buckeye Battle Cry, The Ohio State University, Social Distortions Greatest Hits, Gigantor 2006, MTV Headbangers Ball, MTV Headbangers Ball Volume 2 with lenticular cover, where this guy's banging his head. MTV Headbangers Ball, The Revenge. Iron Maiden, Made in England, 88. Carl Perkins, Original Sun Greatest Hits. And the good old-fashioned Goat Whore. Carving Out the Eyes of 608. No, that says God, my bad. Gosh. I thought it was something somewhat okay, and then he's like, God. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Robert Warner on Ronnie Dawson. That is sold for $6.99. Mark Stanley on SW. SW was Skeleton Witch. And there's 2. So, Mark Stanley, your dibs on Breathing Fire or Beyond the Permafrost. Chad Schneider wants The Ohio State University. I never say the. Not a fan. What happened to it? It disappeared. There it is. That is sold to Chad Schneider. Steven wants all 3 MTV Headbanger Balls. All 3 MTVs sold to Stephen Parton. Sean Bailey next on Ronnie Dawson. Jeff Brent RTO on Maiden. Made in England. And he wants Skeleton Witch Beyond the Permafrost. All right, that leaves Skeleton Witch, Goat Whore, Carl Perkins, Gigantator 2006, Social Distortion, Ghost, 3 Inches of Blood, Ancient Wisdom, Clutch, Monsters in White, and Death Angel. Whoops-a-daisy. And a Metal Blade sampler. The Ohio State. Psh. Michigan. Ah! That's what happens when someone says Michigan around them. Ah! Run, it's Michigan. We have Roadrunner United, the All-Star Sessions. Ozfest, Summer Sampler 2007. Death Angel, Killing Season. Death Angel, Act 3. Korn's Greatest Hits, Volume 1. Boy, I wish they'd make that on vinyl. Oh my gosh, I could sell hundreds. Battle of Los Angeles, Rage Against the Machine. Havoc Hate. I've never seen that band before. Havoc Hate, Lacuna Coil, and Lacuna Coil. Killing in the name of. Red Cave on Ozfest. Sold to Red Cave. Stephen Parton was second. Stephen Parton first on Korn. Levi Hilton third on Ozzy. Stephen Parton first on Rage. Red Cave on RR, which was, I'm assuming, Rage. So that means you were next, and then Jeremy next on Korn. That leaves maybe it was for Roadrunner, Red, is that right? And then Death Angel, Havoc, Lacuna. Yep. Okay, Chad is getting hungry. I've almost cleared out this row here. I'm getting hungry, though. I was trying to get our 4th stack. We're getting there. I wish more of these would have sold. We would have had our 4th stack already, but we're getting to some deeper metal here. He said, no, I meant Roadrunner. Okay, so RR was for Roadrunner. Okay. We got Hatebreed, The Rise of Brutality, Lacuna Coil, Slayer, The Repentless Killology, Slayer, World Painted Blood, maybe. Boy, look at that. Look at that lenticular. Wow, that's amazing. Christ Illusion. Christ Illusion again. And God Hates Us All. Man, that's an awesome lenticular. Look at that. Okay. Next comment is Red Cave has dibs on Slayer. Well, you can have Christ Illusion, the other Christ Illusion, God Hates Us All, World Painted Blood, or the Repentless Killology. Jeremy's next, and then Lacuna Coil Karma Code is right here. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Okay. So we got 2 people pending on Slayer. Made that whole stack. Trying to get to a 4th full stack of sold CDs. And I'm just going to leave these on the table for tomorrow. And then I never did show these comics for Gerald Whitworth. I wish he's still watching, but my hands are kind of dirty. I don't really want to touch them. But Gerald, if you're watching, I can try to show these comics to you. I don't know if you're still watching or not. Okay. He wants World and Repent. All right, so he wants World Painted Blood and Repentless. That means, Jeremy, you're next on Slayer. I got this Christ Illusion, that Christ Illusion, and God Hates Us All. So your dibs on those, Jeremy. You can take whatever you want. Here's some more. Valiant Thor. That looks interesting. Valiant Thor, Total Universe Man. Iced Earth, Overture of the Wicked. Skeleton Witch, Serpents Unleashed. Blue Cheer, new and improved, a 60s group. There's the Blue Cheer classic album, Ventus Eruptum. This is called Job for a Cowboy, Demonocracy. Battlecross, Pursuit of Honor, and Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little. All that metal, and then Blue Cheer and that. Jeremy Barnes wants the other 3 Slayers. Those are sold to Jeremy Barnes. Chad Schneider, first dibs on Blue Cheer. Let me know if you want new and improved Ventus Eruptum. We also have Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little, Battlecross, Job for a Cowboy, Skeleton Witch, Iced Earth, and Valiant Thor. Ooh. The one with Venus on it. Blue Cheer. Venus. You're thinking about, that's not the same band. Venus was covered by a band, or the original version of Venus was by Shocking Blue. This is a different band. Shocking Blue is who you're thinking of. This is Blue Cheer. I'm Your Venus. Yeah, that song, that's a different band. I think that was going to be my last handful of... Well, I'll do one more. Let me try to find one more. And then this is truly the last handful of CDs. Then I'll thumb through the comics. All right. Because I know you are probably going to buy these right here, I see. Nice. The last stack, I finally pull an autograph. Of course, when I find an autograph, I'll have it set aside and JSA'd. But man, what a good autograph to find. Look at the autograph I found. Misfits, signed by Jerry Only. Wow, that's good. I'll get that JSA checked and we'll sell that at a later date. Nice. Be sure y'all check these booklets. I guarantee one of y'all have hit at least one autograph inside of a booklet. I guarantee it. Or an insert or something. There's got to be at least one autograph in all these we've sold. Guys' collections like this we've bought, they buy so much website exclusives. They buy so much on online, website exclusives, pre-orders, concert at merch stands. There's bound, I mean, this guy, you can say he was a serious collector. This is the same guy that all the Metallica and Iron Maiden bootlegs have come from. He probably had $1 million invested in his collection. I mean, it's insane what we bought from this guy. So it's a lot. That's a good autograph. That's a cool cover, too, to have signed. That's a good one. All right, so here's the last stack. Cradle of Filth, Nymphthenamine, Cradle of Filth, Lovecraft and Witch Hearts, Satyricon Volcano. We have, I don't know who that is, honestly. Huntress, Spell Eater, Clutch, the Elephant Riders, and then we got Slayer. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, Slayer, Undisputed Attitude, Slayer, Divine Intervention, and Slayer, Live Undead. These are all $6.99 each, okay? Hessen's first on Clutch. That's sold to Hessen for $6.99. Brian Call was next on Clutch. And we got Hessen on Attitude. That's Slayer. And then Jeremy Barnes, you're next on Slayer. You can have Diabolus, Divine, or Live Undead. I think this is Huntress. And then Satyricon, Cradle, and Cradle. Wow, this is all pretty much all metal CDs back here still available. That was the last handful. If you just got on, you just missed us going through another whole tub of metal CDs again. We started kind of late with probably some people realizing we wasn't going to do it, so there's still some good stuff left. I'll either go through them again when the show starts tomorrow, or I'll take a photo of them and we'll post them in the group. And over here we got Jeremy Barnes, says he'll take the last 3. Let me show him these comic books right quick. I don't want to, I might go wash my hands right quick because I don't want smudges on all these nice brand new boards and bags. Let me go do that. Well, box sets. Let's see here. I've got 2 I skipped over. I'll price this one out. And what happened to the other one? The other one's not really a box set. It was a deluxe edition thing. And of course, I've set aside a ton of bootlegs. I've set aside a ton of bootlegs too that I want to clean up and probably sell tomorrow. Let me scan this. We'll get you a comp on it. Let me do this right quick. eBay. This is a 3-disc. It is something I've never seen before. Price, based on comps, is $34.99. The Ozzy Osbourne years, which isn't bad because it's 3 CDs. Black Sabbath, the Ozzy Osbourne years, $34.99. Also, we have Skeleton Witch, Serpents Unleashed. Skeleton Witch, Serpents Unleashed. That's right here. That's sold to Mark Stanley, $6.99. The Useless Eaters wants Blue Cheer, Vencer Seruptum. And the other one, so Ozzy, Black Sabbath. And then this is also pretty much kind of the same realm. Of course, we sold the CD long boxes tonight. This has always been a cool set. I've had the cassettes. Y'all probably have seen this before. Recently sold for $46, $60, $40, $70. Let's do this for $49.99. This is really cool here. $49.99 on this. Live and Loud, and it has the mesh. This is pretty collectible. It has the mesh CD cover over it, or the mesh speaker thing. That's pretty pricey. I just seen where one sold for $79.99 recently. So that's $49.99 on Aussie. I knew those were pretty good. Of course, there's no telling how many other ones we slipped through tonight that could have been $49, $39. But I know y'all are tuned in. I know y'all are buying CDs, and I know y'all are here for deals. So that's why they're only $6.99, and I didn't pull too many out. But my gosh, I know for sure y'all got some killer deals. Some of those bootlegs, Motorheads. Oh my gosh, especially if I put them up Thursday night, Metal Night. Oh my gosh. So thank y'all. Comics. I've wiped most of my hands off of my shorts without having to go to the restroom. So I had somebody ask me for Batman stuff. Well, this was what I have left in Action. I have Action Comics number 395, 364, 365, 366, 370, 379, 398, 402, Flash 154, Adventure in DC Universe number 8, Angel Love number 7. Okay, and then over here was my Batman stash. We already sold a few, but this is the Untold Legend of the Batman, Brave and Bold number 100, and then a whole run of Detective number 598, 599, 616, 618, 621, 622, 624. Those are all Detective. Secret Origins, the Golden Age of Batman, that's number 6, and another Detective, a little bit more earlier one, Detective 492. Detective 492. If anybody needs a price on anything, let me know. If not, I'm going to put those back up there. Does the Live have the tattoos with them? Let's see here. Live and Loud. Let's see here. This slides in here, it looks like. I don't see any tattoos unless they're supposed to be down in there. Or they're inside of this thing. There's Ozzy's butt. If you ever wondered what Ozzy's butt looks like, there's Ozzy's butt. I don't see any tattoos in here. Any Faith No More? No, we had a few last night, but no Faith No More tonight. Oh, wait a minute. I might have some tattoos right here. There it is. Tattoo. And, uh-oh, this one peeled back a little, but there's tattoo, yeah. There you go. That's what you're looking for. Yep. Send these to my friend Moose. $49.99 for Live and Loud. Yep. That's probably why there's so many variants and prices on eBay. Probably some of them are complete. Some of them are not complete. Probably the ones that sold for $60 and $70 are complete, like that one. And that one's really nice, as you can tell. So, book and everything. So that one was 34. This one's 49. Anybody else? If not, we're signing off. We're looking at buying a serious comic book collection. I know most of y'all watching right now are buyers, but I want y'all to look at this collection of comics that we're looking at. I got to sit down tonight and look at them. Look at this stuff. Amazing Fantasy 15, Action 252, all these early Spider-Mans, First Punisher. Of course, that's a serious comic there, Amazing Fantasy 15. All these early Batmans, Avengers. I can't really zoom in. There we go. Where's the other crazy stuff? Look at this. Some early EC, Daredevil number 1. Detective, Captain America. What else we got? Flash, Fantastic Four number 1. That's a pretty serious comic. First, Thor, Journey in the Mystery, Incredible Hulk #1. Horrific. Look at that one. X-Men #1. I mean, it's all first appearances and key issues. So yeah, he's got the first, so he's got X-Men #1. He's got first Thor, first Fantastic Four, first Daredevil, first Spider-Man. If I don't do a deal on all of them, I want that one right there. I've always wanted that comic book. I don't like that little green mark there, but when you start talking about $20 and $40 and $50,000, you can't start picking and choosing. You know, I think that comic in that condition is more like, what is that going for? Amazing Fantasy, that's more like a, yeah, that's like a $20,000 comic book. Would you say Spawn? Is that what you said? You want to see Spawn? Yeah, and then another Blue Cheer, new and approved, sold to the use of Cedars here. Blue Cheer. I bet that's not a cheap CD either. Blue Cheer, new and approved, that's a German import. I bet that's expensive. I want to check right quick. It doesn't matter now, deal's done, but I bet that's an expensive. I probably need to scan through all these tonight and see what I've looked over. Yeah, none for sale on eBay. None is ever sold. I'm not signed in on Discogs. Let's see here. Now I'm signed in on Discogs. Yeah, they start on Discogs at $15. This release here. Yeah, they start at $16. So, trying to let you know some of these in here are great prices at $6.99. Dark Angel. There is some Dark Angel. There is 2 Dark Angels at least. Yeah, there's 2 Dark Angels right here. Leave Scars and Time Does Not Heal. Leave Scars and Time Does Not Heal. What was the other thing? Spawn. I don't see that anymore. Let me see what you're talking about here. Spawn. See if I can find it. Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, that's Malibu Sun. Malibu Sun. Yeah, that's about a $500 comic book. It's about $500 on that. I'm trying to buy the whole collection, but of course, it's a ton of money. It's probably one of the biggest investments we would have ever made, including record collections. It would be that collection is up in the well into the six figures. So we're trying to close a deal on that. Okay, I'm signing off. Thanks everybody for watching this late with me. It's now 1:30 and the Facebook feed's about to end anyway. No, it's got about another 10 minutes. How long have we been live? This is the longest I've been live in a while. We've been live for 7 hours and 43 minutes. So yeah, Facebook's about to expire in 17 minutes anyway. I'm about to go eat this baked potato I have up here, and hopefully I can find some other food. And can you remind us tonight when Chad reads 18th century poetry? We can do that. We'll start a Patreon channel where y'all can subscribe and pay me to do that. You send me a poem and I'll read it. You can like be a Patreon and I'll do that. Or you can just keep buying stuff. That's good enough for me. I'd rather just y'all keep buying stuff. All right, thanks everybody. I'm signing off. Big comic book collection hopefully coming soon. Big record collections right around the corner. And with that, tomorrow, speaking of Ozzy, we got a good warm-up tonight with Ozzy CDs. Buddy, there's a lot coming tomorrow too. Vinyl. Did y'all see all that stuff Laura sent me? Oh my gosh. If you like Ozzy and Black Sabbath, make sure you're watching tomorrow. Good night. I've got a baked potato left over here. I'm dying to go eat. And the show is over. I'm going to wash my hands and start doing the videos. And we'll do another late night deal like this again tomorrow with CDs and miscellaneous. I love miscellaneous. Some people call it miscellaneous. I call it miscellaneous. Good night.